Borag athletes, and welcome to the Galaxy's Greatest, a two-day online event celebrating the Galaxy's Greatest comic, 2000 AD. Over the next 2 days, we're going to be hearing from more than 60 guests on more than 20 panels, all people who've been touched by Thrill Power, either because they're the people responsible for making it the incredible comic that it is, or because their lives have been touched by 2000 AD Thrill Power in some way. So we've got a fantastic lineup coming. We've got so much to show you. In fact, it'd be impossible to fit it all just into this main stream. So if you go to youtube.com/2000 AD, you will find the 2000 AD Galaxy's Greatest Fringe, where we'll be putting up even more panels from people who've worked on 2000 AD and been influenced by it. We'll be also unveiling some special merchandise, such as T-shirts and mugs, as well as prints for some big names in the field of art and illustration. Now, going back to 1977, 2000 AD was a hand grenade into the staid world of British comics, created by writer and editor Pat Mills. It has gone on to be a cultural force far beyond its pages. So what we wanted to do with this show was really give an idea of the legacy of 2000 AD, not just as a thing of the past, but also as a living, breathing entity now. It continues to be published every week, and do go along to 2000ad.com and subscribe to the Galaxy's Greatest comic in print or digital. Now, unfortunately, Tharg the Mighty, who is the editor of 2000 AD, a green-skinned alien from the planet Quacksang in the Betelgeuse system. He decided I needed some help and couldn't be trusted to do this on my own. So, unfortunately, I have a co-presenter.
It's me, Walter the Robot!
Hello, Walter. I see that Tharg let you out of the Thrill archive. How are you?
Oh, I'm great, Master Mulcher.
Super. So, Walter, for those of you who don't know, is the very former servile butler droid for Judge Dredd. And for whatever reason, Tharg the Mighty has decided that he has to be my chaperone over the next 2 days. So that'll be a lot of fun. We are going to crack on with our first panel, which is a great collection of people who have been influenced not just by 2000 AD, but by comics in general in their chosen field. And their chosen field is in literature. So for our very first panel, we've got comedian and broadcaster Robin Ince talking to Ian Rankin, who's the author of the acclaimed Rebus novels, Lauren Bucas, who is an award-winning science fiction author, and successful children's writer Louis Stowell, who will be talking about 2000 AD and comics' influence on the field of literature. We've also got our first Fringe panel starting now, which if you go over to our YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/2000 AD, and that is Beyond Borders. So comics critic Kelly Kanayama is going to be talking to Arthur Wyatt and Michael Carroll, who are both 2000 AD writers, and artist Chris Burnham, and exploring what happens when this quintessentially British export is produced beyond the borders of the UK. So sit back, relax, welcome to the Galaxy's Greatest comic, and enjoy the next 2 days, Earthlets.
Hello and welcome to 2000 AD's panel, which is, as you probably know, the 45th anniversary of 2000 AD, and we're not going to waffle on about it because you know why you're here. So I'm going to tell you we're joined by Ian Rankin, Louis Stoll, and Lauren Bucas. And I can tell you that you know Ian Rankin. He's an author. You know he's created Rebus. You know he's got an incredible collection of prog rock records, and I know that House has some Edgar Allan Poe awards, I think, as well. I hope I'm right in saying that. Lauren Bucas written again remarkable work, short story writer, television writer, journalist, and had a story in 2000 AD's 40th anniversary issue. And Louis Stoll, I can just tell you that her latest novel is the next novel that I'm about to read. And I've grabbed it off my son, who had it initially, but I decided I'm going to get through it quicker. So that new book is Loki. So hello, everyone.
Hey.
Right,
Hello.
I'm going to start. I'll start off with you, Ian, because I think you probably being even older than me on the panel, you were around when 2000 AD actually started, when it was first in the newsagents. When did you know about its existence?
Very early on. There weren't any bookshops in my village, but there was a newsagents, and I used to buy every comic going. Starting off when I was very young with the Bimbo and stuff like that, and moving on to the Victor and the Hotspur, all the great DC Thompson titles, and then moving on to the Marvels and the DC comics irregularly, because you couldn't always, you might get one issue and then you'd go in the next week or next month and you couldn't find the one that came after it. So a lot of very incomplete stories, and I had to fill in the gaps myself using my imagination. 2000 AD, I don't think I was around for issue 1. I don't know why I wasn't around for issue 1, but I certainly picked up on it pretty early on. It would be one of these things where you're in the playground. I was about 17 when it started. In the playground, somebody would have a copy, you'd borrow it from them, you'd read it, you'd say that is great. The next week you go and buy it.
Because I think the nearest, because I would have been 8 when it came out, and I think just before that Action comic, which was quite, that was beginning to move towards it. It was a big move away from Victor. It had kind of, Jaws rip-offs, and I think probably got letters of complaint from various, readers and listeners, kind of associations, because it was quite gory. Louis, what about for you? When was 2000 AD something that you noticed on the shelves?
So I didn't notice it on the shelves first. I noticed it in my house because my dad had a massive stack of them. So I think it would have been the mid-80s. I was about 6 or 7, I think, and I started diving into them. And around that time, also Richmond's first comic book shop opened up as well, and I remember going to visit there. It was called They Walk Among Us, sadly defunct, but it was great. And I think it was the Dark Judges story was the first one I ever read, that whole arc, and it just really sucked me in. And I think it was nothing like, I read the Beano and all that. I also read Oink. Anyone remember Oink?
Yeah.
But I think 2000 AD, it had that combination of everything being hilarious, it also being a lot quite satirical, which I really liked. I was quite a weird kid. And also the gore and the action. I loved Slain when they did the Blood Eagle and you got the ribs ripped apart. And I now write children's books, and I still feel really cross that I'm not allowed to put that sort of thing in children's books, because I read it when I was 6 and it was fine.
It's an interesting thing, Lauren. I don't know for you, whether when you start reading something like 2000 AD, for me, it felt like you were suddenly a bit more grown up. It felt like not only was the art also, I think that's a very important thing the art, if you look at the standards of a lot of art that was in comics, and especially the terrible annuals that used to come out and have very cheap art in it, this felt like, I'm pretty mature 8-year-old now. I'm kind of going in the darker and stranger dystopian visions.
Absolutely. So, I was in South Africa where I grew up, and we were under sanctions, which meant that we very rarely got comics, as Ian experienced, you wouldn't get comics regularly. So you wouldn't get every issue. So 2000 AD monthly for me was an absolute godsend, because here's the entire story from Bad Company to Slain to Nemesis the Warlock, Halo Jones, Strontium Dog, and to be able to get the full story without missing like 12 issues and then trying to make up what happened in between was absolutely amazing. And I also felt that it was very much, it was a very political comic in a way that, the occasional issues of Amethyst or Spider-Woman or, Batman that I was able to get hold of intermittently were not. 2000 AD dealt with dystopian society. It dealt with totalitarianism. The Strontium Dog stories were such a great analog for what was happening under apartheid. And it really felt that this was something urgent and relevant and certainly resonant with kind of what my life experience was, and hella punk. And I did feel more grown up, definitely.
I think that's a very good point. As you said, I think the best science fiction is always looking at, well, in fact, as you were saying, Louis, about being interested in satire, there's a tremendous amount of satire in the best science fiction. There's a tremendous amount of reflecting on the world that you are in at any one time. And it feels to me that 2000 AD was a lesson for a lot of the great big comic book companies at the time. It seemed like quite a kind of, cheap inky thing compared to, you know, these wonderful, you know, those comics that where we'd see adverts for Twinkies inside them and all of these, you know, and suddenly here was a British inky thing which was filled with something that did feel a bit more visceral and certainly, as you said, more cutting edge as well. And that seems very important. And Louis, I mean, when you're writing, do you feel the hand of those comic books on your shoulder? Do you feel that imagination that you saw explored there?
Yeah, I think because 2000 AD was so many different worlds, you know, it was space, it was the future, it was, you know, Thatcher's Britain. It makes me feel in a hurry to write lots of different things. Like I want to pack it all in like 2000 AD did. But I think also I sort of feel a duty for children now to give them what I can do in terms of like quite a clear-sighted vision of at least how I see the world, and maybe get them to ask questions about how they see it. Because I think with 2000 AD, it was always asking questions like Judge Dredd, obviously the protagonist, but also a fascist. And I'm rooting for him and I'm confused. And I sort of want to be him, but also, oh no, he's really bad. And I think I like that discomfort, and I like that for readers as well, however, you know, young or old they are.
That's an interesting thing, isn't it? That kind of sometimes sliding between fascism and socialism and other, which is what we see so much in the comic book industry. There are certain comic book writers that have got to late middle age, and you go, they've become the late middle age fascists. And then we have, you know, one of the great 2000 AD writers, obviously Alan Moore, who I still consider to be, you know, he's a good, if you're going to have someone as your kind of, you know, ethical guidelines, I think Alan is still doing pretty well at whatever he's 67 years old now. What about for you, Ian, in terms of this, as you said, you know, the comic books that came before, they really did seemed like a revolution to, you know, as an 8-year-old. There was nothing like this.
Yeah, and if you were the age that I was when I started reading it, which was, you know, around about 77, 78, 16, 17, 18 years old, a time of punk, and you felt like a punk as well. Here was something that had a punk attitude to it. It didn't seem to give a damn. It was pushing boundaries all over the place. It was extraordinary. The visceral nature of some of the art, the visceral storytelling, the fact that it could be incredibly bleak, and yet this was a comic aimed at kids. And produced by just a handful of people. I mean, you know, in later years, I've got to meet some of the people who were around at the very start, people like Alan Grant. And you realize there were only about 2 or 3 people working on this comic at any one time under a series of pseudonyms. So it looked like it was a much bigger staff than there actually was. And so there was a kind of punk mentality going on. It was a thing like, let's just get this done. Let's get it out there and see what happens. It's a bit like Sniffing Glue, the punk magazine, where they gave you 3 chords on the front of page 1 and said, now go and form a band. And so you got the feeling that you could have a go at this, you could try this. And at the same time, it felt very grown up. If you were, again, a teenager, if you got the references, you went, oh, look, Judge Dredd is going to Hundertwasserblock. He's an artist. I know that name. You know, you felt suddenly very clever. I remember a couple of friends and me who were big 2000 AD fans, I think possibly our first year at university, when suddenly somebody said the words Rojaws and Hammerstein, and we went, it's Rodgers and Hammerstein. And written down, I
literally only just got that.
Written down, never got it. As soon as it was said out loud, I went, it's Rodgers and Hammerstein. How's a kid supposed to get that these 2 robots fighting future wars are actually based on people who wrote musicals for the stage?
Well, that seems, Lauren, again, the multi-layers of a world, which is, it would be very easy just to write a story where here's just the story, but it's that fact that there are, I mean, it almost makes me, when you're saying that, Ian, it reminds me of things like The Magic Roundabout, where Eric Thompson would have so many different layers, which would include references to Sergei Eisenstein. Now, it didn't matter whether you missed, as a child, when Dougal, a dog, has a camera and at one point says, I bet this never happened to Sergei Eisenstein. I didn't immediately, as a 5-year-old, think, father, Sergei Eisenstein. But it kind of gets embedded. And I think, Lauren, you know, as a storyteller, do you feel that bit where you go, sometimes there's things which are not important to the story as a whole, but they just mean that you can start to feel a little bit more of that world and return to that world. And that means that as you said, like you suddenly see Rodgers and Hammerstein, you see a certain name and you have that Proustian rush as you return to the dystopia of your childhood.
I can't say I've had experienced that directly, but I will say that I brought my collection of 2000 ADs with me from the time I was 15 to 45, and they've moved across countries and continents with me. Because, and I haven't reread them in years, but those stories were so foundational and fundamental to who I was and who I am. Because stories inhabit you, right? They kind of climb inside you and they colonize you and they fester and they become interesting new things. And that connection is like very real and very deep for me. And it will always be a huge part of my life. And one of the things I absolutely loved about 2000 AD was that they had really incredible female characters who weren't just sexy. Some of them were sexy. Durham Red definitely has like a lot of kind of vicious vampish sex appeal. But someone like Judge Anderson was just phenomenal and like such an empath and so brutalized by, what she experienced and what she went through, and her whole story with the dark judges was just absolutely phenomenal. And of course, Halo Jones, which is one of my favorite books of all time.
Yeah, Halo Jones is, and I also think of Skiz as well. Do you remember it was Skiz?
Yes, I loved Skiz.
Skiz is fantastic. Louis, what about for you? I was thinking one of the things about 2008, again, we've mentioned it a couple of times, was that grit, was that the dirt of it, where science fiction, when you look at a lot of 1960s science fiction, when you look at greats, things like 2001: A Space Odyssey, it's a clean and bright world. And then we have that kind of Ridley Scott alien world, which to me, I remember when I first saw that, it felt like that was part of 2000 AD's universe. Actually, the future will still have people living mucky, horrible lives and having to eat reconstituted shit.
Yeah, I think for me with Halo Jones, it was the fact when I had one of those realization moments of the parallel with, our world, was like, oh, they're on the dole. And like the space dole still exists, and this horrific poverty and divided society, literally living on this hoop away from people. And then, the billionaires swanning in and with their fancy spaceships. So I think it was that it wasn't just the dirt, it was also the sort of social divides that really resonated, in ways that I could not articulate age 8, but I was just aware that there was just like, all the dark stuff in the world has been brought into 2000 AD, but just they've added spaceships and blaster pistols and things.
Ian, who were you most drawn to? Because I think the thing that I loved most actually was I used to love Tharg's Future Shocks. I loved Strontium Dog, but Tharg's Future Shocks, the excitement of those little, sometimes 3 or 4 page stories, the beautiful twists and the number of, again, ideas that they dealt with. What drew you? What was the first page you would turn to when you picked up 2000 AD?
I mean, pretty much anything written by Alan Moore. So the Time Twisters and the Future Shocks and stuff like that. DR and Quinch was just absolutely blew me away. As storytelling as much as anything else. I was attracted to the Judge Dredd stories because they just create an extraordinary world. There was Mega City 1 was extraordinary, and the land outside the walls was extraordinary. And I just thought it was phenomenal. It was like watching Blade Runner over and over again, but with Clint Eastwood fronting it, and yes, he's a fascist, and you shouldn't be on his side, and yet somehow you are, because you understand at a deep level that there has to be order. That society needs order. If you've got chaos, then you just have rampant chaos, and anybody and everybody is after everything. But taking it to an extreme, it reminded me a lot, actually, Judge Dredd's world of Clockwork Orange, which I hadn't been allowed to see as a kid because it was banned, or Stanley Kubrick had withdrawn it from circulation. But I'd read the book when I was 12, 13, 14. I'd read it many times. And this world that Alex, the hero, comes into, where all the thugs who he used to go around with, he comes out of incarceration and finds that they are now cops. They are now in charge of, they can do to him whatever they want, and he can't fight back. There's that extraordinary sense that you get the police that the society deserves in a way. And so this very tough policing went hand in hand with a kind of very anarchic breakdown of society. So it just seemed to be that this was maybe where Britain and elsewhere other countries were headed in the late 70s, early 80s, that we seemed to be headed towards this anarchy. And I was on the side of the anarchists as well. So when Chopper comes along and starts spray painting stuff, smiley faces everywhere, you go, yay, I don't want you to get caught. Yeah. And obviously nobody wanted Chopper to get caught, because Chopper kept coming back and mostly getting away with it.
That's it. When you were talking about that, and I was just thinking then about the different youth culture things, like the youth culture books of Richard Allen and the skinhead books and stuff, and they were basically on the side of the fascists, though. So I think, you know, which is, I mean, I wonder for you, Lauren, about looking back at those. You mentioned Strontium Dog. What now do you feel is the character that you would return to most? Because I think there is some very prescient stuff in 2000 AD.
Look, I mean, definitely Halo Jones. I love the Western aspect of Strontium Dog. I think Zenith was really interesting and really playful, and I think it broke superheroes in a really interesting way. You know, as Alan Moore did, obviously, with Watchmen. You know, I think I was never on Judge Dredd's side. I never really related to his stories that often. Kind of, you know, they were fine. I'd buy the issues because I had to have the complete collection. But it was Judge Anderson. It was the Bad Company was just absolutely phenomenal. Like the storytelling there and the ending was just devastating. And surprisingly, you know, for someone who really doesn't like war comics, oh God, I've forgotten the name. Thank you, Road Trooper. I was thinking Rogue One. I'm like, that is not correct. Completely different story. But yeah, so Road Trooper I thought like did war very, very well. And I thought the last season of Halo Jones did war very well, and Bad Company as well. I think maybe it was because I was living under a fascist state and a racist state where poor people were ruthlessly suppressed, that maybe Judge Dredd didn't feel as fun. Although it was cool when he went out into, you know, the Badlands.
Yeah, it's funny because I think I thought of Judge Dredd as a victim of the system, whereas I think now as an adult, I don't. I think if you're complicit in the system, you're not a victim. But I was like, well, they cloned him. It wasn't his fault. You know, he had to do this. But I was just thinking about like characters that I like now versus then, and I think Nemesis. I've always liked what Nemesis looks like, but I think as a character now and as what he stands for means a lot more to me now as an adult.
Yeah,
thinking about what it means to sort of fight against like a radicalized group, which, you know, could be anything, but I don't know, looking now is like transphobes, but you know, there's whatever group it is, it applies to anything. And what it means to be pure, because I think kind of that idea of purity is something that's so interesting. Once you kind of get into your like muddy middle age where, you know, everything's complicated, there's no simple lines anymore. Well, not for me. The danger of purity, and also I guess always identifying with the deviant. That's what I did enjoy that as a kid, and I enjoy that now in a slightly different way.
Well,
also the art, sorry Robin, the art was just like nothing I'd ever seen before. Like the character design in Nemesis was just so strange and bizarre. Yeah,
it was always a toss-up for me whether I was going to draw Judge Dredd or Nemesis. I thought it drew them on equal, you know, obsessiveness.
You were touching on that there, Louis, as well, about, you know, I think for a lot of us, when we look back at 2000 AD and some of the other things as well of science fiction, it was an introduction to ideas, certainly for my generation, I think ideas of a counterculture, because I'm not old enough to have really been in you know, that when counterculture was a more dominant thing. And also that bit of being an outsider kid, something like 2000 AD, in a way that Victor comic was not, or Whizzer and Chips, or whatever it might have been. 2000 AD started to create, to me, I think, a code for some of the other kids that you would then find yourself hiding in that corner of the playground talking about that. And I think those things, and things like Doctor Who as well, do seem to be such a lifeline for young people who feel that they are not part of the mainstream. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, I think I suppose like Doctor Who is the like nice version where everything can end okay, whereas 2000 AD it's really not gonna. But at the same time, yes, it's definitely the outsider as the main character always, which is fascinating. And I mean, I used to read, as well as read my dad's pile of 2000 ADs, had The Eagle as well, kind of going back to the 60s. And with that, I think it was the art that I loved. It's absolutely, you know, that was stunning, painterly stuff. But the ethics was always really off-putting because it was this very kind of colonialist Boy Scout. We're just going to turn onto this planet and make it okay, you know, or kill everyone. So 2000 AD, I felt like ethical truth in a different way.
Tonally, 2000 AD was really interesting because some of the comics we've spoken about that came before it were the tone was the same all the way through. You know, if the Bash Street Kids seem to have a very similar vibe to Dennis the Menace, had a very similar vibe to Desperate Dan or whatever. You came at 2000 AD, one story would be a harsh dystopia set in the future. The next story could be quite fun. It could be Sam Slade, Robo Hunter, which is based on kind of, you know, noir stories, but done with a very light touch with his Robo Stogie that talks back to him and stuff. Ace Trucking Company with Freak the Freak, just absolutely gorgeous, great illustrations, great art, but also really fun, light storytelling. And so there was you turn the page and it'd be a story that was completely different in feel to the story you just finished. And so it was asking quite a lot of you as a reader. It was saying, you know, are you able to take these sudden switches from this kind of storytelling to that kind of storytelling? And of course, you are then going to have your favorites because they were very different. Every issue had this real selection box element to it. And I liked all of it, including the Curly Wurly.
It was interesting. My dad he threw away my collection of Misty comics, which was the horror comic for girls.
Yeah.
But he didn't touch my 2000 ADs. And I think he was, you know, I think he missed a thing there, because I think 2000 AD was much more dangerous and subversive.
Did you think the Misty would be like witchcraft or something?
Yeah, like satanic-y.
It was a bit, right?
Yeah, no, totally. There was absolutely an episode or an issue where, you know, Satan took control of the girls' school.
Well, that's it. The Misty stuff. I mean, it's interesting. Even Bunty, actually, I bought a bunch of Bunty albums when I was at annuals when I was in Southwold a few months back, and they had much more intricate stories than a lot of the ones that were meant for boys at the time. Some were very. There's one adventure all about a girl who's not only got a pet griffin, but it's also invisible. And it's works on something, but this brings the girls' school thing brings me to one of the points I want to talk a little bit about, which is about class in 2000 AD, because I know that it's something that Alan Moore's talked about and some of the other writers and artists as well, which is a lot of the comics they were brought up on in the 50s and 60s were about people in kind of boarding schools, and it was, you know, a lot of it was nice middle class and upper middle class people with horses. And then you get this, you know, around the time, some of the American comics, and then also 2000 AD, suddenly it seems to be a much broader tableau of the people who are the heroes, the villains, and part of that story. That it seems to break out from some of the class, you know, restrictions that we might have seen in some comic books. I don't know, Lauren, if you noticed that at all.
Definitely, you know, so I did read Bunty and I want to say Ginty, but you know, there were a bunch of British girls comics that we could get, but a lot of them were about horses or ballet classes. And even when there was a cool murder mystery attached to the ballet, I was like, I don't care about ballet. And look, I did not have 2000 AD as a marker as a way into another friendship group, because I went to an all-girls private school. I went to Rodin, Johannesburg, you know, so I was living that kind of private girls' school life, and I think that made me more of a freak than an outcast. And I think that made 2000 AD, like, you know, just such a lifeline for me as this kind of like weirdo, and, you know, finding stories which really spoke to me. But yeah, I think it does tackle class in really interesting ways. I think there are working class heroes. I think the way it deals with society, and Judge Dredd does that very well. You know, the fascism works because the society is so fundamentally broken, and it's such a reflection of real society back then and now and heading towards the future, that I really think it was much more interesting than a lot of those other stories, which were very gentrified and very kind of genteel and proper.
And I think with 2000 AD, even if it's not actively dealing with class, what it does is it centers working class heroes as though that's just obvious. That's who's always going to be the hero. So obviously, Hayden Jones is the hero, you know.
Exactly.
And I think, I mean, because 2000 AD was my way into comics, so I don't really have that sort of, I didn't have the before, I just had the after, I just had the punk. But I did later read some of the other stuff. I guess I read The Eagle as well, but I was quite aware that The Eagle was from a long time ago, so I don't think I judged it by the same standards. You know, a bit like when you watch black and white films with your parents or something, you'd just be like, well, that was another time, so I'll put it in a different box. But I guess all the children's books I probably read at the same time would have been the, you know, Narnia and stuff that had, your very well-to-do children. Apart from Jan Mark, who I don't know, sadly quite forgotten now, but she was big in the 80s when I was a kid. And she always wrote some really good kind of working class heroes. In, you know, her books were set in like state secondary schools. It was very much about, you know, a girl who's into football and likes shouting at people. You know, but it was rare. It was definitely rare, and I think 2000 AD brought that as well, where it did kind of felt like it wasn't operating in a safe, weird Edwardian bubble that so much of children's books does. And I think, you know, children's books to an extent still does that, and not everywhere, but I think there is that weird nostalgia for, I don't know, like 1890 to 1920, where it's sort of children's book land, you know, not the real time. Because obviously, like, historical fiction is slightly different. It's more that when fantasy is aimed at children, often it's like, everything's made of clockwork, and we weirdly wear Victorian clothes for no reason in this parallel fantasy world with unicorns, you know. So yeah, 2000 AD is that kind of, I guess it's that antidote that's, you know, I guess I had it before the poison, but it's still an antidote, you know.
I mean, there's no doubt for me that, you know, as a working class kid, that comics were the gateway drug to literature, the gateway drug to all kinds of stories. But also they were a gateway for writers and artists. Anybody could rock up, it seemed to me, at 2000 AD offices in London and get a job. I mean, you know, they were very welcoming to new and young writers and gave them a chance, gave them a break. Mark Millar, I think, just started sending them stuff. I wish I'd had the guts to do it. If I'd had the guts to start sending them stuff, I might now be a comic book writer and not a jobbing novelist with all the glamour that the comic book writer has around him. You know, I could be Neil Gaiman, Mark II, Neil Gaiman 2.0. I could be.
I think though you are using the example of someone who does have that glamour life. I think there's a lot of other comic book writers going, tell you what, I wish I'd gone into based around.
Most of the comic book writers watching this are crying.
Yeah.
Well, I wondered, Ian, when you were reading 2000 AD, so where did it, you know, was it a springboard into? Had you been into science fiction, for instance, before, or was this the start of looking at any of that world, and you know, maybe the world of people like Philip K. Dick or Ursula K. Le Guin?
You know what? It wasn't, Robin. It didn't. You know, I've never been a big reader of science fiction and fantasy in book form. I hate to say it, but it's true. Loved the films, loved the TV shows. But I just, you know, I just used to have this conversation a lot with Ian M. Banks. He called his science fiction novel Skiffy. And I said, I've tried your Skiffy books and I just can't. There's something blocking me from enjoying these stories. Although I loved hanging out with Ian Banks and I read all these non sci-fi books. 2000 AD, you know, just led me to other comics. So when the British writers trampolined from 2000 AD and other comics to America and started working for DC and Vertigo and Marvel and everybody else, I went with them. And by this time I was married and living in Tottenham in London, and it had a comic shop. It had an actual comic shop, and I would go in there. I remember the guy who ran it saying to me, "You'll love this, issue 1 Watchmen. It's Alan Moore." I went, "Oh, and bring it on," because I'd been reading his Swamp Thing stuff. So, you know, that took me to Swamp Thing, took me to everything that Mark Millar was going to produce, and all these other great writers and artists were going to produce, the Dave McKeans of this world and everybody else. So I liked British storytellers. I liked British artists. And even when I went to America, I think they had a bigger effect on America than America had on their style. So American comics became a lot edgier. Okay, they already had The Dark Knight, but they became a lot edgier because of all these British writers and artists who were bringing their stuff with them. And so that was where it eventually led me. I should say on my wedding, my wife still holds this up to me. On my wedding day, when she was getting her hair done, I was off getting 2000 AD because it was the day that 2000 AD was published. I had to go and get 2000 AD and read it before I got my morning suit on to go to the church to get married. My wife is furious about that 30 odd years on.
So you were still reading it as you walked down the aisle. I can see that would be
pretty much
annoying.
Rolled up in my pocket in my jacket, you know.
Sorry, it's I
the
do.
ring pulls out the 2000 AD.
What about the new influence for you, Lauren? You know, once you started reading 2000 AD, was that a springboard into other areas of kind of writing that you hadn't looked at before?
So my mom got me into fantasy. My dad got me into science fiction. So, you know, I read Dragonlance and ElfQuest. But then I also read a lot of Philip K. Dick, Ursula Le Guin. So I think I was already very much kind of in that mode. but I don't know if I would have been a comic writer if it hadn't been for 2000 AD. And I think it really gave me an understanding of what you could do with storytelling. And South African theatre did this very well as well, because we had a lot of sanctions and we also had censorship. We weren't allowed to tackle things directly. You weren't allowed to talk about how evil the apartheid government was and, hey, maybe we shouldn't force people to live in a racist state. So people in theatre, people used a lot of kind of analogs and, mythology or fables as a way of kind of exploring actually what apartheid was doing. And I thought 2000 AD reflected that so well as well. And I was like, oh, this is a way of getting at reality in a really interesting and engaging way, is through allegory, is through parable, and putting this kind of science fiction twist or this alternate reality twist on what already exists. And that's absolutely fed into my novels, from Zoo City, which is, about a magical Johannesburg, to The Shining Girls, which is about a time traveling serial killer, but it's really about the mistakes we make in history, which come up again and again. And how we talk about femicide, and what femicide is and what it does to us socially as a society and on a personal level. But if I'd written a book about femicide, which some of my friends have done, hardcore nonfiction, you don't reach the same kind of audience. And it's that kind of the Trojan horse of sneaking in like a really potent, powerful message and using your art to say something about the world, but having, robots and, electronic cigars and a war out in space.
Well, that's, Louis, I find that very interesting about that. To me, science fiction and the kind of worlds that 2000 AD introduced me to, many of the, especially the shorter strips, are thought experiments. That they can be used so easily by people trying to, go, I need to popularize my philosophy lecture. How can I do it? Hang on a minute. I've just found this time twister. I've just found this particular Judge Dredd. This deals with, they do seem to me to have introduced us also to a little kind of philosophical ideas and ways of exploring. Louis, I just want.
Oh, that's me. Sorry. Yeah, no, I think it's true, and I particularly like those kind of future time twisters ones. I like when I'm writing, I really do like writing about ethics, but I'm also very aware that could make someone yawn pretty quickly, especially if they're 8. So going at it via a what if. So like my book about Loki is, what if Loki was turned into an 11-year-old boy and had to live on Earth as a mortal child with all the kind of humiliations that involves, and had to try and become a better person. What would that look like? So I guess it's asking, what does it mean to be a good person, and how do you go about doing that while life is quite hard? And I can't imagine sort of sitting down to a group of 8-year-olds and saying, so, what is the good life? Let's talk about Aristotle. But I think doing that through the lens of a god was an exciting, exploration for me, just as you might explore it through the lens of a future fascist or a girl who just went out.
Lauren, can I ask you, you wrote for 2000 AD for the 40th anniversary edition. What was your story for the 40th anniversary edition?
It was a Strontium Dog story, but we kind of quite heavily centered Durham Red, and we were riffing off, we named the bad guy for King Leopold, who just absolutely devastated the Congo. He cut off people's hands, and in the rubber trade, it was just awful slavery and murder. So it was kind of like a neo-colonial revenge story, where it seems like Durham Red's actually trying to protect someone, but maybe she's betraying them, but maybe she's also trying to bag this big fish of, this alien who's been completely exploiting a planet. And Johnny Alpha's also there. But Durham was one I was excited to write.
Ian,
Can we get hold of this somewhere? I'd love to read it.
Yeah, it's part of the 45th anniversary, but I can also send you the PDF. I mean, I can't. I definitely would not do that.
No.
No.
I'll get the issue.
Ian, who would you have written for then? You said you never sent anything to the mystical place of King's Reach Tower, wasn't it? That was
Yeah.
Isn't that strange? When you actually eventually saw it as an adult, and it was such a mystical place, and then you realised it was just people scurrying through their NMEs and Melody Maker upstairs and 2000 AD over there.
Yeah.
That sounds magical.
Yeah, of course it's magical, because it's what's happening inside all these people's heads is the real place. It's not the physical building, it's what's happening inside it and all the people that are in there. Same as with 2000, same as with NME and stuff. Well, I eventually did get the call. I got the call, but I got it, many years later. Somebody from Vertigo Comics, DC Vertigo in New York said, you keep, in interviews, you keep saying what a huge fan of comic books you are and stuff like, have you ever thought about writing one? And I went, what took you so long, guys? By this stage, I was well into my 40s, if not my 50s. And so I started pitching ideas. And the one that they liked was for a 200-page standalone with Constantine, John Constantine Hellblazer. So I did a 200-page standalone. That was my first ever comic. And, a steep learning curve. Because the only script page I'd ever seen was one written by Alan Moore. And he's very peculiar in the amount of detail he puts into his scripts. And I thought that's how you do it. So I did it that way. And I learned a lesson, which is you don't need to put in all that detail. Give the artist, cut them a little bit slack, give them some leeway. But it was great. And I was working with Werther Della Idrea, who's become very big, very hot recently. He did the art for it, but I never met him, never spoke to him. It was all done. He was in, Italy, Spain. I was in Edinburgh. The editor was in New York, and it all passed via the editor. So, but I think Werther's working now with James Tinian on Something is Killing the Children and stuff like that. So he did all right. It was one of his first comics, was this 200-page Constantine. I remember when it arrived and I got very excited and it's in black and white. I thought it was going to be in color. And it was in black and white. And I went, But apart from that, it was fine.
Louis, what about, in terms of the storytelling style? I always think that with your books, they manage to be both concise and fabulous. That kind of, which is what a comic so often has to be, is to try and manage to encase so much of a story in so few words and so few images. And I think you managed to very often, Loki, which as I said, I've only just started on now. But there's so many images that you just create in people's heads. So you're still obviously working in images. I wondered how the comic style, whether it has actually influenced the way that you approach writing for young people.
Yeah, I think I've always been interested in both like straight up comics, strip stuff, but also where you get into that hybrid space. So something like Posy Simmons, where you will have, she'll kind of there'll be a letter on the page, and then there'll be a bit of comic strip and a pastiche of 18th century art. And I really enjoy the kind of exploring that sort of, I guess, the physicality of a book, which I think I'm very aware of when I'm reading a comic. It is an object, not just, sometimes if you're reading just text, sometimes it's like the words are going into your brain, but not necessarily that much mediated by the book. Whereas with the comic, I'm quite aware of the book. So I like thinking of kind of the Loki book, say, as it's like almost like a medieval manuscript with the illuminations, and you've got the text and the images interacting, and then some straight up comic strips, but also kind of lots of labels everywhere. Because I like, that's kind of how I think. I like that like messy, very kind of spatial thinking, like a bit like the narrative equivalent of the murder board, where you have everything's a spider diagram. But I think also the in 2000 AD, I think it was very good at this, that kind of everything's very concise, because if you're going to have an issue that has multiple stories in it, and to get you to kind of switch from one to the other, and each story is only a part of a story, you really have to get to the point quite quickly. There's none of that kind of rambling, self-indulgent, let's just have a page of a character staring into the distance and then pulling on their, boots, except in the one story where he pulls on his boots, and that's the significant moment. But generally it's very kind of bam, bam, bam. And also the dialogue is what really lifted 2000 AD for me. It's just all these funny people saying funny things to each other, in great peril and while being shot at. Sinister and Dexter always had the best kind of banter, I think.
Lauren, what about, do you feel that it's an advantage or a disadvantage to be stuck in what is technically described as genre writing, with Ian as well, it's still seen that people who write kind of, crime thrillers, and people who write science fiction and people who write horror, it's a kind of in a different corner of the bookshop, and maybe you have to order some of that stuff as well. And I think that gives it also a great advantage in terms of where you can go, that there's something exciting. But do you feel that it would be better if these things were more embraced as just being mixed with all the other books and not in their own special section?
Well, I think we should, I mean, literary is its own genre. And, so rom-coms and ladlit and chicklit and, the idea that there is fiction and then crime and science fiction and horror is ridiculous. Like, we're all intermingled. And, and as soon as like a literary writer, like someone like Colson Whitehead, suddenly gets into genre, it's like this kind of groundbreaking, amazing, wow, he's like really, slumming it. It's like, no, the genre is like where the exciting ideas happen. And I think what genre does so very well is explore the fractal lines of society. And I think crime does that very well. Noir, horror, absolutely. And science fiction and fantasy as well. Like, we really kind of get into the nitty gritty of things. And again, I think it comes down to personal choice. For me, I find it very liberating. For me, I find it's very exciting space to play in. But I do want to pick up on writing for 2000 AD when it was 1996, I think, and I was backpacking around the world, and I was in England, and I was just about to go home to South Africa, and a job ad came up that for 2000 AD to be a writer. And I so desperately wanted to go for it. And I was way too intimidated. And I was like, oh, but my visa is about to run out and I have to go home. And I wonder what that reality would have been like if I'd actually, cowgirled up and gone through and followed that up. That would have been really cool.
Ian, how do you feel about still that kind of sense of that called genre writing? And it's like with Margaret Atwood. Margaret Atwood, a lot of people will say they try and pretend that she doesn't write a lot of science fiction because she's now, considered so literary. And of course, she just writes great stories. And it happens that a lot of them are within what we would consider to be a science fiction world. Are you glad to still be perhaps slightly, I mean, I know obviously you're a best-selling author, but in some ways still the reviews, we don't seem to have as many reviews as a lot of the kind of stuff that's considered to be genre. It doesn't seem to have, it doesn't get spoken about in such highfalutin ways.
I think it used to bother me a lot more than it does now, because back in the bad old days when I started writing crime fiction definitely wasn't taken seriously in the UK, but crime fiction is taken a lot more seriously in the UK now, and other kinds of writing still are looked down on. So the historical novel, the romance novel, women's fiction, science fiction, horror are still looked down on. In a way that crime isn't, and I'm just hoping everybody else gets a rung up the ladder, the same as crime has happened with crime. Now, crime novels, you can study them sometimes in high school, definitely in universities, they're on various syllabuses, etc., and literary novelists, Colson's been mentioned, will write crime fiction, when they get the ideas. And I mean, that's what happens with me, is I get the idea for the story first, or the theme that I want to explore, and then I think, what kind of story will allow me to explore this? And almost always I think, well, this sounds to me like it could be a crime novel, and mostly it's featuring the same character. Not always, but mostly. But that's because the story, that's just the best way of telling that story. And if I got an idea for a story that couldn't be contained in a crime novel, I would write that story. But I don't think things are nearly as bad for crime fiction as they were a generation or two ago. And part of that is down to the fact that young writers have come along who see no shame in writing crime fiction. A generation ago, they would have wanted to be thought of as literary novelists. And now it doesn't bother them in the least. They would rather have the sales than the review in the Times Literary Supplement.
And Louis, I was just thinking that there's a Marvel universe which is, just seems to be churning out an enormous, spin-off after spin-off. There's the DC universe. We haven't yet got a kind of 2000 AD cinematic universe. Obviously, we've had a reasonably terrible version of Judge Dredd in the 90s, and then what I personally thought was a pretty good Judge Dredd movie in the last 10 years.
In South Africa.
Yeah,
it's a perfect place to do it.
What did you think of that movie, Lauren?
No, I thought it was great. I thought it was really fun, and yeah. And my friend Joe died in it, as he does in every movie.
Is that his job?
He's an actor, and he somehow ends up dying. He's died in God, I can't remember any name. Starship Troopers 3. He's died in Black Sails. He's died in Judge Dredd. He at least got a named death in Judge Dredd, but yeah.
But he only dies in really good films, though. That's
yes,
good.
No, absolutely. Yes, some. I don't know about Starship Troopers.
he's the Sean Bean of his generation.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as your death makes the edit, that's the main thing. But who would you, Louis? If you were now someone said, right, we've got 2000 AD universe. It's time that we started to make movies. Where is the screenplay for you? Which person are you going to think? Right, this is the story we need to.
I've got to go Halo Jones. I want a big budget for the Clara Pandy.
Yeah.
I want a really scary robot dog. This is not going to be a family movie. It's going to be quite gross, but it's also going to be, you know, reflecting the modern day society. And I want a really big, like, energetic kind of dance score. I think, like, a really kind of, like, really dirty, something you would like listen to at 4 a.m. in an underground club. I haven't been clubbing for a while, but I imagine. And I basically want every 13-year-old to want to be her.
So that you're going to make the movie where you go, you won't believe it, Alan Moore actually liked my film of his work. I always have that image of like the guy who made that terrible League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and I've heard from some of the people who were on set at the time about, you know, and I'd imagine that when he first sat down, he thought, I'm going to be the one that's going to make the movie that Alan, and then slowly you go, this is not going very well at all. And, oh man, so what about for you, Ian? What's going to be your first 2000 AD universe screenplay?
Sam Slade. It's got to be. I mean, you know, update the gumshoe. Get all the elements of Blade Runner, but with a lot of laughs. So the kids will love it. The kids will love it. I'm reminded though. I've got the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I've got a story about that because I once was invited to meet Sean Connery because he wanted me to ghost his autobiography. And I thought, right, Ian, you're meeting Sean Connery. Take a DVD, get him to sign a DVD. And in my rush to leave, the first thing I found was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, the film that basically ended his career. He did after that, no more movies. And I took it along, and I said, "Oh, by the way, Sean, can you?" He went, "We're fucking." The director was a madman, an absolute madman. The director. And but he signed it to me, and I probably that is the only signed copy of that film in existence, because I doubt Sean wanted to sign too many of those.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's such a we won't need to talk about that film anymore. Lauren, what about for you? So which are you entering the 2000?
Well, I think Louis and I are going to have to collaborate on Halo. I think I did have some talks a couple of years ago about it. But what I think for me would be a really important thing now is I would like Halo to be a woman of color, you know, a young queer woman. And I think that I just feel that would be like a much better update of who she is, and speak more to where we are in society right now. But yeah, and yeah, but you need a huge budget, and it'd be so interesting to like track her whole life. Yeah.
Just saying, Lux Rothchop as a woman would be quite hot.
Oh yes. Now I'm trying to cast her.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of people leaving comments afterwards to give you
the one thing everyone goes away with.
What about the renaming 2000 AD? Because the thing I was thinking, my son was born in 2007, and when he really got into comics, I was in a Reading Oxfam, and I found some old 2000 ADs, and I took them back to him, and his first reaction was, "But that was ages ago, Dad." And I think it's quite an interesting thing that, you know, for us, we can still see 2000 AD as just this idea of a future. But for him, as certainly when he was 10 years old, this was a very strange idea that a future comic set so far in the past. So have we any thoughts of, because that's always what you always think when you watch those movies, which go, it's 1997 and Manhattan has been turned into it, and you go, always starting the screenplay, it's the near future.
Yeah.
The near future is always a little bit. So have we got any ideas for the rename your 2000 AD for those kids who are feeling it's a historical examination?
I was just wondering though, if it might just become a word. You know how like the save icon is a disc and no one knows what that is anymore. It's almost like it's just, I don't know, it's a word, but it doesn't have to mean the year. It just becomes a symbol of something magical and exciting.
I'm sure they went through. I'm sure they've been through this. I'm sure 2000 AD, the editorial staff have thought many times, do we need to rebrand? I mean, 2000 AD, you know, to start with was twinned with another comic. It was two comics, and it kept blending in with other comics and the best characters from other comics. And that used to happen all the time when I was young. That one week you'd be buying Whizzer, the next week it was Whizzer and Chips, and two comics had become one. And just the best elements, they both were kept there. And I think it's to 2000 AD's credit that it's kept the brand, that 2000 AD still means something. When you say the word, the image it conjures up is still relevant. Although 2000 AD, the year, might be a long way in the past, 2000 AD as a brand still means something relevant, and it pertains because of that. It hasn't been swamped by other comics because it is such a strong brand.
What was it? I can't. It wasn't Star-Lord, was it? What was the?
Yep.
It
Star-Lord
was.
and Warrior and
Warrior, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that it was 2000 AD and Star-Lord when it started. That was the God, I'd forgotten that.
I'm just thinking about it. I hadn't thought about it previously, but just off the top of my head, maybe 0 AD, or just.
But it's
But-
interesting.
But that would read OED, and that would not. Good.
But you're right. There is something about 2000 AD becomes in a space in the block universe that is this kind of uncanny space, doesn't it? It's this space which allows it to be. It's like when you watch an old spaghetti western where they didn't have enough of the budget to build anything beyond 3 houses, and therefore suddenly it just every town becomes a ghost town. Every returning gunfighter becomes the ghost of a gunfighter, whether it's as deliberate as High Plains Drifter. And I think that's what I see as 2000 AD. That bit of time in the block universe where it sits is this mystical time of what the future was to be and always what it was to be. So the final thing, what would you like 2000 AD to explore? What areas in terms of science fiction, in terms of kind of the future possibilities, or indeed using the future possibilities to explore the past? What areas would you like to see 2000 AD going into in the next 45 years?
So I think they should ask me to guest edit an African issue where we just find amazing African writers and tell stories from the continent.
That's very interesting. Louis?
I would like. It's a tricky one. I'm still really interested in like deep space and finding other worlds. So I'd love to do special edition on life on other worlds. In our distant future, what would the human race be like when it's spread out across the galaxy, or what happens to the people that are left?
Ian?
Well, I mean, various stories down the years have dealt with ecology, but it's more important now than ever, and especially if we can get to younger readers and say to them, by the way, we fucked up, and you're going to have to clean it up, please. And here's a story that's going to give you some ideas that will tell you you've got a problem, but maybe it's not insurmountable, although it's getting that way. So something that isn't totally dystopian, but actually gives a little bit of hope for the generations coming along after us would be nice.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Ian. And thank you, everyone. I hope there's loads more stuff coming up for the 45th anniversary of 2000 AD. It is right. How many of you, let's just check, right? We talked about this before we went on air. How many of you returned home one day and found out that your box of comics had been thrown away by your mum or your dad then? Ian?
My big sister, she'd given them to her friends. All her friends had taken them away.
Louis?
I don't know what happened to them. They're just gone somewhere. So I know they've gone to a farm upstate to play with all the other 2000 ADs.
So some kind of wormhole connection to the farms as well. And Lauren, you said before that there was a preservation for yours.
Yeah, so my dad threw out my Misties, but I've been traveling with my 2000 AD collection, which went from 1987 to I think 1997. So like 10 years worth for 30 years. I have whittled it down to my favorites. I got rid of a lot of the dreads that I didn't like, but I've still got about 50 comics, which I put in a container and I shipped from South Africa to London 3 months ago. So yeah.
I'm going to throw one more actually quickly. 2000 AD cover. When I say that, what's the first one that you see?
Nemesis.
Nemesis. Louis?
Dark Judges.
Ian?
Yeah, just a big, huge Judge Dredd on his motorbike.
And the Judge Cal story as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you very much. Now, everyone who hasn't had their 2000 AD thrown away, go and enjoy them and realise what a wonderful world that you have that was...
Go and look on eBay and see how much they're worth.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Scary.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Lauren, Louis, and Ian.
I hope you enjoyed the first panel of the galaxy's greatest Earthlets. No story of 2000 AD is complete without reference to the British invasion, which is where creators from the UK, very many of them 2000 AD artists and writers, moved over to the American industry of superhero comics, many thanks to the work of DC Comics editors Julie Schwartz and Karen Berger. Now, the next panel is going to be talking to some of the creators from the second British invasion, who went across from the 80s and 90s, specifically because of their work on Crisis, which was the mature comics sister title for 2000 AD that was launched in the very early 90s. And they've gone on into incredible, influential careers in comics and beyond. So we've got Garth Ennis, who many people will know as the writer behind The Boys and Preacher, both of which have been turned into TV shows. We have John McCrea, who is an artist who's worked on Hitman and Judge Dredd, and Sean Phillips, who went from, he started working girls' comics actually in the 1980s, an industry that pretty much doesn't exist anymore. Worked for Crisis and then went on to an acclaimed career as an artist on crime comics, such as Criminal and The Fade Out. So they're talking to writer and artist Torlum Grumbeck. And it's wonderful to hear their stories of going from being droids to being people who were known for their American comics work.
Droids? Master Vulture. Why were they called droids?
So, anybody who works for 2000 AD is a robot. We just wear these rather poor quality, fleshy skin suits, Walter.
Ah, so it's not a moustache, it's an awful antenna.
Roll the panel.
Okay, guys. So we're doing this panel to celebrate the 45 years of 2000 AD. And we have our esteemed guest today, who's John McCrea, Sean Phillips, and Garth Ennis.
Hello.
And we gathered you three because the three of you, I'm not sure this is completely true, because I think at least, John, you've done something before Crisis, the magazine Crisis.
Yeah, a few things, but not much.
Yeah, and I think maybe Sean as well.
Done 8 years of comics before Crisis. Yeah.
Oh, there we are. So what I would really like for you to tell me, because I've been trying to do research on this. Crisis was a little after my time. I got them randomly at a used bookstore where the angry guy let me buy a bunch of shit. If I can just, I made a pile of stuff and I got everything that looked interesting. So I've read a bunch of Crisis, like here's 45 and here's 59. So I've never read anything like in one sitting ever. And Crisis is, or was, I should say, one of the quite a few anthology magazines that you had in Britain in the 80s. So
it was all anthology magazines pretty much in the UK. Yeah, I think that's all it was. You know, we didn't have standalone comics with one character in for 20 pages. It was always 4 or 5 pages or 2 or 3 pages split up over a bunch, you know, with a bunch of characters all under a sort of a thing like a Wizard or Chips or Buster or whatever, Warlord, you know, an umbrella title.
Crisis was one of a particular group that came along in the late 80s, early 90s to take advantage of the perceived adult audience for comics, which had been discovered with the success of Dark Knight and Watchmen. And I think Mouse had all done very well in collected editions. And so it was thought that comics, anthology comics, like Crisis, could take advantage of that audience. So there was Crisis, but there was also Deadline, Revolver, Strip, Blast. I think Deadline lasted the longest, actually. And of course, the Judge Dredd magazine started around that time, but it was a little different because it employed an existing character. These other ones were all going after a slightly older audience.
So, Sean, you did comics for 8 years before Crisis.
I did, yeah.
So what kind of comics? Was that 2000 AD?
Oh, no, I didn't get into 2000 AD until after I'd already been in Crisis. I used to, like John Garth says, that all British comics are anthologies, and I worked on the ones aimed at girls. Boys didn't read them; they just really didn't. The boys comics were war and sport, and the girls comics were about more soap opera type stuff, Victorian orphans or show jumpers or gymnasts or ballerinas, and I drew all that sort of stuff when I started when I was 15 until Crisis came along 8 years later.
Brilliant training ground.
It was
fantastic.
I mean, it didn't seem like at the time because I only really wanted to draw Spider-Man. I didn't care about girls' comics or any British comics really, and but it was brilliant training ground because I drew real life stuff. I had to draw someone sat in a chair, someone walking down the street, horses, horrible, just awful things that you would never choose to draw. But because that's the sort of stuff I do nowadays, people sat around talking. It was very good training for me.
Okay, so and John, you did something before Crisis as well?
Yeah, I did a couple of G.I. Joe stories for the UK market, which was called Action Force. I think I did a Future Shock before Crisis, I think, and also Centurions Power Extreme, which was a toy tie-in published by some company that no longer exists, shock horror. So yeah, just a smattering of stuff, not like Sean's 8 years of, at 15.
It was, I mean,
I couldn't draw the curtains.
That 8 years was, I was at school then and at art college, so it was only like the Saturday job. It wasn't like the real job. He kept me in records and books and stuff, so I didn't have to work in a bar or anything.
Still impressive stuff, Sean.
Thanks.
Okay, so Garth, your first published work was in Crisis?
That's right. Yeah. I'm a little bit younger than these guys, just a little bit. I actually got the job on my 9th birthday. Yeah. All right, quite a bit. I got the job on my 19th birthday, and that was in '89. And the stuff for Crisis would have been my very first. I had sent some ideas for Future Shocks to 2000 AD, but they'd been rejected because they were shite, really. So Crisis was the first real job.
So how did that come about? Because you did it with John. That was Troubled Souls, the first one.
That's right. Crisis had launched about 6 months before that, and there'd been a signing tour. And Steve McManus, the editor, Pat Mills, John Smith, and
Tim
Bakey all came to Belfast, and I met them there. And I got chatting to Steve, and I said, "Would you be interested for Crisis? Would you be interested in a story about the Troubles in Northern Ireland?" And he said, "That's exactly the kind of thing we want. That's what Crisis is for." So I wrote up an outline, sent it in, called the office on my birthday, just thought I'd take a punt on it. And to my amazement, was told that I more or less had the job.
Amazing. And then you asked John to draw it, or?
I think I'd already approached John because I knew him from the comic shop he ran. And I think I'd asked him if he would be interested in drawing it, and he agreed to, because it was set in Belfast in Northern Ireland, and this was pre-internet, so of course research was not as easy as it is now. It really had to be an artist, a local artist, and that brought it down to John and Will Simpson. And I didn't know Will, and I think he was very busy with Rogue Trooper at that point, or Dread. But anyway, I asked John, and he did up a couple of character sketches that I sent in with the outline, and we kind of got the job together, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sean, your first thing for Crisis, that was New Statesman.
That's right. Yeah, I did a couple of fill-in episodes, number 7 and 8, or something like that, maybe, because it was 14 pages every 2 weeks, and no one can do that much apart from Carlos, who never really had a fill-in on Third World War. But you know, Jim was falling behind, so I got approached to see if I wanted to do a few episodes. I got the job because I had an agent at the time who got me all my Girls Comics work, and he'd heard that Crisis was coming up. This is before it even come out. Probably, I think it came out in September, so it would have been a couple of months earlier. So he showed my samples to Steve Mack or whoever was interested, and yeah, I got a bit of work out of it. I'd already approached Pat Mills a couple of years previous to that, because I went to art college in Preston, where Brian Talbot had also gone to art college a few years before me, and one of my tutors had also taught Brian. He said, "Oh yeah, I know this guy that likes comics. Go around and see him." So I did. I drew a couple of Dread Pages samples, went around to see Brian. He was drawing Nemesis at the time. He liked my stuff. He rang Pat up while I was stood there in front of him, and that was, you know. And then Pat remembered me a couple of years later when they were looking for people for Crisis. He remembered me because of a particular awful strip I'd shown him, though. Is a one-page story for Bunty or Judy or one of those girls' comics, and it was about this girl who was always very accident-prone, and she ended up breaking her leg and breaking her arm, and her potential boyfriend that she was interested in also broke his leg, and ended up with their dog breaking its leg as well, and that was what Pat remembered. A terrible drawing of a dog with its leg in plaster.
Is this sold to the Japanese market later?
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing there too.
Yeah, so I mean, I got it through my agent. Really, it wasn't, you know, it's all his work. I don't know how he managed to convince them.
So, did the work you did in Crisis, all of you basically, did that propel you to other jobs? Was that the catalyst, or did you stay? Because I know at least Garth, you wrote a few more stories for this thing. I found out today because I, as I said, I've been reading like some random Crises, and there's a story there with Charlie and a dog, and there's one panel where the dog attacks the rabbit. Do you remember this?
That's me, right?
That is you, and I didn't know this, but I do remember thinking, because it is a horrible panel of like one rabbit just dying. There's just blood everywhere. And I was like, not the rabbits. And then the caption ends with something like, it looked like an abortion in a face cloth. And I laughed so much. Anyway, I remember this moment for like 25 years ago. And it turns out it was you, of course.
I do remember that. The artist on that, unfortunately, I can't remember his name, but I think he'd won a contest in Crisis or something, and the story, it's just that stupid old joke turned into a comic script. The one about the neighbor looks after the family next door's house when they go on holiday, and he sees his dog savaging their rabbit, so he buries it, and when they come home,
sews it up again and pretends it's alive. No, it died in the cage.
That's right. And then when they get home, they tell them that actually it died the day before they went on their holiday. So it's just a stupid old joke that I turned into an 8-pager. But yeah, I did a bit more work for Crisis. We all did, actually, because John, you and I did that follow up to Troubled Souls, and Sean, you then became one of the main artists on Third World War, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I did a few episodes of that.
Yeah.
And then me and John Smith did another thing called Straight Gate. It started around about number 50, so I mean it was a good 2 or 3 years later.
Yeah.
That was our own thing.
Actually, wasn't there, speaking of John Smith, I mentioned that signing in Belfast. There was a story that John went for a bit of a walk and he ran into a British Army patrol. Do you know this one?
No, I don't know that.
And he, I mean, you probably know that John has a prosthetic arm, quite an impressive piece of kit. And is he from Yorkshire, Lancashire?
He's from Blackburn.
Right. And he has quite a broad accent. So he runs into this army patrol, and they're a bit, bewildered, because here's this very obviously English guy with a false arm, and he's not carrying any ID. Why would he think he would need ID? He didn't know anything about the security situation or anything. And
he even had any ID. He's only about 17.
Right. Right. But it's like, all right, what's your name? John Smith.
Yeah.
And I'd love to have seen, whatever 19-year-old corporal had to call that one.
Fantastic.
Okay, so you did Straight Gate, and that was, if I remember correctly here, was that one of the stories that got into a little bit of trouble with censors and stuff?
A little, yeah. We had a couple of pages pulled, but I think it was before it got as far as anybody seeing it, apart from Stephen Manus. I think he just got cold feet and decided to pull a couple of pages. But it was the words, not the pictures. It was typical John Smith stuff. He's got particular interests and he puts them in all his work. I can't really be more specific, but yeah, something quite grim, something quite misogynistic, I should imagine, because his work sometimes is. Yeah, so yeah, had a couple of pages pulled, but it didn't really affect the stories really. It was like a little sidebar, so it didn't matter really. And we didn't know, John and I didn't know until the comic came out and the pages weren't there. No one bothered telling us. Yeah, no one asked him to rewrite it to make it more palatable.
I think where they really ran into trouble was with the Milligan McCarthy strip.
Skin,
yeah. Which it's brilliant. It's it's one of it would have been the best strip in Crisis, really. It's about a young London skinhead with thalidomide, and his vengeance upon the people who caused the whole thalidomide scandal. And I think what happened was the printers refused to touch it.
Yeah, that's right.
That caused a problem within. At the time, Crisis in 2080 were owned by Robert Maxwell's company. This is before he went swimming one dark night, and they pulled the entire story. And much the same way as Action, the whole problem over Action 10 years earlier, that created a sort of an atmosphere at the time of extreme caution. And I think I'm not sure if it was right after that or right before it that True Faith, the story I did with Warren Police, was withdrawn from sale in its collected edition because a chap called Igor Goldkind, who did PR for the company at the time, had sent copies of True Faith, which was blasphemy, really. It was the whole point of the story, to every major Christian church and group in the country. And of course, there was a tidal wave of complaint, and the book had to be withdrawn from sale. So they, Crisis did have its share of trouble, definitely, and it did make them a little bit cautious. And I suppose, Sean, in a way, Straightgate reaped the benefits of that in the worst possible way.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So how old were you when True Faith was kind of withdrawn from the market and everything?
20, because it had run in Crisis and then its collected edition had come out. I remember that their plan was really to just have a whole series of Crisis graphic novels for sale in the US as much as anything else, but they ended up only doing a few. They did our books, John, and True Faith, and a few other bits and pieces. Crisis, it had kind of run into trouble fairly early, because although the sales had been fantastic on the first issue, they'd immediately plummeted. And in fact, John and I we got the job because they decided to cut one of the stories and they needed a replacement fast. And that's how we got in there, because it was sort of panic stations.
Yeah, not really in our own merits or anything, just because we were the best shit lying around that they could scrape up, really.
Exactly. It's like, let's hold our noses and go into the submissions pile, and it's like, what's this? and that's what we got. You see, the whole thing, just to expand on this a little bit, I mentioned the sort of wave of adult comics that had come along at the time. The trouble was that a mainstream audience will pick up The Dark Knight or Watchmen or Mao's collected editions, and they'll enjoy one story under one set of covers. But what they won't do is go to a comic store or a newsagent and pick up an anthology every week or every fortnight. And so this adult comic movement, in a way, it was biting off more than it could chew. It was based on this fallacy, really, that there was a big enough mainstream audience out there for mature comics, and there just wasn't. And that's why none of these things lasted more than a few years. I mean, I think Deadline went about 6 or 7, Crisis was gone in 3, Strip and Blast and Revolver disappeared almost straight away.
I mean, the Judge Dredd magazines lasted till now, because that's just aimed at old 2000 AD fans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was slightly more adult than 2000 AD. So it's just people that have grown out of that and then started reading that instead.
Mm.
Yeah, I wouldn't think there's much to differentiate the two these days, really.
I don't think there's now, but I think when it came out, when the magazine came out, 2000 AD was still just for kids.
Gotcha.
Really. Yeah. It's not now, is it?
No.
Yeah.
So did you guys, you all grew up reading 2000 AD?
Yep. First issue.
A little bit. I didn't read it. I wasn't really that into it. I was really only into comics. I was.
Yeah.
It wasn't glossy. It wasn't colourful enough and glossy enough for me. It took me until, I don't know, the first one I remember reading and thinking I'm going to carry on reading this was the Steve Dillon Dread werewolf story.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember what that was called, but I would have been about 18 maybe then, and I hadn't really picked it up for a few years. I thought, actually, this is really good. So then I started reading it all the time, and also by then I'd gone to art college, and it was easy to get. You know, other American comics were hard to get back then, so this took their place, really.
Yeah. I remember throwing the space spinner over my hedge with my first throw from issue 1, and then putting on the Bitonic stickers or whatever the fuck they were called, and pulling them off a couple of minutes later and pulling all the hairs in my arm off with them. So yes, good memories, fun times. Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah. For me, it was pretty much 2000 AD all the way, really. And Battle and things like Commando and the picture libraries. I saw almost no American comics until I was a good deal older, with the exception of Mad magazine.
Mm-hmm.
First American comic I read cover to cover was Dark Knight, which is an odd way to start, I think.
Yeah, not really a
Go downhill from there, isn't it, really?
Well, I do recall thinking, my God, American comics are wonderful. I've been a fool. I must go out and buy as many as I can. And of course, a nasty surprise lay in store. But one of them was one of Alan's Swamp Things.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, right, Halo Jones, DR and Quince, this guy working in American comics, great, more of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have one question for you, Garth, but just because 4 people asked me this. Did you write something before? Did you write other things than comics? Did you write poetry while you were sitting in your island?
No, I did not write anything really. I mean, there were the outlines for the Future Shocks that I mentioned. I probably knocked off a couple of half-decent English essays. No, I really didn't.
Troubled Souls is your first piece of work.
But did you want to be a writer?
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Garth, did you want to be a writer then? Or did you sort of fell into it?
I recall I recall thinking, reading 2000 AD and Battle, and then progressing later to, things like Dark Knight and so on, and Watchmen and Swamp Thing, and the stuff that was around at the time, like Concrete and Love and Rockets and Peter Bag's neat stuff and things like that, and thinking, yes, there really is something worthwhile going on here. It would be good to do this. This is like a really interesting time in comics, and the medium is evolving, and I'd like to be a part of that. So yeah, I did want to, when I approached Steve at the Crisis signing, it was with definite ambition to get a career going in comics.
Yeah, but you weren't like, well, I don't know about you, Sean, but I was wanting to draw comics since I was 4. When my mum and dad bought me my very first comic when I was 4, and I just went, that's what I'm going to do when I grow up. I'm going to draw comics. So I presume it was, a bit later on for you, Garth. Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to sort of nail down the exact time, but sort of mid to late teens, I suppose.
Sure.
When I started to think about some sort of writing career. I mean, journalism occurred to me. That would have been a disaster. But
you wouldn't have a job now, would you?
No, good point. Very good point. But yeah, Troubled Souls was really the first thing, and that was, if I'm honest, naked ambition. Really, it was like, I want to get into this business, and this looks like the way I can do it. Because at that point, there really weren't any other comic book writers from Northern Ireland. And so it was kind of taking advantage of a local issue to get into the business.
Which is, there's nothing wrong with that. So,
and it is a confident piece of work. Like it does, I know you're trying to hide it as well as you can. But it is interesting, and it is it's too good to be the first thing you ever wrote. It's annoyingly good to be the first thing.
Well, you're not the first to say it. I mean, I kind of cringe when I think of it, but I suppose if we go back to the guys in the Crisis office looking at the submissions pile, maybe it was the best of a bad bunch, because at least it went in a straight line. At least it behaved the way a story's supposed to. Like that basic narrative ability is something that a lot of people lack at the start. And maybe I was just a bit closer to it, closer to having it than a lot of people were at the time. I mean, as I say, I'm not fond of it, but it's pretty straightforward. It doesn't, it's coherent. It doesn't go awry, or there aren't any. I don't think there are any plot threads left untied. It covers the basics, let's say.
I still have a fondness for it, partly, for the writing of it. I mean, the artwork, not so much myself, but again, that was your first work, and it was my first work that I painted. And I wasn't like Sean. When Sean started painting stuff for Crisis, he was a fucking great painter, whereas I had never painted in my life. So I had to learn on the job how to paint. And
yeah, we all learn on the job.
Yeah, well, we do. Yeah, I mean, we're still learning, aren't we, Sean? I mean,
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, but I one of the things that I thought I should do. Look, I have a page of Troubled Souls right here. One of the things I thought I should do was draw it big and paint it big, so that I could then, when it got reduced down, and here is a copy of Crisis, and look how tiny a copy of Crisis is compared to my.
Oh, that's massive bit of artwork.
This is Princess Leia in her little spacecraft, and this is the fucking Star Destroyer coming out in comparison. And so yeah, I was just flailing about as it goes and learning on the job, and I look at it now and go, oh Jesus, but it's interesting. I think it's an interesting sort of piece of history. One of the things that I did was go around photographing all the areas to put into it. They're all real places, and every time I went somewhere and took a photograph of it and put it into the strip, the place got blown up shortly afterwards. So I did ask you at one point to put my school into it, put old Hollywood Sullivan into it. So, yeah, I did ask you to do that just as a favor, so that it would get blown up shortly afterwards as well. You know, that was pushing the boat out, I think, that one.
I do remember them asking you if you can handle full color artwork, if you can do fully painted, and like the actor who's asked if he can ride a horse, you just said, "Yep, no problem at all."
Just lie.
You don't say no, do you?
No. Just lie like a professional. Yes, exactly.
My first published work had horses in it, and I just said, "Yeah, I can draw horses." And that was the last time I drew horses until a couple of years ago as well.
You did 8 years of girl comics, and you only did horses once.
Yeah, first job. Yeah, I had to draw ballerinas and gymnasts and stuff. That's slightly easier than horses. Not much.
I do remember actually. I remember at one point in Preacher, there was a storyline where the lead character becomes a sheriff of a little town, and I gave him a badge and a 6-gun and a little dog, and Steve Dillon said to me, "You're going to put him on a fucking horse, aren't you?" with a look in his eye that said, "Don't put him on a horse." And I didn't put him on a horse.
But then you went and wrote that Preacher special, which is all about the horses and the horse killing.
But didn't you draw that?
Well, no, Steve drew it, but Steve just basically makes ovals where the horses were, and then I drew the horses in and inked them, and Steve just left all the horse drawing to me. Yeah. Right. Didn't he do that with Glyn as well? Didn't he get Glyn to draw the tanks?
Yes, the tank battle in Monument Valley. There were just spaces left, and Glyn drew in the tanks. Yeah.
Shocking. I have a page from Johnny Red.
Oh
there. Yeah. And the fun thing about this page, because I got it from Keith Burns, is that there is a Hawker Hurricane there, but it's not the one in the book, because at some point Garth went, I want to see the roundels, so can you just twist the plane a bit? Like the most horrible man in the world. Yes. And so lovely Keith obviously did. And I have the original page, and he gave me the new plane that he drew for you. So I can see why Steve would be like, I'm going to leave the tanks to someone else.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah, that was a very Steve move. Yeah, I know the page you're talking about, and it's a great shot. It's just that it's an intro shot, so it doesn't quite work. Hence,
I got 2 hurricanes. I'm happy. I'm just saying. I can't imagine anyone looking at that page and doing anything but like cry happy tears. Okay, but one of the things that is interesting to me in Crisis is both of your art styles there. It looks experimental. It looks like you're having fun and using different, like you're using photographs. Was that a thing you did back in the 80s, or was it specifically for the kind of mature comics that you were working with?
Well, I think for me, it's like John said, we learn on the job, and painting comics take a long time, and any shortcut is welcome. So yeah, paste in a photo, paste on a map, do whatever you can. But also, I mean, there was a massive explosion of painting comics in the UK and in the US then. Stray Toasters or Arkham Asylum or Bisley painting Slain, and all that can't help but feed in to your own stuff. You look at that and think, wow, that's great. The biggest influence I had on my stuff, The New Statesman, was I took my first few pages into the office when Fleetway were in London, and I lived in London at the time. And I put my first few pages, I was really pleased with them. I thought they were great. And I'd get there, and they've got a double-page spread that Duncan Fegredo drawn for his episode of New Statesman, which was coming out just before mine or one before. And his was like a parade with horses and like 1 million people, and it was just so exciting looking and so totally different to how I drew and how I thought and everything. And I just think, that made me really want to try and develop my stuff a little bit more.
Yeah, and we all hate Duncan, don't we?
Yeah.
Talented fucker. Yeah. With me, enjoying was perhaps not the word to use for when I was painting comics, more sort of like pulling teeth. It was just horrible. I hated every minute of it. Every painted page has my blood on it, really, and that's more because I was trying to commit suicide at the time. And then sort of just, Jesus. I was so happy when I got to move over to the States and start working for DC. Archie Goodwin got me over, and the very first thing they gave me was a fully painted prestige format book with James Hutnell. So I nearly drove myself off a cliff. It was just like, fuck's sake, no more painted artwork. Please leave me alone. So yeah. Thank God the demon came along shortly after that. But yeah, it was, I really didn't like the whole painted sort of, and I still don't really like painted comic artwork particularly. It doesn't really work in comics, I don't think, because it makes you stop and look at each panel and take it as a piece of artwork instead of as part of a story that's you're meant to be getting on with. And I think that doesn't really work at all. It's anyway, not for me at any rate. No.
I read.
Some people can do it. Sorry.
Go ahead, Sean.
No.
I was going to say, I mean, modern American comics with computer coloring look more detailed and more complicated than painting artwork ever did. So,
yeah.
Do you have the same problem with that?
Yeah,
I
don't really like most of that overly computer-colored artwork. It sort of just
it takes you out of the story again.
Yeah. It also it's too hyper real. I mean, I don't read comics to look at real things. I read comics because I want to not I much prefer somebody like, say, Mick McMahon, who's a complete stylist and pares his artwork down to the bare minimum or what have you, than somebody who just draws everything in the kitchen sink. That said, that's what I'm doing at the moment, but anyway, basically can't teach or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I don't like the overly rendered computer coloring either. No.
I fell down a lettering page, the letters page in Crisis rabbit hole yesterday, trying to slightly prepare for this. And one of the comments they got quite often was like, oh, this is something new. This is something beyond comics, because they're mixing of the media and everything. And they would always be just like, no, this is comics. Just get over it. You like comics, sir. I'm sorry. That's what you like. but it was a fun time. They printed a lot of cool stuff. I think the best thing I've read was this quote: although many pagans use animal sacrifices, most have realized the long-term effects of these methods. Eventually, the novelty wears off, and you end up knee-deep in blood and too little to no effect. It is.
Is that a letter to Crisis?
Yeah. That's, I don't know.
They didn't make quite a lot of the letters up, though.
Oh God, I hope so. But it is so worth reading. I found all of I have them all now, except for 45. So I don't think I've ever read the more troubles of the first part of your second Troubled Souls. I've never read them. Yeah.
And you must have read The New Adventures of Hitler. Grant Morrison and Steve Yeun. Well, yeah, that's probably my favorite out of all the stuff that saw print in Crisis, actually. Grant had, I think, been sort of slightly disparaging about Crisis when it first came out. So it was funny that this strip actually came along at a time when Crisis really did need a sales boost. And of course, Grant's name provided that. As you could imagine, with a title like The New Adventures of Hitler, it had run into problems of its own. I don't think it's ever been reprinted since, which is a shame because it's an absolute cracker. Yeah.
Did they finish it?
Yeah.
Because originally it was in a Scottish magazine, wasn't it? It was at the Cut.
Yes.
In black and white, a few episodes, and then
Grant got into it with some. Was there some lead singer of some band who also wrote a column for a style?
It was Pat Kane from Hue and Cry.
Right.
Yeah.
And Grant had sort of gotten it into it a bit with him, and that may or may not have led to them having problems, but eventually it saw print in Crisis. And it was Steve Ewell drew it, but Steve Whitaker and Nick Abadzis collaborated on the color, and they did a really interesting job on it. You know, they were using wallpaper and stuff like that. Just having mentioned Nick Abadzis, I should say that probably the best story to come out of this entire era of adult comics was Hugo Tate, by Nick Abadzis in Deadline, which was totally unlike anything else in Deadline. It was absolutely brilliant, and if you can get a copy of the collected edition, I really recommend it. It is one of, I'd say it's one of the best comics you'll ever read. If that era gave rise to anything worthwhile, it would be Hugo Tate. That would be at the top of the list.
Yeah, and Nick having a career writing stuff. I mean, the Lacka and the other stuff that Nick has done. Everything Nick does is pretty brilliant, really. Yeah, man's a genius.
So how did you guys feel about Deadline?
That's where the cool kids were.
Yeah, that's
we
very
were
true.
the squares.
That's totally true. In fact, that nicely sums up the problem with that particular time in comics. Crisis and Deadline both launched at the end of the 80s. I think they launched within about a week of each other.
I think I checked. It was 3 weeks apart or something.
Right. It was sort of September, October of 88, and you had Crisis, which was strident and political and committed, and you had Deadline, which was chilled out and mostly just fun, not really about anything, ideal for passing around the squat when you're smoking a joint. It had a like kind of a rock music section to it. And what you had there is you had Crisis, an 80s comic that actually actually managed to exemplify a time that was on its way out, and Deadline, a comic which nicely anticipates the coming age, the 90s. And Crisis, as a result, because strident political stories weren't really what people wanted at that point, Crisis didn't last, and Deadline lasted twice as long, just because it managed to nail the zeitgeist, I suppose. Probably more by accident than design. But if you look at the two comics, that's kind of the problem right there.
What issue did Deadline get to? Because I don't remember Deadline really getting beyond about issue 60 or odds or something like that.
They lasted till 1995, so I suppose it's quite a lot.
I suppose it was monthly, wasn't it? Of course,
Yeah,
Deadline. Monday, Crisis was bi-weekly. Yeah, of course.
And it's gone in 91. By which point they're doing stuff like reprinting Milo Manara, and lovely as that stuff is, it doesn't really stand being reprinted in 9-page chunks. You know, it's not exactly narrative heavy.
No, and it's not really not exactly what Crisis set out to be either. I mean, it's just not Milo Manara, really. No, I mean, not a lot of his stuff at any rate. He's not known for his politics, not that sort of politics at any rate.
But it was enough. But did you do a lot of other things in Britain at the time? Because we're talking. But did you do other things in Britain? Because people must have been paying attention to what you were doing in Crisis.
Yeah.
Because you all went over to America, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, the Americans had their eye on the British industry really since the early 80s, when they picked up people like Bolland and Gibbons. I can recall meeting Karen Berger at the Angoulême convention in early 1990 and handing her a copy, one of the first copies I got of the Troubled Souls collection, which turned out to be kind of a great almost portfolio of my work. It was like a great sample of what I could do, and both she and Archie Goodwin picked up on me from that. I think you guys had, followed similar paths.
Yeah, I first met Karen in '89 when she came over for UCAC, and John Smith and I went to show her this great idea we had for a Two-Face graphic novel. Arkham Asylum had just come out, was just about to come out. We had no idea who she was. All we knew was she was from DC. She hated superheroes, wasn't interested in that, and we showed her this, and she wasn't remotely interested. But a few months later, she got me in to do a couple of issues of Hellblazer. That was early 1990, so I've been on Crisis for about 18 months by then, so it happened pretty quick. But I was also drawing the girl still as well when I was doing New Statesman, because that wasn't enough work to keep me going. So that I carried on that for the next couple of years as well.
What do you think the Americans saw in British comics at the time that was so interesting? Because to me, at least, the British stuff felt like nothing else. It was a lot more political. The art was better and different and more experimental in many ways.
I think the British, the British as an artist just aren't that interested in superheroes particularly. And when if they do make superhero comics, they're very cynical about it. So I think that definitely helps.
Yeah, it was the broad spectrum of comics that were published in the UK was part of that, with 2000 AD, but also all the war stuff and the humor comics as well. So you got these strange amalgams with people who could draw quite cartoony, but also realistic or what have you. People could mix it up a lot more than the Americans to a degree. Though, I mean, that's not completely true. You had Mad Magazine and guys like Wally Wood and who could draw anything and in any style as well. But I guess maybe we were just more anarchic to a degree, possibly.
Yeah, I think on the writing side of things, the US industry and DC in particular had been mining a very rich vein since they got Alan Moore. That paid off very well for them. And then you had that sort of almost immediate next generation with Neil Gaiman and Grant Morrison and Jamie Delano and Pete Milligan and myself. Then you eventually had myself and Mark Miller and Warren Ellis, and we were sort of the scrag end of that. But it was something that worked out very well for them, because I think we all had just a slightly different take on things. And of course, people talk about the British invasion and so on, but you cannot invade America, I've always thought, in any sense, cultural or any other way. You get it. What happens is you get absorbed, and the American writers look at this stuff and they learn the lessons, absorb them, and then you begin to get people appearing who can do as good or better. I mean, I think personally that the best writer to get into the business in the last 25 years is Brian Vaughan. And nowadays, when a really good new writer comes along, they're as likely to be from the US as the UK.
But I just find it interesting that all of the creators that had a huge impact on me when I started reading comics, and I had I enjoyed comics, and then I taught myself to read English so I could read more comics, basically. And that's when I started picking up Crisis and whatever the Vertigo stuff when that came along. And I didn't think about what was the UK stuff and what was the world, basically. But I had much the same experience as you did, Garth, when I found all the Vertigo stuff, and I was like, oh, this is great. American comics, awesome. And then I started reading, I just started picking up the Marvel and DC stuff, which wasn't as good.
Right.
So I think the first Marvel comic that I truly loved was one of your Punishers. And it turns out that's not how the rest of it works. Not that I would say anything bad about Marvel, of course.
Of course, yeah. You wouldn't want to do that. I mean, I would trace a line all the way back to the 70s, and I would look at Battle and Action and 2000 AD, which is for great British comic writing. That's where it really begins. You have Wagner and Grant and Mills and a lot of guys, but you also have Alan Moore seeing this stuff, and I believe he's on record as saying that's when he began to think that maybe he could work in this business, maybe he could work in comics, maybe there was a way to say worthwhile things with the medium. And it comes out of that stuff that Pat Mills and John Wagner kicked off in the mid-70s. You then trace the line up through the 80s as the writers sort of born of 2000 make their way to the American market. But it all begins there.
So there was a question I got for you guys, all of you. Do you think being published in Crisis at such an early stage helped you develop creatively, or was it a hindrance?
Oh, anything's a help. I mean, it's working, being paid for it, having your stuff seen, seeing how your stuff looks in print, even if you're not the happiest with it, it's a learning experience. So nothing's a hindrance from that point of view. Yeah. And like Gord said earlier, it's great times. Fantastic.
I think all of us, it was the first time we were full-time as well.
Yeah.
You know, I'd left college 2 months before I started working on Crisis. And before then, I'd only been doing it, you know, at the weekend. This is the first time I'd done it every day. And through the sheer volume of work that you produce, you can't help but improve and try new things. And, you know, I think it could have been a different comic, but it happened to be Crisis. And I think it was definitely good in hindsight because it was more real life stuff and it wasn't sci-fi and it wasn't superheroes. So you got to draw more naturalistic things.
Yeah, I found it like generally, as John says, it's a help rather than a hindrance. You have to start somewhere. Maybe it led me to bite off more than I could chew. Maybe if I'd gone the more traditional route of you know, short stories for 2000, the Future Shocks, and then a series, and then maybe being picked up by the Americans, it might have meant that I developed a little better a little earlier. Instead, I sort of grabbed for things in every direction. You know, a year after I started, to my amazement, I was writing Hellblazer and Judge Dredd. Now, I wasn't very good at either of them, but the point is I had those jobs very, very early on, and it took a while. I mean, I don't think I wrote anything decent really until late 92. So I had this sort of 3 years of crap to get out of my system before I could start writing something decent.
What was the first good thing you wrote?
I think the first sort of decent thing I wrote was the first issue Steve Dillon drew as regular artist on Hellblazer, and that's a coincidence. He just happened to come on board when something went click, and I turned out something decent. It would have been around about the time I was writing The Demon as well.
Okay, we're running out of time, but I do have like one. We talked about this before, Garth, but there is something. I'm not sure if political is the correct word, but there is something. It feels like the people who were making comics in the late 80s in the UK, it feels like they really wanted to tell stories somehow. It was not as bloodless as we can see in modern comics today. Do you think it was something about that era that made people want to express things in a way that we don't? I'm not sure how to. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that because. I mean, I talked earlier about how Crisis caught an 80s vibe right when it needed to catch a 90s one, which Deadline did and survived longer as a result of. In the 80s, that was an intensely political time. You had Margaret Thatcher in charge of the country, and that created a great deal of division. You either thought her policies were a good idea or you didn't. There was very little middle ground, and as in most cases, artistic types will, broadly speaking, tend towards the left. And that was as true of people working in comics as it was of anything else. You had Pat Mills, who's always been an intensely political writer, going all the way back to Charlie's War and Battle. In a way, his strip for Crisis Third World War was really the culmination of something he'd been doing he'd been wanting to do for a long time. All of a sudden, he didn't have to be satirical anymore. He could take the gloves off and say exactly what was on his mind. Judge Dredd itself is, of course, a satire on a fascist system. People who came after Alan Moore, the anarchist, of course, had always been not necessarily of a similar mind, but not dissimilar. I mean, Milligan, Morrison, very obviously, Jamie Delano, very political writer, and they took that with them to the States, all of them. I suppose you could say that in that sense, as well as what John talked about, the kind of quirkiness of a lot of British writers and artists, maybe the politics is just as important as anything else.
I sometimes feel like there is more hope somehow in the 80s comics because they were angry but they felt like they could change something. But now it feels like we're just going, I don't know.
We
can't fix it.
Well, we thought we could change things. And,
yeah.
Now we're bitter and twisted, and no, we can't.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Actually, if anyone's interested in this, on YouTube, you can find a documentary. It's about half an hour long. It's called something like The Day Comics Grew Up. I think it's an episode of a show called Signals or Signal. And it has interviews with Steve McManus and Pat Mills and Jim Bakey and John Smith and Karen Berger and Archie Goodwin. And they're all, a lot of them are talking about this period in comics, this tendency towards the adult. And of course, Steve and Pat and John and Jim are talking specifically about Crisis. And it's interesting to see them talk about it at the time in terms of what they thought they could do. I think the phrase "change the world" is used more than once.
Really? Oh dear.
I mean, I wish we were at that point where we were like, oh, we can change the world instead of just TikTok going, well, we're all fucked. Okay, so we're running out of time, but would you tell us what you're working on right now?
I'm working on this.
Excellent.
A book called Reckless. This is the first volume. Number 4 comes out in a few months. The last 15, 20 years or so, I've been working exclusively with Ed Brubaker as the writer, doing creator-owned, self-made stuff. We both got disillusioned with working with Marvel and DC, and thought the only way we'd get to do what we like is if we came up with it ourselves. So it's taken a long time to build a market, but the people are there now. So it's sort of like that's like a private eye type thing, but we mostly do crime stories.
I thought about if I should introduce you guys and be like, oh, this is the writer or blah blah blah, but I just figured that people would know at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
And I mean, and I would pick really strange titles probably of yours, but so Garth, you're doing 2 books for Rebellion.
Let's see. I'm changing the world with Hawk the Slayer, which I must say Henry Flint is doing a beautiful job on. I've got a new war story out at the minute called The Lion and the Eagle with PJ Holden. There'll be a Punisher book towards the end of the year with Jason Burrows. And probably the biggest thing I'm doing this year is the Battle Action Special, where I've written 7 stories and I've got 7 of the best artists I could get working on the old Battle and Action characters. So I've got Keith Burns, PJ Holden, Chris Burnham, John Higgins, Patrick Goddard, Mike Dory, and I'm delighted to say Kevin O'Neill. And Kevin enjoyed doing the short story with me so much that he asked about doing another one. And so I can reveal that we will be bringing back a very, very, very old 2000 AD character in this year's Christmas special or something like that.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure,
absolute pleasure. Really enjoyed it. I'm off for a pint with Nick Abadzis, by the way, so I'll say hello.
Give him a hug. Give him a hug. I know it's not really your thing, Garth, hugging, but hug him all the same.
Well, it's super to hear from Garth, John and Sean, and thank you for Torin for moderating that panel. Now, we've got two panels coming up in a second, but first off, I want to talk about the first of the special prints that we've had commissioned for our 45th anniversary event. Chunlo is an artist with a huge following online, and for the 45 Years of 2000 AD book, which is coming out in the spring, they put together this incredible image.
Here it is.
So this will be offered as a limited edition, signed, litho-printed run of 100 copies. Now, these are available right now from 2000ad.com. Click on the shop tab and they will be in the featured items section. An absolutely stunning image. Like I said, it's a limited edition, and yeah, expecting those to go fairly quickly. So that's the first of 3 prints that we're unveiling as part of this show. Thank you very much.
Go get them, Dwed fans.
Yeah, go get them, fans. So, like I said, we've got 2 panels right now, which is the first is over on our Fringe channel on our YouTube, which is, as I said, youtube.com/2000AD online. And that is our culture panel, talking about the impact of 2000 AD far beyond its pages. Host Sarah Morgan is chatting to author David Quantick, who is also somebody who's worked on things like The Day to Day and Veep, and Rowan Hooper, who is from New Scientist magazine. So, you know, a nice discussion about just 2000 AD's influence on sectors you might not necessarily appreciate or be aware of. And on the mainstream, we have 3 very special guests. We have 2 MPs from our very own Parliament. We've got Alex Sobel MP and Stella Crissy MP, and they're joined by not just myself, but also by commentator and author Ian Dunt. Let's talk about 2000 AD in politics, because 2000 AD has always been this very political comic book. It's not something that has ever shied away from making points about injustice and inequality. So yeah, a really fascinating chat about how 2000 AD has influenced them and what 2000 AD has to say about politics in our world. Are you ready for the next ones, Walter?
Oh, Wes, us robots, we follow the walls really closely, so it'd be really cool to hear some more.
Of course you do, Walter.
Well, welcome to the politics panel for the Galaxy's Greatest, celebrating 45 years of 2000 AD. And we have quite the lineup for this one. I'm going to start off by saying hello to political commentator and author Ian Dunt.
Hello.
MP Alex Sobel.
Hi.
And MP Stella Crissy.
Hello.
Wonderful to have you all on. When we put the shout out asking for politicians who had read comics, I was perfectly prepared for there to be none. To be none politicians. So it's wonderful to have you on. I just want to start off really by asking what kind of comics you read. I mean, Stella, let's start with you. I mean, I seem to recall that you were a Deadline fan.
Oh, but before then, I was 2000 AD and the Beano. Even now, my brother is the main influence on my comic reading, and he still sends me various graphic novels. So obviously, The Watchmen. Most things now. In fact, I was looking at my house, and I've got a number of comics kind of up on my walls. So because I was always a fan, particularly of the kind of anti-hero characters. That won't surprise Alex at all. I always like the ones who would. So, you know, I realise I'm rugging my estate secret. In my bathroom, I've got Wolverine and Rogue on my wall. So I was also more traditional as well as Deadline. But I mean, Tank Girl really spoke to me at the time.
I mean, if I tell you that I am 45 this year, you know, this comic, this series is me. So so yeah, I was. It was part of a. I mean, it feels odd to say this now, Alex. I don't know if you'd agree, but it was part of a culture then that you were into certain indie music, indie comics.
Or hip hop. It was the same. Yeah.
We didn't have the interweb, so we had to entertain ourselves, kids, and you know, drawing stuff and writing terrible songs about it was what we did.
I mean, that's the period really, and this is kind of buying into the hype at the time. But that's when comics became political, you know, overtly political. You know, you had Deadline, you had Crisis, comics, you know, comics like that. So it kind of makes sense that would be.
I went to the I don't know if people have been to the Beano exhibition at Somerset House, and they make quite a strong case for the politicization of the Beano. And the kind of undercurrents within it for generations. So, you know, we were just catching up on our peers, I think. I mean, you know, if we'd known, Alex, we were going to be in Parliament with Lord Snooty, would we have gone in? I don't know.
I can't think who you mean. Alex, so what about...
I mean, I wasn't that much into it depends how old I was, what I was into. I wasn't that much into the Beano and Dandy to begin with, but they relaunched the Eagle, if you remember, and you know, we'd all watched, you know, Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless, all of that. So I read the relaunched Eagle, which, you know, portrayed things in quite a positive light. You know, it was always quite a light comic. Then actually a bit later in the mid to late 90s, that's when I started reading 2000 AD. I did read a bit of Tank Girl, but not as much. But DC as well. And then later on, it was only much later I got into Marvel through Kevin Smith films and that sort of cultural, you know, where, you know, that cultural mashup, seeing Stan Lee in every Kevin Smith, I was like, yeah, maybe I should read some of these Marvel comics. So that was that sort of thing. But I'll be honest, I read, and I lived with a guy at university who was really into 2000 AD. Shout out to Joe Ling, hopefully he'll watch this. And he got me into it. But then quite soon after I finished university, I fell out of the habit because other things took over.
Wonderful. I mean, Ian, you've been on the 2000 AD podcast before to talk about comics, but I mean, you're a 2000 AD reader, but you're also a bit of a DC head, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to say that like you're part judging me for it. I
absolutely am judging you for it.
Judge dreading you for it.
Yeah, no, right. It's open. It's completely open. I like my DC. I like my Marvel. I like my American indie comics, although I haven't read a good indie comic really for a long time. I find way too much memoir and quite sort of sodden. I think maybe I'm just getting too old for them. The last indie comic I read, I just sort of put it down and just thought, I think I'm too old for this. I just can't get with her whole attitude towards life was so fundamentally different to mine. But I hope it's quite an eclectic mix, yeah? And 2000 AD has always, 2000 AD and the magazine are probably about a third of it.
Wonderful. So I mean, we're all steeped in our own ways in 2000 AD and comics. And for this panel, I very much wanted to explore not just the politics that we absorb from comics, you know, how it has affected us and our viewpoint, but also the politics of comics. I mean, we've already kind of touched a little bit on that already. So really, I guess. I guess I wanted to find out whether, Stella, you thought that the comics you read at that particular point in time, whether you absorbed messages from that, you know, a political viewpoint, whether it bolstered your politics of the time, you know, how did it interact with the way that you view the political world?
Well, it annoys me when I see the V for Vendetta protesters outside, because I just don't think they've read the original material. Because I say it was part of a culture, I'd say, in the late 80s, early 1990s, where it was counterculture. I think about the material, not so much the Beano, although, as I say, actually that exhibition, which is very good, made me reassess quite whether there was more in that was more punk culture. But certainly in the 1990s, I would say there were quite a lot of comics that were, I mean, things like The Sandman as well, that spoke to a sort of indie culture, and the heroes who were the anti-heroes, who were not the establishment. I mean, that's the irony about Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd is a parody. It's a parody about the authoritarian state. Obviously, at the time, you know, if you can compare him to people like Norman Tebbit, you know, it's quite an interesting parallel about people who would take those messages and say things like V for Vendetta and take them literally as kind of examples about that you might want to, that these were heroes rather than anti-heroes. They were a parable. And at the time, I was living in small town Essex, where I thought me, my mum, my dad and Billy Bragg were the only socialists with only 500 miles. Comics that my brother, it was my brother who really got me into them. And I should say, even with the Beano, it started with the Beano and it went on probably until my late teens, actually, where I would use my pocket money to pay for them, but they would sit in his bedroom and I'd have to ask his permission to read them and I'd have to bring them back. But they were telling a story about a completely different world. So in that sense, you know, when 2000 AD came along, first of all, I mean, and it was really Durham Red was the one that really got to me, where I by that point, I mean, I was such a cliche. I really was as a teenager. I was the whole riot girl punk, you know, I was wearing blue lipstick until my brother told me I looked like I'd been kissing fridges, and reading about Durham Red and just generally wanting to be in this alternative universe. And then suddenly, boom, along came Deadline and Tank Girl. And it was like, here was, I mean, she wasn't an anti-hero to me. She was an emblem. She was a legend. She was iconic. Because it was also feminist. And I think that's the other thing. I mean, a lot of comic, you know, it's fair to say I think 2000 AD was subversive, but I don't think it was particularly progressive. Whereas things like Deadline came along and were more progressive as well. So they were really opening your eyes to a kind of counterculture. Sorry, my son's very interested as well.
Alex, what was your perspective on the stuff that you were reading and how it influenced you?
Sort of the 2000 AD stuff that I was reading, comparing it to the Eagle. So thinking now about when 2000 AD started, it started in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, and people every day would have been seeing horrific things on their televisions from Vietnam, and thinking about, you know, sort of Rogue Trooper, Bad Company, ABC Warriors. They are, you know, it's the blackest of black wars. And actually thinking about it in the last few days, then the Ukraine, you know, what the political influence is, war's really bad. There are no good people in war. There are just, you know, that it is just horrific, and people make very stark choices, and there are really bad people. And then, you know, and it actually takes away the story from being now or historical on Earth and transposes it to, you know, a fictional planet or an Earth-like planet. You know, there are always Terrans, aren't there? You know, in those stories. And the warriors are robots or cybernetic or genetically altered, or, you know, so it takes it slightly away, but it's very dark. It's very dark. And you know, and at the time you just thought about the Nazis, didn't you? That was the thing. You thought about Second World War, and then you looked at the Eagle and their similar strips, and it was, war wasn't, you know, it was like, you know, jolly hockey sticks. You know, the Brits went into battle, the Brits won, everybody was happy at the end, you know. But while 2000 AD, it was grim. It was grim stuff, and it was always grim. It was always bad. And the political influence on me is there is no good war. There is no, you know, good outcomes of war. It's just bad. And so the thing to do is try and avoid that, you know, and that sort of black reality is what 2000 AD brought. And it moved. It's sort of like, you know, like you move from being a child into being a teenager, being an adult. I sort of moved in that direction from the Eagle, you know, to 2000 AD and DC, which again, you know, that period was, the Batman was very dark, for instance, in that period. And obviously there's a bit of a crossover between the two of you. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Ian, what about you?
I think the main thing I sort of got this sense from it as a child was the thing about the outsider. Almost every character in 2000 AD is an outsider, you know, whether it's Rogue Trooper or whether it's the ABC Warriors or whether they're mutants. They're always an outsider. And I didn't realize at the time, I don't think, that the whole medium of comics is basically an outsider's medium. You know, when it gets, I mean, even at the point that it's sort of introduced in newspapers, sort of late 1800s, early 1900s, is to attract a sort of immigrant readership, you know, in big cities in the US. And the kind of people who could get into work for it were predominantly Jews. You know, I mean, there was Italian Americans, there was some African Americans, it was predominantly Jewish. You know, when you look at sort of those early years in the 1930s, Will Eisner kind of defining the form. So, well, the reason that all of these superheroes turned out to be Jewish is because they were all Jewish people writing these characters. It was one of the only places that we could work, basically. You know, even when you get the Comics Code Authority just trying to silence and force conformism and obedience, sort of cultural obedience, a kind of comics McCarthyism into the form, you still have that trace element of the outsider. It's there, and, you know, even characters like Spider-Man, all the DC characters that Michael loves so much. And yet it's sort of been this almost ultimate form in 2000 AD, because 2000 AD's heart, well and truly, is always with the outsider. And, you know, when you're growing up in sort of like dull suburban Winchester, thinking, I don't quite fit in, and it just felt like this fucking pop culture explosion. Like, it just felt like this vigorous piece of dangerous pop culture dynamite that, best of all, your parents kind of assumed was a bit like the Hulk or something, you know, this kind of harmless stuff over here. And you were like, if you had any idea what was going on in the pages of this book, you would be mortified. And of course, eventually they do find out, and then they take them away from you, and you suffer a sort of emotional trauma that I'm still going through now. But for those years before that happened, it was absolutely formative in my politics and in the way that I sort of thought about the world.
One of the things that's cropped up in other discussions for this show is that 2000 AD is one of those when people try to imitate it, they all too often tend to be quite nihilistic in their violence, quite cruel. So you get, you know, characters that just almost seem violent for the sake of it. Where 2000 AD to me never struck me as nihilistic. It struck me as cynical. And it struck me as, you know, blackly humorous. But there was always a kind of black hope in there as well. That you know, it is the outsider who will save us. You know, and I think Stella, do you think that speaks to us from a particular phase in history when the individual was being lionized, but at the same time the state was growing in power?
It's why I think the only successful comic book film adaptation is Hellboy, because Judge Dredd is a terrible film because they strip it of the nuance, of the subversiveness, but also of the hope that actually, even in this authoritarian state, there is a decent judge trying to do the right thing. I mean, it was, you know, at a period of time when I think people were very segregated into gangs. It was much more about the identities. You know, I suspect Ian and I probably would have gone to the same types of terrible indie clubs and sat in the thinking, nobody likes me. Oh God, and they're playing Groove is in the Heart again. You know, but those comic books and the world that they encompassed was one in which the anti-hero did succeed, and that's quite an unusual scenario, isn't it? I mean, that, you know, Judge Dredd probably wasn't the most popular guy at school, but he turns out to be the most decent judge and the most, you know, the hero that they all, or the anti-hero that they all need at various points to deal with the corruption within the system. I mean, I actually think it's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, you talk about cynicism. And I think one of the things both Alex and I now deal with is a level of cynicism that means that people come to you angry and suspecting that you're probably going to let them down and you're probably on the take and that there's brown envelopes involved now. But at the time, I mean, I remember, you know, that was a time that was the first time there was any exposure of corruption in our politics in the UK. And it was very shocking. I mean, the original Cash for Questions process. And so the world that they depicted, where it was just commonplace that every politician was on the take, that, you know, that every leader was actually secretly a villain, and there was, you know, Joe the good guy, the anti-hero who you needed to through, didn't ring true at the time then. I think now for most people that would be the standard. And, you know, what would be unusual is a world in which actually the political leaders aren't corrupt. And I think that's quite interesting that at the time people were allowed to play with cynicism because it seemed so far-fetched, whereas now it is just how people are.
Thinking about a character like Tank Girl, there's there is a kind of crazy excess to her as a character, in that she, very, very extreme, very. I don't want to use this phrase, in your face. No, I'm going to edit that out.
That's the trouble, because now when I look at Tank Girl, she's very clearly drawn from the male gaze, right? She's very clearly drawn to be what in the 1990s we told everybody was feminist liberation, which was the it girl, and was the going out, getting drunk, and and she's wearing next to nothing, and she's sleeping with lots of kangaroos mainly, but it's.
Yeah, it was near Kate Moss and Amanda de Cadenet, all of that, wasn't it? It was that time, yeah.
And she was actually a parody of them in some way. Now, at the time, what was exciting was, frankly, there were very few women in comics at all. That's why I was drawn to Durham Red, why I was drawn to Rogue. Jean Grey wasn't exactly an exciting superhero. She wasn't really the same, as being Wolverine and having big claws, So she was, and she was the center of the comic, and also it was also about her friendship. So you had Jet Girl as well. It wasn't the male characters were sidelined, but it was still very much written from a male gaze. But I think only now, as I get older, I sort of see that about it, because at the time it was just so exciting to see a female-led character, and one who was an anti-hero and one who was up to mischief. Let's also, she had a tank. I mean, for Christ's sake, that was very cool.
I mean, I'm also intrigued by this, by your love of Durham Red, because she's a character that gets overshadowed by Johnny Alpha an awful lot. What was it about her that appealed?
Well, as I say, there weren't that many female characters in comics to begin with. She was another one who, she was written not to sort of take any rubbish from anybody, which was powerful in itself. And she was a vampire. And that's quite, again, at the time, most female vampires were in short supply, or they were there at the behest of Tom Cruise. So you forget, for our cultural references at the time, there weren't very many places, the kind of Thelma and Louise moment was revolutionary for many of us, because for the first time, women were telling their own stories. Up until that point, there were very few stories that weren't about women. It's the Bechdel test, isn't it? A woman who speaks to another woman, not about a man. Most films, most books, most comics wouldn't have passed that test. So to start to see characters and scenarios that did do that, Durham Red in her own right with her own stories, was exciting to me at the time, as somebody who was reading comics as part of this alternative world I was living in, where, everybody else was into Beverly Hills 90210.
Alex, what do you think about it? Because the 90s were a relatively difficult time for 2000 AD, because tastes were changing, the readership was falling. I'm interested how the role that comics play in just how we perceive the world, not just straightforward, politics, but just generally, and to end up in politics, and to what role did this thing play in that journey?
I'm sort of going to follow on from what Ian was saying about the inside, because I'm Jewish, and about the outsider, and sort of and I was the only Jewish kid in my school and all of that. So I wasn't just an outsider normally. I was even an outsider in my own school, and the role of the outsider in 2018 comics more generally. And then also, my taste in music was very much on the outside. Other people were listening to Whitney Houston. So, and I was trying to tell them about the Stone Roses. Nobody's interested, until a bit later on. So, so all of that cultural stuff does add up, and there's sort of sense of injustice, isn't there? Like, clearly what I like and what I'm interested in culturally is really good and important. And because I'm an outsider, nobody's listening to me, and it creates a sense of injustice. And so you want to go and right that injustice. And so, that sort of is a sort of, righting a wrong is a really sort of fundamental thing in politics. You know, the system is wrong. We're here to try and correct the system. You know, so it's not so much, I don't try to personalize politics too much, but it's about the system and how people create a system or further a system, or, you know, or don't correct the system. And so that's where we got, and again, you know, all of those. So thinking, it's not a 2008 example, but thinking about what Ian was saying made me think about Magneto. So actually, you know, although many Jewish people were involved in the US and writing comics, there aren't that many characters. Now, Magneto is meant to, you know, is a villain, but he's a villain who you can understand. You know, he's a Holocaust survivor who was an outsider who became, you know, the Jewish mutant. And you can understand entirely, you know, how that, but then he took it out, trying to correct the system, trying to right a wrong. He took a wrong path, and that's also something that you can do. So it's a cautionary tale that if you're trying to right a wrong, not as though I've got Magneto's powers, but if you're trying to right a wrong, you've got to do it within a sort of context. That's why things like democracy and equality are really important, and sort of, you know, and that's actually coming back to Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd, the big quality for me was he was incorruptible. He was incorruptible. And we look around the world, and there are judiciaries which are corrupt, and there are others which are fairly incorruptible, and the system helps a little bit with that. And there is an ideal there. So all of those things sort of from the world of comics do translate into how you think and how you behave, or how you try to behave in the world of politics.
Ian, I mean, what's your thoughts about how reading comics can translate into influencing people's political viewpoint? You know, not just in terms of like anti-heroes and systems, but just in, I guess, one of the things I was reading recently was talking about how comics are a medium that foster empathy, because they don't just tell you how people are feeling, they show you what people are feeling. They show consequences, they show processes, you know, that when sometimes you can almost feel like, you know, you feel the injustice more because it's somebody who's right there in front of you, you know, rather than an abstract concept. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't particularly prioritize them for empathy. I always thought that film, you know, that classic Ebert quote is it's a machine for creating empathy. Because film just has that ability. It's got the capacity to use sound, which is tremendously effective. And of course, it can zero in on minute changes in the face. I always thought the film was better for that, really. The thing that I guess at least I took from comics, apart from the politics of them themselves, was something about the form, at least in political journalism. So political journalism is quite boring. And most of the stuff that you have to write about in it, you know, you're talking about trade law, or, you know, what's going on with foreign currency reserves in Russia and how that impacts that. But the thing that always struck me was, what if you can have like a bit of comics in the manner in which you write political journalism? So comics are almost always about characters in motion. You know, you don't generally, and it can work. I mean, Brink is a really good example. You can have page after page of Brink by Colbard showing two people talking to each other, and I will eat that shit up because it's magnificently written and beautifully drawn. For most artists and most writers, you don't just want pages of two people talking to each other, you want action. And especially in 2000 AD, where you've got 5 pages of story for a strip every week, you better make sure that something is happening in those 5 pages. So it's quick, it's action, it's action, it's action. And I know that when I feel I was improving at political journalism was when I thought I could take that sensibility of the remorseless drive and like the pushing forward and never let people get bored for even a second, and trying to apply it to trade regulations. And I think that kind of can be done, you know, as long as you're thinking with that manner of trying to be as generous and using as well as you can the time of the reader in terms of narrative and information delivery. So is that, I mean, for me, the big influence from comics in terms of the form, not the politics, was in trying to just make otherwise boring subjects as interesting as humanly possible.
One of the things that a lot of people talk about, and it's already been mentioned today, is the role of punk in comics. You know, 2008 always portrayed as a punk comic, and that's there's a lot to unpick in that, but one of the main threads is about anti-authority, about as Alex said, systems, the individual facing up to systems, trying to change systems. So I find it fascinating that we have two MPs on this panel, because I've absolutely no doubt that there will be people watching this going, well, they can't be, they've learned nothing from 2000 AD, they can't be anti-authority, because they became MPs, and because they automatically see MPs as part of the establishment.
Mark, we are in the opposition. You've got to observe.
It's I think, like, I'm just trying to drill down into this, whether that kind of exposure to these ideas is something that kind of cracks something open in people's minds, in people's perspectives, that makes certain journeys possible, that makes certain futures possible. You read something and you're actually, yeah, that seems like an injustice. Do you think that comics actually have that power? Can they inspire that kind of? Can 2000 AD change the world? Is basically what I'm angling at.
I mean, maybe overreaching slightly, but there's a confluence of influences. I mean, actually, this whole thing about comics and music and the crossover. So, like, I'm 2000 in that genre comics, I most closely identify with industrial music, like Frontline Assembly, Front 242, Nine Inch Nails, bands like that.
I think it was more kind of emo. I would have gone for more, because it was quite dark at points.
Yeah, but emo was later. We had no emo then. Maybe a bit of Marilyn Manson. Yeah, maybe a bit of Marilyn Manson. Yeah. But yeah, and that sort of, unrelenting. It's sort of unrelenting music. It's uncompromising, unrelenting, in your face, very hard, very fast. And although I'm not sure what that says about politics, to be honest, but I think it's the starkness of it, not sugarcoating things. So if you go into politics, you have to be able to face really stark realities. You have to face really stark realities of people's lives. Even on a domestic level, you meet people with really severe mental health issues, living in very poor conditions, with very little money, with very traumatic pasts or presents even, and you have to deal with that and you have to process that. And although I'm not entirely sure it's a form of escapism, reading Bad Company, but it might help you process it a little bit.
I would go the other way around. Because every so often you might see me post up a picture of Tank Girl, because I'll say I'm channeling, if I'm doing something I know is going to be spectacularly disruptive to the political process. But I think part of the thing about punk is it's incredibly individualistic. It's not collective in the way that politics needs to be. So you have to be confident that the disruption that you're bringing is worth it in the end. And that's our responsibility. You don't just go in and, well, I mean, we could go in every day and wave the mace around, but it would actually get pretty boring after a while. But, that kind of disruption for the sake of it, you are looking to challenge and change things because you're looking for a different world. And every so often I'll think, it's a reference to me, because I thought the thing about Tank Girl was that she was unafraid. I mean, she was completely, didn't give a crap about what people thought of her or what was going to happen next. She would just go straight in, and as an attitude and an ethos. And I think I guess that's what people would associate with punk. Although I always think of Deadline, I think of it a trajectory, because they, the Beano is quite punk. Then 2000 AD for me was much more kind of depressive indie, and then Deadline is very Britpoppy to me. I mean, literally, because Jamie Hewlett was in fact part of all the kind of Britpop discussions. It's a part and parcel. I mean, whether you're successful or not, and then that's always a moot point, isn't it? Because actually, a lot of these comics then kind of got quite circular. They weren't necessarily telling a story; they were making a joke. That they were quite short stories. They weren't a long series. That always seemed to be quite a contrast, perhaps, to something like Sandman or The Watchmen, that was written over a very complicated story over a very long period of time that you had to kind of keep going at. in terms of politics, in terms of its influence, just that kind of, say, that counterculture. I mean, that was the point of the 1990s, wasn't it? Suddenly all those things that seemed to be the other, that were the outsider, became cool. I mean, that's what that Britpop moment was about. Suddenly indie music became mainstream. Indie culture became mainstream. That's why people started making mass commercial films of these kind of comics. And it lost something along the way. I mean, you know, those of us who imbibed first of all would say that, wouldn't we? But it was very hard to explain to why Judge Dredd didn't work as a film when it was absolutely golden as a comic.
You know, we're in an age when lots of people get very angry when they feel that someone is putting politics into things like comics. But God, as Stella's already touched on, politics has always been a part of comics. You know, whether it's kind of inverting kind of the class structure, like even something like the Bash Street Kids, you know, incredibly anarchic. The work of somebody like Ken Reed. Why do you think people have get so hot under the collar now about politics in comics?
Because they're idiots. And like, you have to be so fucking ignorant to even just read Action Comics 1. Right? Action Comics 1, first appearance of Superman, page 1. How is he described? The champion of the oppressed. Okay, it is actually the early issues of Action Comics are just socialist propaganda, and not very good socialist propaganda. It is really on the nose. He goes after arms manufacturers. He goes after miners' employers. He goes after rich businessmen. He helps victims of injustice. It is socialist propaganda. You read the first Wonder Woman. It is the most deranged feminist propaganda I've ever read. And I don't mean deranged in a normal sense. I mean, like, it is like no kind of feminism you have ever seen in your life, and not in a good way. It is basically women are superior to men. Now they're going to whip each other for another 12 pages before we move on to another story. It is like a very, very bizarre kind of esoteric political stuff, but it is political. Whichever way you look at it, what Marsden was doing was political. And that stretches all the way through. And in fact, it's one of the prime reasons that it got stamped on. So to sit, I mean, for anyone to go like, oh, why have they brought politics into comics? It's just such a deeply, deeply ignorant thing to say that I wouldn't even know where to start. I think the kickback now, and incidentally, it's worth mentioning, because we associate this as something that people say on the right. You know, oh, don't bring your progressive sort of thing. Actually, I read this stuff on the left all the time. I read it in comics, news, reviews, websites. We're quite left-wing writers are like, this isn't really what I think should be happening with superhero comics. We need a place to escape Trump. And, you know, they're back when Trump was president. I just think that is, well, it's two things. The first is it's the death knell for a medium. Right? To say that it shouldn't be pertinent, to say that it shouldn't be commenting on the world around it, is just to say that it will die now. It's just going to die in its grave. The other thing that it is as well as ignorant of the history of it, it lacks any confidence in what it can communicate. And over, comics have shown themselves capable of communicating, first of all, fast, because they come out much, much more quickly than a book or a movie can be made. And secondly, in this kind of flippant, fuck you kind of way, because they don't cost a lot to produce. They're made by people typically who aren't making a lot of money by writing them, you know, and you just get this without any of the sense of self-importance. And that's really where it combines so well with punk. So you often get this really radical critique, you get it fast, you get it hard, you get it effectively. And it has been that way throughout the history of comics. And it is that way right now, even with the corporate comics.
Okay. Took me by surprise that you stopped just then. But anyway.
I've got a little thought, Mark. I might help you out. So what Ian made me think that maybe Joseph McCarthy shouldn't have gone after Hollywood. He should have gone after Action Comics, and he should have sat Jerry Siegel down in front of him in the McCarthy trial and said, "Is Superman a communist?" And that should have been the first question of the McCarthy trial.
Well, of course, they did go after comics in the 1950s. The very famous Seduction of the Innocent by forgotten his name. A psychologist who basically said juvenile delinquency is because of comic books. and crime comics. So you got the Comics Code Authority, which came in and basically neutered American comics for decades. But I mean,
you're right now because you've got video games to blame, so you're in the clear. So,
right, exactly. But I guess that does speak to their power as a medium, because people recognize that words and pictures have power. They can confer meaning. They can do something to the people who read them. I mean, what's interesting to me about the whole politics and comics thing is that where I think 2000 AD stands up when a lot of comics fall down is that the politics is not necessarily a straightforward, this is what you must believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's much more of a, perhaps you should have a think about this. Perhaps actually you should not listen to what you're told and think around it. And I hesitate to say this phrase, do your own research, because that's become not a particularly positive phrase in recent years. But I find it so fascinating that we're all relatively of an age where it was the late 80s into the 90s where, as Stella said, politics in comics was changing. Culture was changing in a way that it hadn't done before in that kind of increasingly post-Thatcher.
It's always been a place where those counter views. I mean, Oz was a counter view production, and at a time when there weren't opportunities to share those kind of views. I mean, that's what's different now is people's ability both to access them, but also to filter out any alternative. So, in of itself, it was shocking to parents that kids were reading Oz. In the same way as Ian's saying, if your parents had actually bothered to sit down and read 2000 AD, they might have thought, oh, hang on a minute, this isn't the Beano. Whereas now, what people can share and what people, the ideas and the kind of the stories that they tell, you can be both much more selective, but also much more specific.
I also think the 90s was a cultural inflection point. So obviously politically, the collapse of communism and the Berlin Wall and all of that was a big inflection point. But actually culturally, the big inflection point. So things that were alternative became mainstream. Music's the easiest one to look at. Pulp were a very alternative band in the 80s, and they were a mainstream band in the 90s. And the same sort of thing in film. Things that had been made alternative became mainstream. And I think that was it was. And then you needed the new alternative, didn't you? You needed to push the boundaries. And so a lot of the people that would have read comics, that's probably the 2000 AD issue sort of moved into a more mainstream mode of thinking, and it was an inflection,
Sorry, Stella, we didn't hear what you just said.
Oh no, I just said now Pulp are on Radio 2, and that just makes me feel so incredibly old.
Probably not Sheffield Texas, they don't play that on Radio 2, do they?
Alex, we have to face it. I mean, one of my staff congratulated me for quoting Miley Cyrus without it being a joke, because to her that was counterculture.
Oh wow!
I know. Kids these. I mean, and that's the interesting. If comics were one of the places where we were all exploring an alternative indie world in the 1990s. I don't see that now. Maybe I'm hopelessly out of touch. I mean, my cousin's kids are into anime, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same kind of. I mean, that's the other thing. This was UK comics. This was UK politics. It was UK culture that was being promoted. And I don't see those same spaces and places now. I mean, that's partly also, being middle-aged, maybe I'm not invited into them, but it does feel like a different, that the kids these days are finding different places, but they are much more mainstream. They're not as subversive as some of the things that we're talking about were. I mean, I know every generation thinks they were the rebel, but Ed Sheeran is not going to be anywhere near Strontium Dog, let's face it, is it?
No. I mean, I think there's always places in the cracks. That's where subculture exists. So, Ian was talking about you can't get into indie comics now. That's maybe because some of that exists in the cracks. But also like music, what's in the crack, like drill's in the cracks. You don't get drill on Radio 1. or and I've got some issues with it. I'm not going to be, in terms of its content, but and when my son listens to, I'm like turn that off. So that's like my dad. Turn it off. So like when my dad was like, when I was listening to like 9 Inch Nails or Rage Against the Machine, he would definitely tell me to turn it off. So maybe that's the there is some equivalency. Hopefully, I want to believe that the young generation are just as edgy and pushing the envelope as we were.
Drawing their own comics still.
I love the idea that you're going to force your child to listen to a song that has the chorus "Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me." But you should push ahead. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, I've only got toddlers, but isn't that what you do every day with them? I've been training them to listen to The Wedding Present. I've now taught my daughter to sing "Where's My Jumper" repeatedly at people.
I mean, it isn't that the power of comics, and why actually, things like the Comics Code Authority in America, Mary Whitehouse, worked very hard to get Action, which is the predecessor of 2000 AD, banned, because it's getting you at this formative point in your life where actually things like political points of view are beginning to form. The way you view the world is beginning to form, and so what you absorb, there's always that fear in kind of structures of authority that it's warping young minds, and always my absolute favorite story is about Kevin O'Neill, the artist on Nemesis the Warlock, who went to work for DC Comics, work on it was a Green Lantern story, and the Comics Code Authority came back and went, "We find this objectionable." And DC went, "Oh, okay, well, what particular things do you need us to change?" And they went, no, the art is objectionable. Because it was just so gothic and awful. But it's that kind of comics can be so powerful because they get you at that point in time. Anyway, sorry, Stella, I think I interrupted you.
I was going to say, the question, I guess, is whether our generation of parents would be more alive to what our children are reading, because obviously for my parents' generation, comics on the whole, say the Beano and the Dandy, were seen as safe fodder, and if your child was sat reading one, that was fine. Whereas because we know that comics can transmit all manner of powerful message now, would we be more circumspect?
Yeah, I have to say my younger son reads the Phoenix, and we have a pile of Phoenix up to my waist in his room, and we're beginning to work out, like, we're thinking about storage solutions for his Phoenix, and I pay for it, and I've flicked through it, and doesn't particularly engage me. It reminds me sort of more, he is a younger child, so I wouldn't want him to read, Slain or anything, but yet. But they are definitely still into comics, and I think what brought a lot of them in, and to be honest, to an extent, I suppose us as well, is notwithstanding what Stella had to say about film, is film. So they got into comics because they watched Marvel, like they've watched all the Marvel, all the X-Men, and all the MCU.
You exposed a child to Doctor Strange, have you, Alex?
I took them to see it in Bradford at the IMAX. That was how much they got exposed to Benedict Cumberbatch in Doctor Strange. But actually, I'd like to say something about arcs. You mentioned, actually, I didn't read 2000 AD was in black and white. I only ever read it when it was colorized. But I was aware that it was black and white in the 80s and the 70s, clearly, although I don't think I was aware that it existed in the 70s. But then, then colorization came in, and I think 2000 AD was one of the first UK comics to fully colorize.
Yeah.
And there was that edition of Slain where he went from black and white to colorized, The Horned God, and I think that actually lost you Simon Bisley, didn't it? He buggered off to America after that and never to be seen again. But the art of The Horn was incredibly misogynistic as well, Stella, but it was incredibly good, and it was like, wow, like comics can be like this and with this much color. And it was very sort of subtle coloring. It wasn't primary color. It wasn't very in your face. It was, and it I would say that's an art form. You could do I'm sure you have done like a Slain, art exhibition, based on that one. Probably not so much the black and white ones, So there definitely is art in comics. I'm not sure how that translates into politics, but politicians said that, so I suppose that's how it does. Yeah.
I mean, we're coming towards the end of our time. I feel like we just need to drill down a bit more into this kind of, like I said before we start recording, the politics of comics versus the politics one gets from comics, because we 2000 AD is the obvious political comic because it's right there, you can see it. But I wonder, and Ian, you might have an opinion on this, the impact of comics as a subversive art form that sneaks under the radar. So reading something like the work of Ken Reed, the cartoonist in the 70s, where the hubristic fall by the wayside and the oppressed are lifted up. Or do you think that just has a deep kind of almost unconscious effect on young minds?
Yeah, exactly. Part of the reason, the least effective political comics are like those early action comics of just pure propaganda for a set viewpoint. The most effective are the prodding away at something deeper in the brain, and that can be for kids and it can be for adults. I think you feel it. Incidentally, by the way, I think that when the Comics Code Authority came in, that's what threatened them about those old EC horror titles in the 50s. It wasn't the axe murdering and all of that. It was that every single one of them would look at the picket fence, the perfect nuclear family inside, and goes, doesn't it look pretty? But actually, these guys are going to start eating their own children. And right, it was this David Lynch thing of behind the picket fence horror lies, and that's exactly what I remembered feeling like when I was first reading 2000 AD. I remember reading Nemesis and just thinking, what the fuck is going on? Like, how do they look? The way they look is so deeply disturbing. The whole concept of the hero that I'm supposed to support wants to exterminate the human race. When I would look, so you take Slane. Slane absolutely has some really messed up gender stuff in it. But also, what's amazing about those early Slanes is the strip's morality is the morality of this completely alien time. It completely backs away from that sense of we have our morality here now. Instead, it's just almost like a self-concealed moral universe from some distant, half-made-up time. And in each of those cases, what it's asking you to do is to challenge the norms and the customs and the standard rules that you find that almost all storytelling that you look at does. I was never going to watch a Hollywood action film or a comedy where the lead protagonist presses a button and kills billions of people. I was never going to watch a Hollywood film where in one moment the protagonist was the hero and in the other he was a villain. That he could be sometimes heroic while upholding a fascist system. It was dealing with this very mercurial morality whose ultimate message, when you came down to it, even though the writers, I think some of them were quite left-wing, quite right-wing, the ultimate message was question authority. It was like, don't put up with these rigid black and white lines in the culture that you are fed, in the politics that you were delivered, in the kind of society that you were asked to accept. It was question authority. And that kind of messaging, especially for kids, but also I could think a few more adults could use a good heavy dose of it as well. That kind of message is powerfully effective, and comics do it better than almost anything.
I mean, when action was censored back in 1976, there's a book by Martin Barker where the guys at the time said, we'd send the stuff on because it was banned for being too violent. So they said, well, we put it in front of the censors at the company. And when it came back, it wasn't really the violence that was censored. It was anything that was anti-authority, anything that was rebellious. No, you can't do this. And so I mean that's ultimately what I wanted to touch on with this chat is, comics as this wonderful threat. It's like I said, warping young minds, and whether comics can continue to do that just in different ways. Because I mean, you talk about the Phoenix, which I know some people look at that and go, "Oh, this is very middle class." But when you actually read it, there's actually quite a lot of stuff in there that's not that different to where 2000 AD is coming from in terms of authority, like Ian says,
I have to read it a bit more closely then. I just want to say, I mean, it's great, you know, obviously questioning authority is, but you have to have sort of moral background to that. So immorally questioning an immoral authority to replace it with another immoral authority, that's where we can get in a bit of trouble. But I know that, you know, that, and there are some comics where that is, you know, where there is an element of that, you know, all good people gone bad, all of that sort of thing. So, you know, that's probably where my anti-authoritarianism finishes.
Well, it's good people gone indifferent though, isn't it? Because I mean, even Tank Girl would ultimately end up doing the right thing, even if she felt miserable about it, because she'd have to give back something she'd stolen. You know, that is, as Alex said, Judge Dredd was incorruptible, sometimes to his own worst outcomes. They, you know, the picture that all these comics painted at the time was of a better world, ultimately, because people like that were in it, that people would ultimately do the right thing. And I think what's quite interesting now is we live in a culture where people question whether that will happen. And so they are very pessimistic, they're very divided, and they're very uncertain about what the world, you know, and frankly, over the last couple of weeks, with good reason, to have come from I mean, you know, Alex and I are of our age, you know, we're of our culture, we're of what we were reading, talking and thinking about as we were getting involved in political campaigning in the 1990s, but we were still part of a generation, I think, that had hope that good things could happen. And what I worry really about now is a lot of the young campaigners I speak to now don't have that general ethos. They just sort of think they ought to get involved. And that's not the same. They don't have a sense that there could be a good outcome to this. They're very fatalistic, almost nihilistic about things. And I don't know what the comic is for that generation to challenge that and to give them hope. But I hope someoe's drawing it and writing it.
I think maybe they reinforce it rather than challenge it. That's maybe the problem.
You know, that it wasn't, you know, as Ian said, they're quite progressive, quite socialist in their values, because it was never about get as rich as quickly as you could, and that when you were doing, there was always a biggest, even with Tank Girl, you know, breaking into banks, she was still going to do the right thing at the end of the day. I just don't know now where that message is coming from, that, you know, not just doing the right thing, but that hope is important and possible is coming into that generation. That makes me feel very sad, because I think for all our generation thought we were rebels and counterculture right up until, you know, Britpop walked into number 10. As a political motivator, and you ask about getting into politics, it was always that concept that things could be different. It might be an article of faith, but things could be different. Whereas now I think people are just very deflated, and it's very hard to persuade people that it is worth the effort. And that's a cultural thing. That's not just in art. It's not just in music. You know, I mean, I'm grasping around for an explanation as to why Ed Sheeran exists, but I think that just that general sense that nothing good can come of anything is slowly intoxicating a lot of people, and we have to find a way through that. And I look back at my childhood, and I look back at my teen years, and the bands, the music, the films, the culture was fundamentally more hopeful, and comics included. 2000 AD was never miserable. It might have been emo, it might have been wearing black eyeliner, but it was still on the dance floor pogoing. You know, that's not what I see at the moment, and that's what I worry about.
What an image to end on there.
Coming from that era and of that time, I guess I think it can be changed. Otherwise, you know, why are Alex and I doing this insane job where people come out to us about our bins if we didn't think we could persuade people that things could be different and the world could be better? Whether we could draw a Tank Girl cartoon to encourage them to do it, I don't know. But
wonderful. We are out of time, so thank you so much to the three of you. This has been an absolutely fascinating chat. It's great to hear the influence that 2000 AD in all its glorious ways has influenced our political process in different aspects. So yes, thank you very much indeed, everyone.
Well, whether you're joining us on this main feed or dipping in and out to go and have a look at the panels on the 2000 AD Fringe on our YouTube channel, thank you for joining us on the Galaxy's Greatest. Now, for the next panel, we want to talk to some creators who are taking 2000 AD in ever so slightly different directions. So it's always been a comic that has changed, that has evolved, that has innovated. And we've got 3 guests who are each pushing 2000 AD in different directions. And it was fantastic to talk to writers Rob Williams, Alex DeCampi and Alish Cott about how they are pushing the boundaries at 2000 AD and really the next generation of writers to take the comic forward and producing very different work for different parts of the Galaxy's Greatest comic.
Oh, I'm really excited for this one. Really excited. But talking of the new generation, notice my updates, Master Mulcher. Now you can tell what I'm thinking. It's great.
Oh, are they working? What updates?
You can see from my face.
Yeah. So what is this? Is this like an emoji thing? Is this?
Yeah, now you can tell what I'm thinking all the time.
Great, we can tell what he's thinking all the time. Super. Well, thanks, Walter. Really looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this next panel with Rob, Alex, and Alish. So, welcome to the writers' panel for the Galaxy's Greatest online convention. I'm joined by 3 of our top writers at 2000 AD. For this panel, we're talking to our panelists because they're writers who are in their own ways pushing the boundaries of what 2000 AD is and what 2000 AD can do. And they're pushing in different ways, whether it's digging down into characters we thought we knew all along or reaching new audiences. So over the next hour, we're going to be talking about how 2000 AD is changing, how 2000 AD stories happen, and how what it means to be a 2000 AD story, a 2000 AD creator is changing in the 21st century. And it is an absolute pleasure to welcome our 3 guests, starting off with Rob Williams.
Hello.
Alex DeCampi.
Hello.
And Alish Cott.
Oh, hello, everybody.
So, like I said, I want to talk a little bit about the craft of storytelling for 2000 AD and how each of you have your own approaches and your own directions. Rob, you're the veteran 2000 AD droid of this bunch. Don't look all offended.
Just because I'm bald.
But you've been with us 15 years now?
Yeah, longer actually. I was talking. PJ Holden actually was saying the other day that I think my first Dread was 15 years ago, which is terrifying enough.
Mm. So, tell us a little bit about how you approach writing for 2000 AD, because your stories, things like Joe's Dread Titan, the Hershey story that you're continuing with Simon Fraser, these strike me very much as exploring characters that we think we know, but exploring them in a way that's quite visceral, quite psychological. What's your approach to telling these stories as a comic book writer?
I mean, I guess it's not bloody minded. It's just sort of, you sort of go in and you just I just tell the stories I'm interested in telling, which is very simplistic, and I'm not remotely thinking, for good or ill, what what would the regular 2000 AD or the hardcore 2000 AD readers necessarily respond to. I think there's a freedom in that, and there's also, I can put you at odds at certain times with things that have gone before, but I think it's yeah, I mean, I don't come in sort of going, oh, I'm going to write a 2000 AD story. I mean, the only thing I would say I do is, by the nature of it being 2000 AD, and we tell in 6-page chapters, I mean, structurally that affects it. And really, I've said before, we're going into structure a bit early, which I didn't expect. But 6 pages is great. You've got very little time to do anything other than 3-act structure, I find. I mean, you can sort of, you can you can push that a little, but effectively you've got 2 pages of setup, 2 pages of middle act and the character wanting something and trying to get it, and then a twist and a cliffhanger and you're out. And I always feel like it's a little bit writing for, you know, the Republic serials or something, you know, those type of shorts where you've got to end on a big cliffhanger. So the rules are there, and as a result, it kind of stops me disappearing up my own backside too much, although I can occasionally do that as well. But no, it's just, I mean, but you know, I mean, I guess I mix all that in what I've said with the fact that I'm a long-time reader, and I loved reading it when I was 12 and 13, and I love Dread, and I love Dread's world, and so that I've got enough knowledge, but then but really you're coming in and just, bottom line is telling stories that you find interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting point about having that knowledge base to be able to do that. Because Alex, you've spoken before about finding great big stacks of 2000 AD and absolutely devouring them. Do you find that having the memory of how 2000 AD stories are structured really helps when you're doing your own stories, or is it something that's just kind of background radiation?
I'm not sure how much. I mean, having read so much of 2000 AD from about kind of age 25 onwards, I came to it a bit late due to geographic issues. Having a really strong idea of what a 2000 AD story looked like was really helpful when I started talking to Tharg about things. And Tharg, of course, knew that I'd mainlined a ton of 2000 AD. So, but I was never one for writing. I'm very bad at writing other people's characters. Quality wise, I'll leave the readers for whom I've done a little work for hire to judge. But it's never been something I've been able to like really rally my intellect around and my creativity. So I have so much respect for folks like Rob who take an old thing and make it new on a regular basis. I can only take a new thing and make it weird and uncomfortable on a regular basis. I've really grown to love the 5 to 6 page. I mean, some of us are in the prog and only have 5 pages, Rob, come on. The 5 to 6 page installment length though, because it's I don't stick as hard to 3-act structure as Rob does. I'm much more instinctual with my writing. It's kind of like a musical thing. Like there's a sense of pacing that happens, and I don't deliberately think of it as setup, middle act, resolution, and cliffhanger. I just kind of wing it. But what I really love about doing something in 5 pages is creating the illusion of space in it, because it's no space at all. But also, if you can get a double page spread in there or something that just makes you feel like you've got this very compressed little story, and then it makes it even more impactful when you've got this huge moment in it. And the series I'm working on right now, Full Tilt Boogie, has this wonderful Spanish artist, Ed Ocaña, there drawing it, who's got very, very intricate line work, Lean Claire, and I'd be a fool if I wasn't giving him the space to draw like a giant battleship being constructed in an orbital shipyard. It would just be painful and not to indulge in that. But yeah, I love the taking a tiny amount of space and making it seem almost cathedral-like, that you can do when you're really hitting it right on those 5 to 6 page stories.
Of course, Alish, you have a bit more space to play with, because the Devil in War series that you've been writing has on average 10 pages in the Joyce Dredd magazine. Does that make all the difference?
I mean, it makes a huge difference. I mean, I think I learned how to write sort of when I wanted to understand if I could write comics years and years ago. The 2 things I did is I wrote like a 6 or 12 pager, I forget which, and then I wrote like a 150 page graphic novel script just to see if I actually, had the work ethic. And I think it taught me that there's no one proper system unless you're one of those people who function best underneath one system. For me, it's very much a case of nobody at 2000 AD ever basically told me, look, you can't really do that because nobody's going to get it, or because the structure is too weird, or because you're going to go too maximalist or too minimalist about something, which is really pleasant because that means that, I'm trusted to actually do my job properly, which is the job I've chosen, which is to be away from people and send them pages and turn them into money. But also to make really interesting, fun stuff with that. And so kind of like the thing I go with is, once I run everything just like outline wise by, the select space committees and all that, is I just kind of trust my instinct as to which way I want to go. And sometimes that will lend itself to going, okay, let's really dial it in and go like 3-act or 5-act structure on these 12 pages because I need to convey a certain amount of things and information and all that stuff. And other times I'll be just like, I just want a musical with a talking dildo right now. And that's what I'm going to do because nobody can stop me. And nobody stopped me. So that's pretty cool. And, sometimes you make the talking dildo musical fit into a traditional structure after all. And that's beautiful. And everybody's happy then. Both parts of my brain feel like they're doing something. And then comes the sense of, I guess, having more pages. I mean, every page that you have is just an incredible amount of real estate, whether like... You can do anything. You can do any, like, I know that I'm just, quoting the absolute classics here when it comes to like, who was it? Was it Eisner who said that you can do anything with words and pictures, or was that Kirby? It was somebody a long time ago. I think it was Jack Kirby, I'm fairly sure. But also I heard that quote gets misattributed a lot. Either way, I don't know. I just look at the page and kind of go, 12 of those pages means that you can give people their worth, and ideally you could get them to come back to those pages and look again and go, wait, like, was that really a dancing, singing dildo in a top hat? And how is this possible? And why does the first and last panel mirror each other? Is there a deeper message in it? There's not, but I want them to feel like maybe there is. So, it's fun. It's great. I'm very lucky. 12 pages or 10 pages, whichever it is, I forget, is generally pretty great and a lot, especially in 2080.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably worth pointing out those who are watching this panel who haven't read the Judge Dredd magazine, specifically the Devlin War series, is that Alice is not kidding. There is a talking, singing, dancing.
It's great. Okay, it's great, and you need to read it.
To be accurate,
yeah,
scientifically speaking.
It's something of a Rorschach test for people who are reading it.
That's one thing. I mean, with 2000, one interesting thing I find about 2000, apart from the regen stuff, no one has ever, in all the years I've worked for it, has ever gone, we're this rated. It's really kind of up to the individual creator's voice of like, this story is, I want this story to be this, and I think that's kind of freeing. I mean, I think it says something about we should give a little nod to Matt Smith, who allows us the freedom to, you really don't get with 2000 that heavy.
Yeah.
You do with other publishers, an editorial kind of, coming in and going, no, this doesn't suit this audience. There's a sense that if you dig it and you're into it, you get the total freedom to do in its own little way. It's like little creator owned, even though we don't own it, but in sort of intent going in, put it that way.
I mean, I remember the fight I had with an American publisher to get 2 characters which are specifically like out of continuity, alternate universe same-sex characters, to be able to have one tiny smooch. And ultimately they couldn't kiss on the lips. One had to kiss the other one on the forehead. And it was like, guys, in the year of our Lord 2020, we're going to do this. Like, we're having this discussion. I think 2080 is much more supportive of it encourages, via the fact that they've hired people like Alice and me to just, do, I won't say balls to the wall, genitals to the wall. We'll keep this, general. Whatever you want to, and to be in, to feel like you have an environment where you can experiment and push yourself as hard as you can is incredibly valuable to me, because my entire work ethos is essentially one of play, of like trying to make myself happy and trying to push my skills further. And just, every comic is a laboratory in a way, to try to do something new. And sometimes it fails, sometimes it works. And, there are very few publishers who let you do that, unless it's a completely creator-owned thing that you're paying for yourself, which is why most of my other work is completely creator-owned, that I pay for myself. But one thing I think it's an interesting difference between, at least Rob and I, because we discussed this before, is Rob writes week to week, and I will write an entire arc in one document. But then I do less. I do fewer stories than he does. But I always find that if I try to go week to week, I'll hit episode 8, and there's something I really want to tweak in episode 2.
Yeah, no, that is true. But I mean, I do plan. I've got it all largely planned out. I just give myself a lot of room to dance in between the,
No, I'm not suggesting you completely, are
make it up as I go along.
But we all know how much sway there is between even a fairly thorough outline and then when you start doing breakdowns.
Yeah, sure.
With this freedom, it like I said at the top, Alice is writing a fairly mature series, whereas Alex, you're writing an all age series for the 2000 AD Regine, which is the all ages specials that we do 4 times a year. Going into that, what were your expectations of how that how that process would take place, how that process would turn out? Because there's lots of discussion about what it means to be all ages, whether it means just for kids, things like that. But you've been quite clear that with something like Full Tilt Boogie, it's not something that you necessarily want to be safe, but something that can do interesting things within the framework of all ages.
I mean, Full Tilt Boogie takes a lot of its inspiration from classic anime, specifically the ones I grew up on, which were Gatchaman and Space Battle Cruiser Yamato, or as their bad US network dubs were known, Star Blazers and Battle of the Planets. And I've always loved the fact that an anime like that is considered all ages, like Star Blazers, can still also have really impactful emotional arcs and emotional storylines about the usual anime stuff, about friendship, about family relationships, about found family. The classic anime, the real victory was the friends we made along the way. And I wanted to bring that series, and I felt 2000 AD was a good place for that, because I could have enough emotional sophistication and suspense, which I'm quite good at, that it would keep the older readers interested in it and not going, oh, this is just a kiddie thing. They'll be like, oh, this is a kid's thing, but I'm going to read it anyway, while having this sense of wonder and the stories of friendship that I think appeal to younger readers. I mean, it's fundamentally about a girl bounty hunter who has her own spaceship, and if you having your own spaceship was quite high on my list of priorities when I was a child. I haven't managed it yet, but
there's still time.
Yeah, mug Jeff Bezos or something. Speaking about flying dildos. So yeah, again, it's the complexity of the line that I'm walking that excites me. if it were just like, oh, do something that's just for kids, I've done that, but it always ends up getting a bit heavier than it should, and more emotionally impactful than necessarily other writers go for. As a kid, I grew up on Eastern European, mainly Romanian fairy tales and Greek myths, and neither of those have a light touch in terms of where they're willing to go. Like, bad things happen. And I think it's important to have bad things happen in stories for kids, because it helps them, as all sorts of psychology about children's tales has no doubt has said, it helps them understand in their own lives the spectrum of what is a bad thing and what is a thing that is, just a minor inconvenience. So, I haven't been afraid to let bad things happen to my characters. And it's been fun too, like the second arc, which Ed is drawing right now. And there's a huge delay basically because his and my schedules are both insane. And so by the time I got around to writing the second arc, Ed was busy on a French book until just Christmas. And then so we are very committed to it. It's just that the last couple of years for my schedule has been insane. And so I'm not sad about that. Them's high class problems, but yeah. But the second arc is I start to sort of tease through, I start to show you some of the things I hinted at in the first arc. And there's some actually quite nightmare fuely disturbing stuff in there, but it's all PG. And again, that's a very fun line to walk. I don't get gore. I don't get swears. I don't get, shooting guns at people. I have to think of ways that people can be dispatched in ways that don't involve bloodiness. But that still leaves me a lot of like very creepy stuff to do.
Alice, I wanted to ask you kind of the flip side of this question, which is that you're working with a character, Devlin Moore, created by John Smith and Sean Phillips, who is known for being risque, for being it's almost reductive to call him gay. He's kind of
flaming homosexual.
A flaming homosexual. There we go. And he's a former Vatican exorcist and a vampire and all these other things. You're working within the
bodybuilder.
You're working within the boundaries of this wider mythos that John Smith and Sean Phillips created. I wanted to ask you about the amount of boundary pushing that you felt you could do with that character, whether you were like, this is like a playground for me, or whether you thought, there are pressure points here that I can push, there are directions that I can go in.
That's something he would say, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting. I think I got the gist of your question, but
yeah, it's just whether with a character that already exists, how you approached pushing it not necessarily in a new direction, but pushing it a bit further than it had necessarily gone before.
Well, the first thing you have to do is just buy a big bucket of lube. Basically, I don't know. I feel like this all started with a tweet, right? Like, I feel like I tweeted at 2000 AD, quite possibly when you were managing the 2000 AD Twitter, or maybe over Facebook. I don't know what it was, but I was like, I would write to Devlin Vo, and then the next thing I know it was. But I just remember sort of being like, okay, I'm just going to run the most fun story that comes to my brain by Matt and see what happens. And either he says, well, we're going too far here, or it will be the opposite, right? And my thinking was always just like, I'll just do one for myself here and have fun and feel like I wrote something for 2000 AD, which was important for me early on. And I just kind of, wrote a 12-pager, I think, about, Devlin coming into his housing estate and finding a real demon that, existed, who knows. It was a demon of grammar errors that the monks blamed for everything since like the 14th century. And then I realized, it's going to be just like trying to find some way to exist now. And then I realized that, of course, Devlin's coming from an orgy, which I don't think was a part of the original pitch, but I was just like, why is he wearing nothing but, Balenciaga raincoat? And why is there a dildo in his pocket? We mentioned, and I don't think that 2000 AD is just about the contrast to the American comics, not at all. But I think it's kind of funny to think about it sometimes, because I'm like, I'm pretty sure that like some people who some people in the US look at Iron Man and go, oh, maybe one day Iron Man will cure cancer. And I look at 2000 AD and I go, well, Devlin's, hoping that the fisting party is still on, and Dredd is going to try to shoot cancer in the neck, and that's about it. And that feels much more realistic and relieving and demented in ways that I actually find are closer to real world and further away from its sort of unexpressed pathologies. And I like that 2000 AD fully leans into the expressed pathology part of the human spectrum. So with Devlin, it was very much like the combo of, these are all the fun things and all the things that are just like, you rarely get a chance to write an unapologetically queer, non-original character in comics industry, because there's still, plenty to do on that front, frankly. But to then top that off with this demented layer of the weirdest, demonic / just demented / whatever third word starting with D is, that's, I don't know, it's just joy. It's very, it has the feeling of a pressure valve just getting slightly loosened, and like sort of like reminding myself why making comics in the first place is still a fun thing. So yeah, never really felt like I had to push much at all.
Brilliant. Well, Rob, I want to come to you next, because with the stuff you've been doing with Dredd and with Hershey in particular, there's I've felt there's a degree of fun having, even if it's not fun for the characters themselves with being put through the ringer, but it does feel sometimes that you are having fun with established characters and exploring them in the way that you want to explore them.
I hope so. I mean, the thing is, it's one of the I think maybe the last Dredd I did, I forget, was Dredd the musical, which was utterly ridiculous, and then you have the contrast of, you've got this incredible artwork by Chris Weston. You've got probably the silliest script I've ever written.
Is that already out?
It came out just before Christmas.
I need to read that. Okay, thank you.
It's just basically, it's like Sensitive Clegg does a musical about a sort of Hamilton rapping musical about Dredd's life, basically. And he's a giant talking crocodile who decides he's the only person who has the empathy necessary to portray Dredd on stage. So he raps Dredd's life story. It's not the most serious piece in the world, but I mean, one of the nice things about that is like say, if you then say the Hershey stuff is very sort of trying to kind of dig down into feelings of like, here's someone whose life path is over, who basically has run their race, and the whole thing, she went up the sort of the pyramid of being a great judge, being chief judge, and then her times, they don't last long, so then her time's over. So what do you do then? And to tell a story of an older woman protagonist who is dealing with those kind of issues, it's not the most fun story in the world by the nature, because essentially it's someone having a kind of existential breakdown, frankly, and doing it in Dredd's world with a backdrop of vengeance. But it's much more interested in trying to give her some agency as a character, and hopefully, and she's not in a remotely happy place. She's dealing with a lot of things. But then I put Dirty Frank with her along the way, and there's a little lightness there, but there's always huge amounts of pathos with Dirty Frank as well. So, but I mean, again, 2000 is an anthology, right? I mean, that's one of the great things about it, is you can have a very serious, more noirish piece like that, and it'll be back to back with something silly and heightened that really sort of is, and that's fine, you know. And again, we have the art styles. You have Simon Fraser doing absolutely beautiful work, and the coloring work Simon does on Hershey. You know, we talked a lot about cinematography and approaching it in that kind of sense, and making the coloring sensitive to the mood of the piece. And then you'll have, you know, I don't know, Henry Flint on the next story, or you'll have PJ Holden on the next story, and they're just totally different aesthetics, and we all just go fine, you know, because that's what 2000's always been. So that's something I really enjoy about it. I think, again, it's just that sense of creativity. I mean, you know, it's, you know, even when I was reading it when I was a kid, you had Brian Bolland on Dread one week and you had Mick McMahon the next week. They're just from another world, both of them. But we just go, that's the sort of tonal language of this comic.
I mean, that is an interesting question. What is a 2000 AD story? Can you actually define a 2000 AD story, even in the broadest of terms? Alex, what's your thoughts?
Gosh, I would be up first. I mean, I think, you know, it's almost always some sort of dystopian. Well, I mean, I guess it's
this is the wonderful thing about this question is there even an answer?
I keep thinking about I keep thinking about things and be like, no, but this other story is not quite like that. So, you know, like
this is going to sound very flippant, but it's got a little bit of that's got to be in there somewhere, I feel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's definitely something that's a little bit punk rock about it at all times. When comics has increasingly not been that way. It's been, you know, comics, especially in the US, has been very much moved towards a calculated IP farm for film and TV. In the corporate sense, you know, of individual creators and their goals aside. And 2000 AD is just about having fun with the entire, you know, science fiction and fantasy toolbox. I like that there's, you know, there aren't superheroes in 2000 AD because, you know, I feel that superheroes have a reliance on superheroes has created a pop culture in the US that's very into militarization and vigilantes, and it's not and you know, the shameless embrace of capitalism and wealth. You know, it's not. I like that. That's not a 2000 AD thing. I don't think it could ever be a 2000 AD thing. I don't think it could be a British culture thing in many ways, thank God. You know, the variety is just of 2000 AD is part of the joy of it. You know, the fact that each of us are working on such different stories and they can all coexist in the same issue.
It was a bit of a trick question at the end of
I tried to answer it.
No, absolutely. No, it's great. I mean, Alice, what's your thoughts on this? Because obviously, like I said, you know, we've got three writers here who are each doing very different things, but all under the same banner. Do you think? And all for
sort of the same reason, in a way. Like we've all just been talking about, like, we're doing this for fun. And if you do comics for long enough, you start only taking things, and you're fortunate enough to be reasonably successful, you start only taking things that are enjoyable, not because you should do them or, you know, it pays well or whatever. It's always like, am I going to have fun with this? Is this something I can play with? Is this something I can write, something that I will enjoy? It's very little about what we think the audience will enjoy. I mean, for me, that almost never comes into it, aside from, you know, making sure it's coherent, which is something I require as a reader as well. I'm trying to please myself as a reader and trying to please myself as a creator. And if you like it, that's great. And if you don't, well, at least I like it.
Absolutely. I mean, Alice, what's your thoughts on this?
Yes. No. Thoughts. It's great. Before 11 a.m. In California, thoughts. Let's go. Yeah, I think that I don't think that 2000 AD fully even understands the scope of possibilities and stories that it actually has at its disposal yet. I think that if you define a magazine as something that deals with futures, you have both an immense playing field and a responsibility in a way to really dig into what that means and what that means from multiple standpoints. What that means for a magazine working within a post-colonial legacy, right, of the British government, etc. You have questions of what does fiction even look like in this century? Because I think that there are things, I was just like, what are the ways in which we can talk about things like climate change, about immigration, about, a million different factors, and nobody says that they have to be all serious by any means. I don't think there's ever been a single issue of 2000 AD that was entirely serious, thanks gods.
Yeah, in the most serious Judge Dredd story, someone's always named a tower block something daft. I mean, it's part of just working on the Dredd story.
Yeah. And the thing is, because the future is like that, right? The future is incredibly messy and complex. It will be simultaneously the funniest and the saddest thing that you've ever seen, and often they're happening at the same time, and it's entirely overwhelming. And like that to me is the vibe that 2000 AD at its best really, really carries, and I feel can go even further and further with. And that gets me excited. That is the thing that I think is unique and cool about it. And in some ways, builds on things like, I forget what that magazine, like, it's on tip of my tongue though, that Moorcock and Ballard were involved with in like 70s and 80s, but there's like a lot of genuine tradition of speculative fiction that I feel like we're on the start of not even a wave, but just like a redefinition of what it means to be creating something within the boundaries of something that I don't think sci-fi alone really contains fully. I think we've gotten to a moment where we understand fiction way too much for the usual tricks to still work. So things need to get weirder and weirder. And I feel like 2000 AD's primary commitment, maybe unspoken, but always kind of felt like this sense of like, oh, we want to get weirder, let's go weirder. Like when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro, that kind of thing. Yeah. I like that. I want that.
Do you think the comic is evolving or just staying true to itself?
I think it can be both at the same time. I mean, 2000 AD did take a very tactical, we're going to bring in a whole bunch of new blood and train them up and see which ones stick, about 5 years ago. And I think that's when I came in. Mostly Arthur Wyatt dragged me in. I did the Dredd books for the film tie-in, or some of them. I think that was a really good idea. I think the all ages is a great idea. Some of it will stick, some of it won't, but that's always been 2000 AD. Like it throws a whole bunch of series against the wall. Some of them stick, some of them don't. And some of them last on and keep, and new creators take them up, like what Alice has done with bringing Devlin to what it always should be. I mean, I always enjoyed Devlin Wall, but I always felt like it was like a little bit like softly where it shouldn't be. And so Alish's Devlin is kind of like where I have always wanted that story to go. The young reader stuff is important. It might frustrate some of the older readers who are like, why is there this kids thing that I have to deal with? Like, cope. But we need to bring 2000 AD is one of the few comics still sold on newsstands, and it's important to bring new readers into that to maintain comics as a whole, as well as the health of the magazine.
Rob, what's your thoughts? Because I mean, like I say, you've been with 2000 AD for a long time. Well, I mean, you were one of the writers that Matt Smith brought in not too long after he started his proper tenure as Tharp.
I think Andy Diggle actually commissioned me, and then before my first thing was published, Andy left, which I think I've said before may have been a reason. He might have read what I wrote and thought it was time to go. Yeah, I think I've been here as long as Matt, so I think I think it has evolved. I can't speak. The thing is, I think that's a conversation for people in the building, such as yourself, Michael, and who would know what kind of think tank goes into it. It really, I think it's a healthy thing. It's always felt loose to me. Like, I've got a story, I'm pitching the story. Does Matt Smith, like it or not, right? And then we go. If you work for DC or Marvel, there's writers' retreats. There's we're going to do a revamp. We're going this direction. We're going that direction, and people have to move along. It never feels like that, And I think. So I think I think it is evolving, and the Regent stuff is certainly something sort of healthy and looking to try and get a new audience, because it can't just be the old faithful, because we're all going to be dead soon. But that's cheery, isn't it? No, I it still feels like it's a very creatively healthy thing. It comes down to what I said at the start of the talk. Is just like, if you've got a story you're interested in, you pitch it and you go, and I think as long as people are enthusiastic about what they're working on, then it ends up sometimes it pops and it has a life of its own, like something like when I did The Small House, and with Henry and I just seemed to sort of hit a bit of a sort of right place at right time, and so yeah, I mean, for people in the building, they would have to sort of go, we need to keep this appealing to a new audience, basically, constantly. But I think, as long as you tell good stories, you'll do that.
Yeah, I really like the lack of corporate direction, beyond like, I mean, even the Regine stuff was just Matt calling me up and going, "Hey, Alex, we're doing this all ages issue. You wouldn't happen to have an all ages pitch lying around, would you?" And I went, "Oh, yes, I do." And that was how it started. So, I think the one thing he told me was I had some bears being shot, and the bears couldn't be shot, so we made them robot bears, because you can shoot robot bears, and then cut them up, but you can't cut up flesh and blood bears. So we have bear bots. Letter, not spirit. Always.
As writers, when looking at something like looking to start a new story for 2000 AD. What's the first step for each of you? Is it the idea? Is it the character? Is it just does a scene pop into your head? You're like, well, I want to build a story around that. What are the kind of touchstones that you try to find when writing a 2000 AD series? We'll start with you, Rob.
Do you know what I was thinking about? I genuinely don't know. It's different all the time. There's not one trick. You don't go, I need to generate a new story. I will go to my generation process. It's just something will noodle away, and I think it's that for me. I one thing I really never enjoyed was when an editor would get in touch and go, would you like to pitch for this? And you go, absolutely, I'd love to pitch for this. And then you just stare at a wall for 2 days. I kind of, because I'm older and bolder, I much prefer the fact, I'll have a couple of ideas and it'll noodle away for a while, and then it might take I'll write something down in my notebook and it's not quite there, and something else then will kick it, and I'll go, oh, okay, I know what to do with that now, But it's not that kind of inception of stories is, I've been doing this for 20 years and it's a mystery to me still, and they all come out in different ways. There's no hard and fast rule to it. You know what I mean? It's and then I think then you bring in things like structure, and then you can go, I know what I can build it now. I know what I need to do to build it, to make it work, to make a good story. But coming up with sort of the DNA of it in the first place is, I don't know.
Yeah, it's alchemy. Like it happens in so many different ways. I mean, I just come up with stories and then I eventually find someone willing to publish them. So it's not like I'm going to think up a 2000 AD pitch. It's I'm I'm poking at this weird psychic wound I have,
Mm.
or this feeling, or this emotion, or this scene, or something, and trying to make it grow in the notebook, notebook. And it's in my horrible, horrible chicken scratch, which nobody can read.
Yeah,
Except
no,
for me.
I have.
Right,
I
Duke.
have this sort of
Yep.
all-
Hey,
all
moleskins.
filled with-
Um,
filled with it.
And eventually, you know, it either becomes something or it doesn't. Like, you know, you gradually get enough momentum where you know the characters, you know really what you're trying to explore. You know if there's going to be an ending. I mean, the thing I'm working on right now is like, which actually might be a 2000 AD story, to be fair. Actually worked quite well for 2000 AD. Is like a serialized portraiture kind of thing, like a bit like Naoki Urasawa's Monster, where like you've got two connecting characters that take you through all these situations over time. That's essentially a horror story, but it's horror in the ways of something like Chainsaw Man, where because I love the treatment of the devils in Chainsaw Man. So it's this great gestalt process of taking feelings and ideas and characters and influences and making something new. I mean, there's no story is fully new. Every story is a continuation or a variation on something else, in a way. Sometimes the stories come very fast. I mean, I was exhausted driving to Maine from New York over the summer. It's about an 8-hour drive. And I completely thought up my next graphic novel with Erica Henderson during the drive, sat down, started notes on it. Whole book was finished by mid-October. And, you know, it's 111 page-ish, 114 page. Graphic novel. She's drawing it now. You know, did I really expect to have that book exist? No, I didn't. But like my brain was on pause while I was on the freeway for a very long time, and out it came because I was having feelings about the thing. Others have taken years.
Alice, what about you? Do you have kind of isn't there a German word for shower thoughts, which is exactly what you just described, Alex, where basically your brain is off and all of a sudden it kind of pops in?
I choose these activities. Like I choose running. I choose just going to movie theaters, like continually putting myself in liminal spaces where my brain is having to do something that's like not super challenging. So I can like, then the hard work of like turning over stories happens.
Yeah, I would absolutely back that up. If you go for a run, have a shower, have a bath, think about something else, and very often it'll just pop in. And you kind of go, oh, that's why it doesn't work. That's why that's what was holding it all up. But if you actually just stare at your screen for ages, going, you'll just freeze very often.
Or going to the pub and telling your friends the story problem, and you're like, help me solve this. And by the time you finish telling them that, you realize you've got the answer already, and they're just like, yeah, buy us pints now.
Oh, I did one thing once I thought was good with this, with Chris. I was stuck with something with Judge Dredd Control, and I don't know how to end it. I don't know how to get him out of it. And I rang up Chris Weston, and I went, Chris, I'm stuck. And Chris went, well, what about? And I went, got it, thanks. And it was just all I needed to do was, it turns out, was speak to another human being for 2 seconds. And it was like, oh, it just popped in. And Chris is like, oh, okay, thanks. So there, yeah, no hard and fast rules.
I co-sign all that in terms of, you know, I think you just learn what works for you when it comes to when your brain needs to be set in a specific place and you need something that's as far away from the thing itself as possible, versus when deeper immersion in things that are sort of like, you know, maybe thematically cohesive towards a certain spot, kind of, you know, there's different ways of putting yourself into trance. There's different ways of putting yourself into a zone. Sometimes the zone is honestly the last thing you need. And it's kind of, I think, the job of, I think, any sort of a creative, any sort of an artist is figuring out which works when. And I think it also can change project for project. With Devil Info, I'm super structured. I have 2 big screens, you know, I wake up, I pop an edible, I inject my coffee, I turn on Gateborn and boxing and have them running in the background. The stories just come. But no, really, that's not actually my process. To be fair, please, like, don't try this at home. No, do, but like, don't expect to write.
Like a really good Saturday morning, to be honest.
It could work. But no, it's mostly just making sure that I sit behind the table and that I show up. And even on the days when the writing might not be good, putting something down just helps because it gives you a different place to start from the next day instead of staring at the exact same page as you did the day before. Even if 99% of it is completely unusable, it might be worth enough that it unlocks a piece somewhere. And other times is literally just everything that you two just described, or doing something as simple as just switching projects, just going to another thing. And maybe it's a thematically similar thing, maybe it's a completely different thing, but again, it's kind of like playing Scrabble with your own brain a little bit, or like some weird Tetris where, you know, you might not necessarily have the right piece for this, but you have another piece that fits and you raise this line and suddenly voila, you know, space is open. It's messy. It's completely incomprehensible even to me. I don't think I'll ever fully understand it, but I'm all right with that. It's kind of a part of the fun of the job, honestly, is the fact that the mystery just stays.
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. We're coming to the end of our conversation, and I want to loop back round to something that we talked about in the first 10 minutes, which is about freedom and having the freedom to tell the stories that you want to tell. Gloves off, absolute any story you want to tell in the pages of 2000 AD. What story do you tell?
Gosh,
you have to pay us for that.
Let me get my agent on the phone right now. We can start.
Well, I think you can, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, none of us are going to come up with stories now. I mean, whatever themes interest you, you put into the work. But I mean, just the fact that you say that Alice is doing talking dildos, and you know, and we've got a conversation here, like you said, with sort of an all ages book, and then talking dildos, and then Dredd and his despotic sort of fascism, and sort of telling all these stories of humanity in Megacity 1 when it's under the boot of a totalitarian regime. And you know, I mean, that's one of the, I mean, just in Dredd's world alone, you can tell any story, you know, and it just absolutely, and so that's definitely true, more so of within the pages of a comic.
I mean, Dredd is exactly what I mean in terms of an exercise in serial portraiture, and you know, it's the stories are obviously about Dredd, and Dredd does have an arc in them, but it's much more, but equal importance in every Dredd story is you know, whoever he's investigating, whatever, you know, whoever he's alongside. That it's the side characters in some ways that really make Dredd.
Yeah, I'm not sure 100%. I know what you mean, but I'm not sure 100%. One of the things I've always enjoyed about trying to write Dredd is trying to write Dredd, the human being underneath, and you know, which is difficult but also challenging, but that's what makes it interesting. I mean, I talk about gloves off, Mike. I would say I don't think anyone's ever done race in Dredd's world. I'm not sure I've got the guts to do it. I mean, there's the Muti rights thing, of course, but that's the most unlikely thing about Dredd's world, is the fact that no one ever, for all the problems it has, no one ever talks really about sort of about race. So maybe someone needs to have a go at that at some point.
That's a classic 60s and 70s sci-fi thing of like, you know, we're going to have totalitarianism and kill oppressed people, but in this society of the oppressed, magically we no longer have racial or gender issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Religious issues, you know. And you know, the classic 70s alpha male sci-fi of like, you know, about like, you know, the white people are enslaved now. Like, really, what you doing there?
I mean, that's a long-standing issue with sci-fi, that it so often it deals with problems in the abstract or in the metaphorical, or you know, but doesn't necessarily, in doing so, doesn't necessarily actually deal with those issues, because it expects the audience to understand what it's trying to say in the first place.
Or the people experiencing those issues aren't part of the writer's room, which is usually the case.
Well, I think that's an important.
So we have like, so we have nudie rights, and we have, oh yes, well we definitely have POC because we have alien characters, and you're just like, okay.
Well, I mean, I think there's something to be said for, you know, more diversity in the writing of Dread's world is probably a healthy thing, basically. I mean, I wrote Closet about one story about gay culture in Megacity 1, and I think in 40 odd years there should probably be more. But yeah, more diversity in the voices, writing to deal with a number of different subjects would be really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, big co-sign on that pretty much more than anything else. If I was to pick something and it wouldn't be, let's say, like doing just an OGN or something set in like Dread's world or Slain or something like that. I think what's more important than that is genuinely just actually opening up the space more and more. Like, let's own it. Even on this panel, like I didn't realize it, but like we're all white here. Like we shouldn't really have to be running panels, all white panels in comics in 2022. It still happens, okay, but at the end of the day, if we're talking about a future, if we're inventing new futures, there's so much space, there's so much opportunity. I want to see like a graphic novel by somebody who goes, oh, you know what? Let's go back and let's talk about why Megacity 1 was the way it is for 40 years now, and everybody else is writing. But let's talk about it through talking about the story behind the story, right? And also, frankly, just hiring writers and hiring artists who don't have to do stories about race just because they are different, just because they are diverse. Like that to me is where you genuinely start actually seeing the change. The moment you're not hiring for representation, but the moment you're hiring not for representation in stories, but simply because that is the process, and that is a part of the process that becomes integral. And I think that comes over time, and it comes with us having those conversations and then taking them and kind of like letting that resonate further and further.
I mean, one of the wonderful things about I found joining 2000 AD was immediately it was like, you've done some stuff, you want to write Dread? And I was like, all right. And the way that goes in America, usually as a female writer, is like, oh, would you do this C-list female superhero miniseries? And we'll test you out and see if you're all right. And you never get to write Batman anyway, or Superman or Iron Man, because they have white men for that. Or maybe a black writer, as long as they've won like the Nobel Prize or something like that. Heaven forbid it be a black comics writer. So it was just the sea change for me, where no one ever said, oh, but don't you want to write women's stories? I'm like, no, like sometimes yes, but like if you hire me to write women's stories, I'm going to be quite peeved at you, because I just want the same choices that Rob and Alice get. That's the thing. I think that's anytime you're hiring a diverse writer, or I don't count as diverse. I'm a white woman. I've got all the privilege I can handle. You just, it's easy. You just give them the same choices you're giving your white male writers. You don't hire them to write the Black History Month story. You hire them to write any story they feel like.
But then you get more diversity of voices, and like you say, it comes through via osmosis, right? You just get a healthier worldview because you get more.
Well,
a wider
it reflects your actual world.
Given the same choices that you guys get, they get the same opportunity that we've all had, which is write something, because we've all been talking about, we're writing stories we really enjoy. We pick stories we like and we write them and we have fun with it. And that's how you get the best out of every writer, rather than, putting them in to fulfill a quota and saying, well, we need, more brown faces, so we'll hire this brown writer and we'll make them write a race conscious story because we feel we need to have that. It's just you hire a black writer and you say, write whatever you want. If you want to write Dread, write Dread. If you want to write Rogue Trooper, write, or anything like that, like write your own series, fine, do that. Pitch it. So yeah, it's just about equality of choice rather than just ghettoizing diverse creators into small niches where they theoretically have to test out because they're less experienced.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I feel like this conversation could could run, but we've fulfilled an hour. But I just want to say thank you so much to the three of you. This has been an absolutely fascinating conversation. I feel like we've touched on so many things and really got down into the meat of it. You know, the range of stories that could be told at 2000 AD and just how the magic happens. So thank you to you all for chatting away. It's been a pleasure.
Here's to more magic. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Take care, guys.
Judge Webb's my sunshine, my only sunshine. Webb makes me happy when skies are grey.
He's been singing that since the start of that last panel.
Judge Webb's my sunshine, my only sunshine. Webb makes me happy when skies are grey.
I will put you back in the vault. So I hope you enjoyed that panel, Earthlets. It was absolute hell for us in the Nerve Centre. So now we've got two more panels for you on the Galaxy's Greatest. Over on the Fringe at www.youtube.com/2000AD, we have our critics panel. So 4 comics critics talk about Judge Dredd, about what it means for a character who is a fascistic cop from the future in our current political climate. So that's Tom Shapiro, Tiffany Babb, Zach Quaintance and Chloe Mayville talking about Judge Dredd. And over here on the main feed, we have our audio panel. Now, you'd think that with 2000 AD being, pictures on and words on a page, that it wouldn't necessarily work when you take away the pictures. But we've put together a panel of people whose work involves doing just that. So comedian Desiree Birch is the host for a panel and she is joined by producer and writer on the Future Shocks radio adaptations, Nat Tapley. We've got Chris Thompson from Penguin Random House, who was one of the people behind the audiobook adaptations that you can get on Audible of classics like Judge Dredd America, Halo Jones, Slain, and also new classics like Brink. And producer Paul Powell, who was involved in the 1990s radio adaptation of classic Judge Dredd stories. So that's an absolutely fantastic one to kick off with next. Are you going to behave yourself?
Maybe.
Or the panel?
Hello and welcome to this very special event to celebrate 45 years of 2000 AD's author panel. Today, we're investigating the world of audio drama, comics that have been turned into sounds. We've assembled members of the many teams who have turned some of the Galaxy's greatest stories into audio adaptations. My name is Desiree Birch, and I was in 2020's Future Shocks Radio, which took some of 2000 AD's best short stories and made them into delights for your ears. I mean, one can only hope. Joining me today are Paul Powell, who wrote the Judge Dredd adaptations that aired on BBC Radio 1 in the 1990s. Chris Thompson, who was the lead producer on Penguin Random House's award-winning audiobook adaptations of some of 2000 AD's most famous stories. And Nat Tapley, who wrote and produced Future Shocks Radio, audio dramatizations of the comics Future Shocks short stories that were given away free to subscribers in 2020. Hello, guys. How you doing?
Really good to be here.
Excellent. It's really lovely to have you here. And as someone who is very new to the 2000 AD world, I'm really excited to get a chance to interview you about your expertise and the different directions you've taken this incredible world, like universe. The more I come to understand of it, the more I realize how many great writers have come out of this world, how many different contributors have put things into it, and how kind of like punk rock it is, even for a comic, which is like kind of like, very, very high bar to set. It is very political and forward thinking and fun and short form, and just so many wonderful things have gone into it. And it's kind of like how comic writing should be. I'm curious to know from each of you when you first became aware of 2000 AD, and also like how, like what appealed to you? What was the first thing that drew you into the world?
Can I will
yes,
jump
please.
in straight away because I got issue 1. I was there right at the beginning.
So you should definitely begin. Yes, please.
Yeah. And so I think it came with a free gift or two, and I remember destroying those within minutes of getting the magazine. But yeah, so I came quite early just because it was such an exciting buzz around it. You know, there was this new comic on the scene, and until then, every comic was kind of war. You know, it was Victor, Warlord, Battle. It was full of that. Boys' comics were all about the Second World War, and suddenly we had one which was about science fiction. And I was a huge fan of Doctor Who and Hitchhikers and all these things. So, in fact, Hitchhikers came later, I think. But 2000 AD was just joyous when that came onto the scene.
So did you hear about it from the sort of science fiction friends and people you were aware of? Is that how you know, if it's another comic, what was the buzz coming from?
Oh, I think it was coming from school, but also from adverts within other comics, you know, within the same line. So yeah, I remember rushing out to get that first copy. I'm sadly long gone. But that's the nature of it, isn't it?
Do you remember, is there a story that sticks out to you from that very first one?
Oh God, no. But I was in Northern Ireland visiting family, if I remember correctly. So that's I remember the time and place, but sadly the contents, I think I was probably overwhelmed by transfers or flying plastic or whatever it was that came with issue 1.
Chris, what about you? How did you get into 2000 AD? What hooked you?
Well, I'm a relative newcomer in the sense that the comics were sort of brought to my attention by Richard Lennon, I'd say probably about 2 years ago at Penguin, who said these could really work really well in audio. And so I'm sort of in this really lucky position. I suspect a lot of people who've been, you know, in the boat for a lot longer must know quite how much there is for me to discover, really. But no, I mean, I guess the main angle was, you know, that these stories are really relevant and have stood the test of time, a lot of them. And, you know, the story that I still remember about doing the Dread adaptation, the recent ones, was that the Capitol was being stormed around the time I was doing the sound design for Dread America. And you just thought, well, yeah, I mean, if ever there was a time for these to be done, this is, you know, perfect. So no, I mean, you know, I've read the Slain, well, a lot of Slain. I've read Halo, Halo Jones, which we did the 3 sort of big books of, and I'm sort of discovering all sorts of other ones right now, which I'm not allowed to talk about, obviously. But yeah, I'm really sort of on this sort of odyssey, discovering, you know, worlds that yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible and 100% relevant, I'd say.
Is there any particular story that you aren't actually adapting that you still kind of like have warm cockles in your heart for, that like speaks to you in particular?
There was something about the imagery of the Apocalypse War I would love to have a bash at. Yeah, that sort of really appealed to me. Again, I'm sort of looking at it very much from a sort of starting point. But yeah, there's that one particularly just seemed like it would be worth a go in audio for sure.
Can you, I mean, I am not familiar with Apocalypse War. Is it just the visual on the page that appeals to you, or is it something about the story that feels?
No, yeah, it's Apocalypse War, by the way, Chris, the one I made in 1995. By the chance.
Wow,
it's exactly that. Yes, yeah. Well, you could tell us what was your experience of that then.
No, you go ahead, Chris. You go ahead. I'll come back.
Well, I mean,
we'll come back around to that, but I would love to hear. Yes, raw.
I think it's mainly just the visual. There's something about it. Again, I'm literally completely new to it, but I looked at it and I thought that looks particularly like it would work well. But I mean, as I say, Paul would be the expert on that, having done it already.
Yeah. Well, is there something that would work, that you believe, Paul, would work really well in adapting something like that?
Oh man, I mean, it'd be very now, wouldn't it? Apocalypse War.
Yeah.
I mean, funny enough, actually, I mean, we'll come back to it, but certainly going back to these shows, suddenly you go, my God, they were so prescient. So many particular details which seem relevant now. And bear in mind that, you know, these were written in, I think, about 1978, 79. I mean, we recorded them in 95, and yet here we are, 22, and they are absolutely on the nose. So extraordinary. I mean, there's a future shock.
Yeah.
I'm coming to you now in just a moment, but I'm very curious about this because this may feel like a softball question. Maybe it is, but I'm very curious to know why it is that really excellent science fiction is never out of date or just always on time. Whenever I've come across really good science fiction, it's just like, how did they know we'd be this far down the dumps? You know, like, how did they know? Like, everything that is, you know, dystopian future is like a lot closer. And I don't know if it's just following a pattern of human nature to its natural, you know, I mean, obviously you have things other than the Jetsons that like never came true. And then you have other things that are like almost to the letter coming true. And, you know, what is the difference there in terms of the sort of staying power of really good sci-fi, do you think? And I mean, that's open to anybody.
Is it the fact that being pessimistic about the human condition is always going to last better than being optimistic about the human condition? People who have a poor view of humanity tend to write stories that last better than people who don't.
Is there a lot of optimistic science fiction? I guess it's just the flying cars bit. That's the only optimistic thing I could think about. Everything else is like, yeah, you're all going to die.
That's the thing about Star Trek, actually. I think it gave a really optimistic view of the future, you know, that everyone coming together, all colours, all creeds, all cultures. So, yeah, there is one.
Yeah. I mean, and a very long lasting one. I guess it's there sort of the star at the top of the Christmas tree for us to sort of hope for that, like, somehow we'll get over our own differences and divisions and be totally open to alien species all of a sudden, because, you know, we treat every human equally. So like, why not this Klingon? That tracks. Matt, what about you? What was your entree into 2000 AD and, you know, obviously then making Future Shocks Radio?
I mean, I think I probably sit between Paul and Chris in that I was certainly aware of 2000 AD as a child, but on the occasions I was bought it, because they used to split the stories up into, you'd get a chapter or a few pages of one story, then you have to buy it the next week to get the next bit. And because my parents never regularly gave me pocket money and we couldn't get, I used to occasionally get it and find most of the stories utterly baffling. So I'd be getting 4 stories in the middle of something that had been happening for weeks and weeks and weeks. But the bits that did work for me were the Future Shocks, which were sort of small standalone stories that I could understand the whole thing of. So that's what they've always had a special place in my heart. And that's why when I talked to Rebellion about doing something, they were, for me, they seemed like a lovely way of doing something that could bring new listeners in without having to know a huge lore, a huge backstory, a huge, you know, without having to know 45 now years worth of what's happened.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely was pleasantly surprised in recording a couple of how, you know, there is something about doing something short form that either requires sort of distillation of something that, you know, to its essence, or like deconstruction of something so that you can really see the essence of something. And I think that both of those approaches can really kind of cut through a lot. And I think just at the time that you were doing it, like, we were really hungry for things to kind of cut through the like BS and the sort of, you know, like the veneer had gone from everything. So stuff that was just kind of like hitting you like that was a lot more gratifying.
Yes, so to clarify, we were doing it in the first lockdown, so I think we were all quite starved of things that we could do, but we could actually make audio dramas from within remotely using people's home studios and things. And yes, again, the appeal of the short form was we could go to all sorts of places. We had one that was set in Hitler's castle. We had one that was in an underground bunker in the far future. We had one that was set on the sun, and we could go to all those places while we were all trapped in our houses.
Yes. It's nice to go to the surface of the sun when you're trapped inside of your flat, looking at the same walls for weeks and weeks. Okay. So we've sort of talked about this earlier, but sort of potentially contrary to what people might believe about a comic adaptation, why does it work well in an audio form?
I think the key thing is just the imagination of the writing. I mean, it's so brilliant to work with these ideas. And actually they lend themselves, I think, towards scale and being epic. So I think, you know, certainly in our adaptations, we tried to make them sound like the soundtrack to a movie. that didn't exist, to try and give that sense of, millions of people, the idea of huge tower blocks, all these things. So I think the one thing that's great about audio is, yes, there's no limit. I mean, we all know those things about, the famous line about the ships collide, that you can achieve things in audio that you just couldn't possibly do, even with CG. You still can't do. But with radio, there is absolutely no limit. You just need someone to say, "Oh my God, look at the ships collide." But otherwise,
So because the imagination does so much more than any sort of individual graphic can do, you feel like that's what really, okay.
But that's not to put down the artists, of course. I mean, again, it's the inspiration comes from those great drawings, those great artworks. So I do think that that's also full respect as well. It is the combination of the writing and the drawing.
Yeah.
I think
there's a lot of Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Chris. No, you go ahead.
No, I was going to say there's a lot of detail in comic illustrations. That the one thing I found is that when we were taking the text out of the comics to make a script out of it, when we sort of put it all back together with the effects in, if a scene wasn't working, I would always go back to the original illustration. I'd realized there was one little detail that was in the background, and you add it, and suddenly the balance is back and everything works again. In that way, I suppose it lends itself very well as well, because there is so much detail and thought that goes into it. We just need to bounce off that and recreate it in audio.
Yeah, that's really beautiful to think about that image being, obviously our imaginations do quite a bit, but that image teaches us to kind of go further, because yes, that is a beautiful thing about any kind of comic book, is that when you look in there, you're like, oh, whoa, I didn't see that tiny little thing. And it makes you expand your vision of the world as well. Yeah. Nat, what were you going to say?
I think there's perhaps a slightly different experience for people listening to something who have read the comic from those who haven't, in that those who have read it will have those images fresh with them in their minds. And I certainly hope what we did would sort of add colour to what was already there for them. But for those who haven't read it, we managed to hire, some of the greatest visual effects artists in the world, who are themselves their own imaginations, to fill in the blanks. And hopefully when they come to the comics, they'll find that those two things marry as well. Because ideally they should, for me, we were trying to make sure that what we were doing with the sound was in some way, was doing homage to the graphical work that was there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of leads me to another question, which is what do you all feel are the components of a comic that make for good audio? And are there components of a comic that make for bad audio in your experience of adapting them? What kind of lends itself, and what are you working against?
Well, for us, the stories we had, the short stories, quite often have a twist ending, which so we very quickly found there are lots of those you can't do in audio very effectively. If the twist ending is, oh, they were very small all along, or oh, they were very big all along, or they're then that's very difficult to do. So what we found made a good story was, one, having some characters that we could talk about, because some of them were very conceptual, very ideas based, the original Future Shocks. So having a character we could latch onto, having an interesting soundscape, and having a plot that was narratively clear and wasn't dependent on a graphical reveal. That's what we were looking for.
Okay. Did you know this before you started, or did you have to find out the hard way when you were like, this one is not?
I hadn't realized how many of the early ones were just, oh, these people were really tiny all along.
It's the Shyamalan ending of like, oh, they were just really small.
Yeah. Those dinosaurs they were escaping from were us.
Oh my goodness. What about for you, Chris? What have you found works and maybe doesn't as well?
I think because we were given the brief that they had to be in the audiobook world, one thing that really helped were the stories that had a narrative voice. So to me, the most successful scenes of the Halo Jones was where she's writing a diary and she holds the whole story together. And, listening to a lot of dramas that are put out nowadays, that's something that really helps. If you've got a strong narrative voice with a strong character, quite often what we're battling, certainly with the Dreads, is that like the narrative voice is so short. It's just like the odd, not even a sentence. There's 3 or 4 words saying "and" in another place. And actually, a lot of the time, it's trying to think, okay, how do we make this work? Maybe it needs adaptation. Maybe it needs a little bit more to help it along. Because you can paint these incredibly detailed, beautiful pictures in audio, but at some point, someone has to hold the story together. And I've always found that helps.
Yeah, we need someone to hold our hand as we kind of go down into the depths with them. So yeah, that strong voice. Paul, what would you have to add to that?
I think for me, it was all about the characters. Again, the stories we chose had very big, strong characters, not least in The Day the Lord Died, we had Judge Caligula, who was just so over the top, camp, dark piece of humour. He was a joy. So, and then in Dread, of course, you've got that classic kind of Clint Eastwood, kind of deadpan style, but such a strong personality. I mean, I loved writing for Dread. It was just joy. I mean, it's but yeah, the great thing we had, I think we grounded it in characters, and of course great action as well. That was very crucial to the whole thing. I mean, actually the stories we chose are relentlessly driven by story, but have really satisfying plot lines. So I think we felt quite confident in our choice of 2 stories going in, that we had great material that would work well in audio. But also, of course, we had enormous choice. Where we went.
Yeah, of course.
Dread's been running since, I'm going to say 78. I'm looking to the experts here.
Can I ask a quick question, Paul? When you're talking about action, how did you find doing, say, a car chase or a motorbike chase through a city? How did you make the beats of that clear in audio?
Well, this is, of course, I have to give credit to the great Dirk Maggs now. I can't discuss this without talking about Dirk Maggs, who is, of course, the lord and master of all audio adaptations. So Dirk really has a great handle on that, having done adaptations of Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman. He had great form here. So a lot of those logistical issues he dealt with. So occasionally we just have to have a little bit of dialogue, just to explain perhaps where they are or how they're moving. But actually, just the sound effects really drove the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that leads me to the next question, which is sort of, and you've all sort of touched on this, but what are some of the changes that you have had to make to certain stories in order to adapt them to an audio format? And also, how'd you feel about it? Obviously you've got a job to do and you're touching material that is someone else's. Like, how do you go into a thing going like, I want to do this justice, which means changing it, and how do you make those choices?
It's a really difficult one to answer. Paul, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I will. Sorry, Chris. Yeah. Okay, so I've been going back actually looking at some of the comments on it, and it's refreshed my memory. I mean, again, I just want to stress this was 27 years ago I did these. It's 1995 when I was very fresh-faced. But at that point, we wanted to do something that was true and accurate and respectful to the original, but also because we knew that we'd get our heads bitten off if we did anything that tampered with the law, and quite rightly. So we were very careful that when we filled out or put in detail, that we tried to do it without actually treading on the story too much. So we tried to be very truthful to the original, very respectful, but there did have to be changes. So sometimes it'd be adding in some dialogue. But the biggest change we made was at the end of the Apocalypse War, which of course originally ends with the whole of the soft block being blown up. Dirk just said, it's just too dark. We can't do this at tea time on Radio 1 in the Mark Goodyear. Okay. We can't blow up an entire Soviet megacity. So we toned down the destruction of the Apocalypse War. So it wasn't quite the apocalypse, but it was still pretty damn bad. Yeah. But yeah, it felt tonally that was just too much, too dark. So we did actually make a big editorial change there. I think he was absolutely right to make that. That was Dirk's call.
It was a tea time apocalypse, but it was it's apocalyptic for the audience that experienced
tea cakes. Yeah.
Chris, what about you?
Well, I think for us, again, it's interesting to hear Paul talk about it because the challenge is always being faithful, and it sort of feels like it's a battle that you can't really win one way or another. Because actually, for me, part of the pleasure of reading comics is that you sort of feel your way into this world, because it's always, particularly with sci-fi, it's presented as this is the way things are, and you sort of have to piece it all together. So perfect example with Halo Jones, it is confusing. It's designed to be confusing when you first start off. And so there's that was probably the biggest change that we made, was that there's a bit later on at the beginning of book 2 that it exposes the story of the whole universe, and we moved that to the very beginning of book 1. And I've heard podcasts since accusing us of being cowardice, which I thought, obviously, I mean, I get it. I do get the complaint, but at the same time, with something, I guess my thinking for that is that with visual comics, you have elements that are explained, and you can absorb that a lot quicker. With audio, it's you need a little bit more of a helping hand, and so that was probably the biggest change we made, certainly. And we did, but having said that, for all the others, we really did try and stick as much as possible to the source material.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that. I mean, obviously that would have to come from people who are deeply seeped into the world, who know what to compare it against. But obviously for a new audience, like, you really do have to find a way to welcome them in. Otherwise, why are they going to stay and listen? And it can, if they have to wait that long for the payoff with no visual, and also sort of like not being able to get a foothold in this world, you might lose them on the journey. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Nat, what about you?
We had a quite interesting, because some of our stories were quite thin, and I was working with a sort of team of writers who we were giving it to. There was space for them to do some additive work. In fact, sometimes they'd need to build out the worlds a little bit from the very. Some of the concepts are really quite tight and just a page or two long. So there was space for people to work in there. Although we were always very careful to make sure that the central thrust and the characters were never tampered with. It was really sort of, can we build out this world? What fun can we have here? But with some of the older ones, we were much more, or certainly the ones I adapted myself, we were much more to the letter, and we tried to keep all the the panel, anything that was written in a panel, I sort of treated as that has to be heard almost. But there was one incident where we couldn't, one of the changes I made was there was a story called Beware of Grauks Bearing Gifts, which was written 35 probably years ago, and it was a sort of satire of American culture or Australian culture taking over British culture, and it had a Mrs. Thatcher in it. So we kept, although she was never named, it was just the Prime Minister. So we kept the same. I got Steve Allen, who did Mrs. Thatcher for Spitting Image, to do our Prime Minister voice, but one of the lines that was used in that box has since been sort of co-opted by the far right as a sort of anti-immigration argument, which wasn't what Alan Moore was trying to do at all. It had just gained the overtones that wording had gained in the last 30 years weren't helpful, so I took it out. And obviously you don't feel great about messing with the work of Alan Moore and taking stuff out, but it was, for me, that what was truer to the story was telling the story well, rather than having something that clunked and sounded and took you out of the story and made you think of a whole bunch of things that weren't there. So yes, we reluctantly rewrote occasionally, but only when we had to. But there were opportunities to add things and to get new writers to bring in some new ideas, which was quite fun.
Yeah. Okay. So you did quite a lot of adaptive work, but that's just simply to flesh out the sort of intent of what was there in each of these stories. Perhaps you've sort of touched on this. I mean, you've talked about what makes a story good to be adapted, but that necessarily isn't the reason why you choose a story. Like, why did you each choose the stories that you chose to adapt? Some of it is going to be about, what would work well, but also some of it has got to be about what it's done to you internally. So, why did you choose the stories that you chose? I'm happy to start with Paul, since I know that you have a world in which you chose like one singular thing to really talk about.
I mean, just give you a bit of background on how it all came around. Originally, it was an idea from a producer called Phil Clark, who now is doing great things as a TV producer and as a manager. But originally, we were adapting just single strips from Dread, the standalone stories. So the whole idea began as just one-offs, effectively, in the same way as a Future Shock. It'd be a standalone story. But then there was this idea that, look, let's move this into the realm that Dirk's in. And in fact, Dirk took over as the producer and took the project on. So it went from being, one piece to being then suddenly we're looking at 80 episodes of 3 minutes. So we looked at taking 2 stories. But of course, the thing about Dread, it develops such a continuity and such a canon that we realized we really had to start quite early, because otherwise we're just going to confuse people, especially in 3-minute bursts. So we did this idea of going to the very beginning. So we looked at things like the Cursed Earth story, the Judge Child, I think we looked at as well. But eventually the two that stood out would be, we're doing the Day the Lord Died, Judge Caligula, and doing Apocalypse War, incorporating Block Mania as well as the kind of the prequel. Because you wouldn't really need to know much about Dread to come and listen to those stories. I think the idea was, these are the police, they're in a huge city, you know, they are the law, and that kind of tells the story in itself. Whereas if you go 20 years down the line with Judge Dredd, I think you're going to get a little bit more embedded in the backstory. So for us, it was quite easy to take it on the basis of an early story or two.
Okay, so this is an incredible world. These are the best stories to tell to get people invested in that world.
Yeah, I hope you're not hearing my TARDIS taken off in the background. It's on my shelf. I'm too apologise. Yeah.
You better
yeah. So we chose those two stories. We divided up into I think it was 40 episodes each. So we did 83 minutes in the end, and they went out once a day, Monday to Friday.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's
and then
really
they were
great.
compiled as CDs and cassettes. Brilliantly, they were released as double cassettes. So I haven't got that, but I do have the CDs, and I do have my original copies of the books.
Oh, that's beautiful. You know,
So I
somebody
don't
has those
know.
cassettes out there.
I'm sure they do. I bet they can't play them on anything.
Yeah. You have to eBay the actual cassette player, not the.
The other thing I should mention as well, of course, is that we were doing these adaptations at the same time as the Stallone movie was coming out. So this was the summer '95. So that was another consideration to factor in, because we were going to be aware that people would be coming to Dread at that time through the movie. So again, we wanted to try and make sure that the two kind of combined. And in fact, they did take elements of Judge Caligula into the story, but they made it much more about Rico, if you know the film, about the evil twin. So yeah, so that was the other thing to factor in, is that was happening at the same time.
Okay, that's a lot to kind of take on in a project, but also kind of helpful to have those constraints to sort of force you to be creative about what you choose and how and where you place things.
It's funny because listening to the adaptations that Nat's produced, is that I'm so jealous of the fact that Nat could just enjoy some of the moments, you know, and expand and be in the moment, whereas Arthur was always just relentlessly push. You've got 3 minutes, you've got 3 minutes, you've got to push this story on. So everything was crammed, you know, to try and get it going. So I mean, this is it, you know, this is a big book, you know, when you look through it. The fact that we had to get it done in 3-minute installments was a heck of a job.
Whereas I had 15 minutes to do 4 pages, which was very nice.
Nat, look at you living the life. I mean, well, with all of that free reign, why did you choose what you chose to put out?
Because they made me laugh on the whole, or because I thought they had a good twist that we could do well. Yes, the selection procedure was just. Sorry, that's a little bit. I'm being a bit disingenuous. There was a certain amount of selecting from creators who've gone on to greater things. We knew we wanted to have some Alan Moore's in there, some Grant Morrison's in there, but generally it was. And you know, we had a lot of help from Rebellion in saying, "Oh, here's this good new one," which got us ones we wouldn't have seen otherwise. So having a mix of classic and new, but generally, will it be funny? Was the question.
Yeah, I mean that drives any kind of comedic performer. So I get that very internally. Chris, the big why question. Why have you done this? Why have you chosen what you've chosen?
Why, Chris? Why?
Just taking questions from the forums now. Why?
I think for us, I've sort of touched on it briefly already, but it was to do with the topics that are being explored, and I guess a lot of the time, they sort of feel like visionary sort of comics. So we did the Dread Essential America collection, which is all about democracy, and we had populist politics going on. We had, as I mentioned earlier, the storming of the Capitol. All of that just felt really relevant. The other thing is that story feels like quite a nice in as well. It's relative. It's all about politics, but it's also peppered in with some action. You sort of get a sense of Dredd's philosophy, basically, which was sort of quite a nice way in. We did The Pit, which is a lot about corruption, police corruption, police brutality. All of that feels unfortunately incredibly relevant. Halo Jones has a sort of feminist angle, but also the existential angst, which is sort of fairly present at the moment. They just felt like stories that would be true and resonate with an audience nowadays. And I think that was the main thinking, is like, are they relevant, basically?
Yeah. What do we need to hear right now?
Can I come in on what Chris was saying as well? Because, like I said, I went back today and started just listening back. Shocked to find that in The Day the Lord Died, one of the first things he does is build a wall. He builds the wall.
We have no new ideas.
Yeah, it's going to go, my God, there we are. It's, it's Trump, it's Putin, it's all of these people all rolled into one, all with the madness of Caligula. But quite a shock, actually, to hear that and see that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think we're too far off from Caligula again anymore. It feels like it's coming down the pike. So this is open to anyone. How would you categorize the difference between an audiobook and an audio drama?
Don't know, Chris. Presumably there is a difference that you.
It's a very, very difficult question to answer. I mean, actually, interestingly, speaking to you guys as well, we're talking about length limitations. That was one thing we didn't have with the adaptations. We didn't make them as long as we needed them to be. But I know, again, I suppose it's all to do with a narrative voice. I think that does help to classify something more as an audio book than a drama.
Okay.
I guess that's the main thing, is that it's the extent to which you're hand holding the listener through all these different scenes. I suppose but the point is, there's no, I don't need to say this, there's no obvious answer to that question. It's quite difficult to answer, I suspect, and I'm sure everyone has a different opinion, but certainly that's one element I feel helps.
But your feeling is that someone sort of guiding the audience feels more like an audio book than an audio drama, where you're just sort of dropped into the action.
The narrative voice as well, just the fact that in a lot of the cases, I can think of there's always something behind those comments. There's always a personality behind it, and sort of drawing that out. That lends itself to audio book rather than drama, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah. Were you going to say something?
I think that's right. I think we certainly felt free to move away. Our authorial viewpoint could be whatever the most interesting way of telling that bit of the story was, and it wasn't necessarily tied to what the writer's voice was, I suppose, which is maybe that's a distinction, in that we could start from a scene that isn't in the thing if we had to, if it was the best way of telling the story. Our guide was, how do we tell the story most effectively, which sometimes will be very close to the way it was set out, and sometimes doesn't have to be in what we were doing.
I think the thing for us is that we had no narrator, so we had to rely purely on news flashes or conversation or whatever to communicate certain bits of exposition. But certainly one thing that Dirk was very keen on is giving the whole thing music, sound effects, cast. Again, huge big thing was just the fact that it was mixed in amazing stereo, which was quite a revolutionary thing in '95. So so at that point, what, as I said earlier, what Judge Dredd was trying to do was be a movie soundtrack, but without the pictures. So I think there was a very big, at the point, very different sort of style between an audio book and a drama, and this was very much towards the drama. I think it helped if people knew the original material, by the way. I think it must be said. But, we tried to avoid any kind of narrator voice.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, this is something I'm particularly curious about, because if you are directing or producing something in general, typically it's the writer who has determined how things should be cast, maybe the director, but with something like this, audience has a little bit more of a say, because they have quite a bit of ownership over the material. How do you decide who to cast, or how do you cast something when, you know, it's like these are characters that people have held in their imaginations for quite some time? How do you go about that process?
We were quite lucky in that because lockdown had just started, there were a lot of very good performers with a lot of time on their hands. And so we could phone up Al Murray, or we could phone up you and say, please, can you do it? And you'd say, yes. And
can I do anything? Sure.
Yes. So we're in one way, yes, we have. So the practicalities were slightly different, because when we first talked to Rebellion about it, of course, we planned doing it in a studio and doing it probably, as I imagine, the way you did, Paul. But we were forced very quickly into a different way of working.
Everyone under their duvets and a microphone they just bought off of Amazon.
Yeah, and we were sending microphones around. In fact, we had a long discussion with Charlie Brooker because Connie Huck was working on it as we were trying to teach him how to plug in the USB microphone to the right bit of the computer. So we were currying microphones around. It was huge fun, but it did mean that we could go for. I'm not sure I paid much attention to what I thought the audience thought people sounded like. I think my concern was mainly who's the best, funniest performer for this bit. And because they're probably available because it's the middle of a pandemic.
Yes.
Can we get them? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Now, for those of you who did not have the benefit of producing during a pandemic, yes, I'm interested to hear from you, Chris, when you've cast things, how you go about that process. Do you feel any extra weight on you in that, or not really? You're going to do what you do?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of pressure. There always is. I mean, I will say that I directed them and did sound design on them. I didn't do the casting, so I can't take the blame for anything. But no, what I can say, no, I mean, I think we obviously had to go with voice. We wanted to have a diverse cast. That's the first thing, and we wanted to perhaps have some slightly unexpected voices in there as well. One of the most pleasing pieces of casting I had was Kima Bob as Rhodese in Halo Jones. Did a fantastic job. She was amazing and brought out a whole new quality to that character that I'd never imagined until she stepped into the studio, and I thought, oh, hang on, we're going to roll with this. But no, I mean, I suppose it's really tricky. There's always a lot of pressure because the people listening to these love the characters and have a very clear idea. And, you know, we had a lot of discussions about the Joseph Fiennes as Dredd. I guess the thinking there was, well, we're going to do America, which is quite a sort of cerebral or Dredd in that particular one is very political and very crude. And so we sort of leaned a bit more towards the Clint Eastwood than perhaps the Carl Urban, I suppose, in terms of the delivery. That was the choice, I suppose. But no, I mean, it's very difficult. But I suppose, you know, if we want to bring the audiences to it, if we want to also, as I say, have a diverse cast and people who perhaps you wouldn't have thought initially, you know, and as I say, I mean, there are a lot of people we cast. I was really pleasantly surprised, brought something completely new that works. I mean, that's not to say that they're complete choices that don't work. They engaged with the comics beforehand and made those character choices. Yeah, and you know, they're really neat interpretations of those characters.
Paul, anything to add?
So again, very different experience from Chris and Nat, but we were working with Dirk's rep company, so they'd already done the previous adaptations and in fact various other shows. So for example, we had Michael Roberts on board, great comedian who'd actually done the Marx Brothers adaptations for radio. So we had a cast of 5 for all 4 hours. Literally dozens of characters, and frequently, you know, an actor would be talking to themselves as 2 different. That great split personality thing. So we had 4 men and 1 woman doing the whole thing, and they were brilliant. And versatility was crucial. I mean, they were voice artists, incredible voice artists. I mean, Gary Martin as Dredd was phenomenal just because he had to add this gravelly voice, which absolutely destroyed him. So by the end of the day, he was hoarse and just worn out. But also, again, Gary was doubling up. Gary was playing other characters. So versatility and the ability to adapt was so crucial for our cast. And again, listening back again, 5 people, it's extraordinary to think the
That
whole
is
mega city
incredible.
has been played by 5 people.
That is
They were great.
incredible. Yeah, I mean, such a wide range of experience from being able to get all of this diverse talent, or being able to get almost anyone because of life circumstances, to like having 5 workhorses who just had to do everything and figure out yet another voice that they could make their bodies create.
And remember the ones they were doing before. Of course,
Yeah.
it's the terrible thing.
Did you have that person in the background go,
Riley again?
Was there someone going, oh, actually, I think that sounds too much like that person, or did they just have to like keep it all straight?
Yeah, I mean, this is occasionally they have to just literally rewind the tape. I mean, we were on tape, no digital. Literally, we had to rewind the tape to hear back a voice, to remind themselves which accent they used. Again, we were playing with lots of American accents, so it was trying to remember which one you were using for where. Good fun though.
Good. I mean, I'm just amazed to hear that people had lots of American accents. Usually there's like 1 or 2. And it either sounds like a Valley Girl, like super New York. No one there talks like that, actually. So from your various perspectives on the productions that you have been a part of, what would you individually say was the most difficult part of your production process? And what was the most rewarding part of your production process? Like, what was the high? What was the, maybe not the low, but like the most grueling part of making it what it needed to be?
For us, I would say the most difficult part was simply the practicalities. Because it was happening during lockdown, it was, I've got to get a microphone couriered to this person. I've got to make sure they can plug it in. I've got to talk them through the audio set. I've got to talk them through the recording system we're using. And then we do it and we realize that someone hasn't pressed record somewhere, or there's one actor insisted on talking into the wrong side of his microphone for a long time. It took us a long time to diagnose that because everything seemed to be working.
Of course.
It sounded horrible. So that was, which means, things took longer than they probably needed to, but again, some of the most rewarding stuff was the same. Listening to these people, often in corners of their bedrooms, surrounded by their duvets, bringing new worlds to life with new work by new writers. Paying homage to old stories was just that was pretty magical. That was pretty wonderful. Yes, both.
So new technology brings like a whole host of new problems, but also, some beautiful things.
But it meant we could do it, which we couldn't have done otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, what about you? Sort of highs and lows of your production process?
So, I mean, we were sort of also mid-pandemic, so we did have some of those challenges, not consistently across, but occasionally it was always this thing of like, trying to make sure that the problem is that the actors need to bounce off each other, really, ideally, and it's very, very difficult to manufacture that and to fix it in post. So as much as possible, we always tried to get people in at the same time. So that was always an issue, trying to just the logistics of that. I mean, I suppose that the big challenge after that is obviously in post to make it all work and the pacing work right. Occasionally that can be quite grueling, and you've just got to go with your gut instincts and what works. Earlier on in pre-production, we were very torn constantly about what to change, what to adapt, and what to leave in, because we were again very guided by this principle. No, it has to be faithful. So that was always, tough decisions to make. In terms of the rewarding aspect, I think probably the part that I always enjoy the most is when you get to put music into the mix, because we've. I tend to, the way we tend to work is we cut all the speech together, drop in some effects, do all the sound design around it, and then I'll send our in-house composer a brief saying, okay, this is what I need in this scene, a few adjectives, bounces off that. And then what tends to happen if the composer is good is that suddenly there's this sort of glue that appears and everything comes together in a way that's, as someone, I am a musician, but I don't compose. There's something quite mystical about that. And then to sort of then be able to mix it all underneath and just, put the finishing touches. But there's a real side to that, I suppose, because music is non-verbal. That's, to me, quite intangible. And you just think, wow, the magic is happening at this particular moment, basically.
Yeah, everything you're saying sounds kind of like that first sort of tech rehearsal that you have in theater, because that's my background, and everyone's been doing things in their silos. And it's not only, the director keeps telling you that it's working and it's going to be a show, and you definitely don't believe them because you're like barely hanging on. And then suddenly the music comes in, or the scene elements come in, the lighting comes in, and like everyone involved goes, oh my God, like this is real. This is really happening. It's a thing.
Everything suddenly makes sense.
Yeah. And that's got to be such an incredible feeling when you've worked so hard to kind of pull it all together. And I mean, Paul, you had a sort of radically different experience with what was going on in the world at the time and technology. And obviously 5 people doing everything. But, you may have spoken to some of that, but, what were the really difficult parts of your process, and what was sort of just the most rewarding part of it? Obviously you had weeks of it going out as well, and potentially feedback from the outside world on it too, as it was going.
I think the first thing to say is, we were all in a room together, which was fabulous, albeit a very small recording booth. It was really cramped in there, because not only did we have our cast in there, but also we had Foley. We had Foley artists shaking chains and banging things, and all that classic old school radio. We were doing. So as well as the 5 actors, there'd be a couple more people in there, shaking things, moving things around. So it was, but what I loved about that is it was a real little gang mentality. It was a real nice team. Yeah. So we were all hanging out together for days on end in this small studio. But I loved that. I loved the fact that we all became quite close and quite tight together. So that was a lovely thing. I really enjoyed that. And I mean, even Wilf, who was doing, one of our engineers, was doing the music. So everyone was kind of dubbing up and hands on. So I enjoyed that a lot. The downside, I think, was the fact that, classic, we just didn't have enough money. The whole thing rushed through. It's BBC radio budgets, and I think there was a slight thing, I can probably say it now, that Radio 1 didn't seem that keen particularly. It's like, oh God,
they had you there, but they didn't really want you.
But so what was infuriating us is to find out that they were sponsoring the premiere of Judge Dredd, and they hadn't invited anyone on the production. So there we were, being broadcast every day, and we had to go. Sorry, can we come along?
Can we come? Yeah.
So there was a slight feeling, I think, of I mean, we were very proud of what we were doing, but perhaps slightly undervalued.
Yeah, but I mean, that still hurts 30 years later, like for sure. I mean, like, come on, like we did make the whole thing, and we worked real damn hard on doing it as well. Yeah. But I do love that you actually did get to have that sort of, for lack of a better way of putting it, for me, that theater experience of like congealing as a unit and really, everybody's like pulling together to make this happen.
Bouncing ideas of each other, of course, was one of the great things about the show. Is everyone said, try this, how about this? How can we do this? Everyone be chipping ideas, which is so much easier when you're in a room together.
Yeah.
Anyone can be a little bit more frank and a bit more blunt. I think that helped.
But I mean, the quality of things can grow exponentially when people are kind of, ratcheting things up with each other, I think. And sort of as we're starting to draw these things to a close, I'm curious of what you think about now. I mean, would you all say that the world of 2022 AD feels much like the future that you imagined when you were reading 2000 AD? How do you feel like it overlaps? Not at all, or way too much?
I must just say, I mean, again, just shocking just how much this feels like now. Not least, I don't want to get too far into what's happening in the world, but it was just striking. We're dealing with mad dictators, violence, dehumanization. We're dealing with immigrants. We're dealing with the people who are shunned. It just felt so horribly now, despite reading something that is now 44 years old, 43 years old. Terrifying.
Well, I mean, did you I'm curious, you picked up the very first edition, like you've been with this from the beginning. Do you feel like at the time, I can only imagine if I read this at the time, I'd be like, well, okay, that's really interesting. In science fiction, there's no way that's going to happen. Like, did you ever get a sense of this being more prescient, or is it just hindsight that has proven that? Like, at the time, did you think like, oh, one day some people will live to see a future like this, or no way?
Well, it's strange. So, I mean, okay, I'm 52. So when the first comic came out, I was 8. And at that kind of course, we were full of Star Wars. We were full of Star Trek. We were full of great high-budget science fiction. And I think we all just felt like, the future's going to be great. It's going to be hover cars and it's going to be teleporters. And actually, the interesting thing about 2000 AD is it did come through with this dystopian idea and actually very much work against what was the Hollywood theme of things get better and hope prevails. And actually, Dredd is such an anti-hero. He's a kind of fascist, So I was quite shocked, I think, and I continue to be shocked, actually. And I go back and think, this was a kid's comic in 1978. These characters were kids' characters. Extraordinary, really. But yeah, I think, I mean, I must say, I wish I'd kept that first comic. In fact, I'm sure I should find it online if I'm allowed to do that. And have another look, copyright issues, I'm sure. But yeah, I think that the one thing that 2008 has always done is always challenge perhaps the Hollywood view of things and be a little bit more sophisticated and just be a little bit more subtle.
Yeah.
Except for my sledgehammer comedy writing.
But I mean, if you've got something that is coming from emerging writers from every different walk of life, you're going to have an antithesis to Hollywood naturally from people's points of view and just sort of picking up on the pulse of where society is right now. And yeah, I can, as you're saying, growing up, all the science fiction was things are going to be great. And like, I love Star Trek, and it is all like things are going to get better. And it is important to have something like this that's going, but what if they don't? I mean, same question for you, Chris or Nat. I mean, how do you feel like the world now compares to what you grew up reading, or even just sort of were introduced to? I guess maybe more recently for the two of you, but still.
I think as well, because 2000 AD was only part of my comics education as a child. I also read I was a great fan of Scream, which is again now owned by Rebellion, which was a horror comic, which didn't last very long. And that also feels strangely appropriate to where we are today. And Oink, which was political, well, it wasn't all political satire, but it was essentially bum jokes and drawings of Mrs. Thatcher and Mary Whitehouse throwing poo at each other. And that feels like we needed that more than ever today.
Yeah.
Bring back Oink.
Didn't come soon enough.
No.
Anything to add to that, Chris?
I mean, not a huge amount, except that, I mean, I suppose that perhaps what the writers were responding to at that time was to what was happening at that time as well. The unfortunate truth, as when we've sort of come full circle with what we were saying at the beginning about science fiction, that things don't change as much as we like to think they do, perhaps. So it's that really. It's an awful note to end on.
In another 45 years, there'll be people who've done other audio adaptations having the same conversation.
Yeah, some conversations about it. It's strange how little has changed. Well, how about this? This may be a little bit more positive note to end on. Are there characters or stories from the world of 2000 AD that you think are crying out for adaptations to the audio format that you haven't done, that you're still like, oh, this needs to happen, that maybe gives us a little bit of hope for what can happen in the future, at least creatively? Are there things that haven't been
I think there are. I think there's
touched yet that you feel like it's time?
Yes, I think Nemesis the Warlock, because the visuals in that would make any non-animated version so difficult to do. And even then, when you do that animation, you're going to risk, alienating a lot of the fans if you don't do it absolutely perfectly. I think Nemesis the Warlock is probably the most obvious candidate for an audio adaptation. I'd like to do the 13th Floor, which wasn't 2000 AD, that was in Scream, but it's also owned by Rebellion. But the 13th Floor was about a computer that controlled an office block, and if it didn't like you, it used to take to the non-existent 13th floor and put you in a computer-generated hell for the rest of your existence.
More of an instruction manual than
Yeah.
for what the future is going to be. Chris, are there any things, any stories or characters that you would like to see be adapted in the future?
I'm having to be so careful here.
Of course. I'm sorry. I know. Or you're like, I've signed so many things.
No, it's very difficult. I have to say, I do agree with Nat on Nemesis. I think Nemesis, because of the world and those illustrations, lends itself very, very well to audio. And yeah, I mean, I agree. That was the answer at the back of my head when you were going to ask me, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I'm just agreeing with Nat on that one.
Well, that's a groundswell around that particular story. Paul, maybe you don't have as much to lose by speaking your mind as to what you would like to see be adapted, but maybe it's the same answer.
I am
That's fine
not.
too.
I am not such a comic. Well, what's the word here? Impresario is the other two, shall we say? But what I would like to do is just go back and fill in those gaps that I couldn't do back in '95. So I want to do more Dread. I want to do the Cursed Earth because we've mapped out quite a bit of it. We've mapped out how do we do this, how do it work. So I'd love to go back and do that.
I mean, is it that it didn't happen because the money and sort of resources and time weren't there, or the technology wasn't there to?
We came down to 2 stories, and we had a shortlist really of 3. So the Cursed Earth was the one that didn't make it. But
all right,
that's unfinished business.
The one that got away.
Come on, let's get that. Let's get the gang back together. Let's get back from Hollywood and Sandman and Neil Gaiman.
Yes.
Get him back in the sound house.
Yes.
With a man carrying chains behind him. Yeah. Keep it old school. Who needs digital recording?
No, get them chains.
Yeah.
It's just very exciting to hear that there's promise for more of this to come to light in the future, just because there are people out there like me who are I don't know, like Benjamin Buttoning their way into the comic universe, and like at middle age being like, this is a really rich universe, and these are pathways for us to get into it. And so thank you for inspiring future generations to do this, or as well as inspiring yourself to continue to do this work. And thank you so much for joining us in conversation today. I want to thank all of our contributors, Nat Tapley, Chris Thompson, and Paul Powell. We're going to draw things to a close there. My name is Desiree Birch, and thank you all so much for joining us today to celebrate 45 years of 2000 AD.
Look, for the last time, I really don't care what kind of socks Judge Dredd wears.
Oh, really? I don't believe that. It's synthetic wool.
Yeah, why would I get... welcome back, Earthlets, to the Galaxy's Greatest, the celebration of 45 years of 2000 AD, where we are not discussing sartorial choices. Our next couple of panels, one on the Fringe and one on the main feed here. The Fringe panel next is one that explores the writer's journey for 2000 AD, because 2000 AD has produced so many incredible writers over the years, not just people like John Wagner. You've got Grant Morrison, Mark Millar, Alan Moore. People who have helped go on to redefine comics. So critic Kelly Kaneyama talks to writers Tom Eglinton, Al Ewing, and one of our newest writers, Ramzi Hassan, about writing comics, about writing for 2000 AD and what it means to be on that writer's journey when working in the comic book industry. So on our main panel now, we have, a giant. Pat Mills is the creator of 2000 AD, its first editor and the writer of some of our most popular series. So many people know Nemesis the Warlock, ABC Warriors, Invasion, Flesh, but also...
Walter the Robot!
No, Walter. No. Bad! But also Slain the Barbarian, and it's an absolute honour and a privilege to welcome Pat onto the Galaxy's Greatest, talking to editor Oliver Pickles about, well, the Warrior's journey from beginning to end, Slain from his very beginnings in the early 80s in the pages of 2000 AD through to Dragon Tamer, which was the end of his great saga. So it's fantastic to hear from Pat as we celebrate 45 years of 2000 AD. So if you want to watch the Fringe panel, go along to youtube.com/2000 AD online, or stick with us as we hear from the master himself, Pat Mills.
I am here with Pat Mills, the co-creator of Slain, the first editor of 2000 AD, creator of many other characters on 2000 AD, Nemesis the Warlock, plenty of others. I'm sorry, I've just blanked on half the things you've done. Flesh, or a lot. 45 years of characters just on 2000 AD. Never mind the non-2000 AD works you've created, like Martial Law, Metal Zoic, curiosity there. But we're here to talk about Slain today, or Slonye. I apologise for jumping between the two. I will try and say Slonye. I really will. How do you pronounce it?
Well, I started off calling it Slain because I didn't really think about the accent, and it was only after, I don't know, quite a few years actually that I got around to asking my Irish relatives, and I said, "What does that accent do?" And then they said various versions of Slonye or whatever. But of course, I'm also guided by the Penguin drama, audio drama of The Horned God. And I sort of raised that with them, and they said, and I think they're probably right, that because it's generally known as Slain, that that's the version that they've gone for. I guess when you start out, you don't realize, you think it has potential, but you don't really know that one day it's going to, it could end up as an audio play or any number of things. And, you're just thinking at the time, well, that looks good. I just go ahead with it,
Yeah, I guess writing it down, you don't have to worry about it too much. It's
no, not at all, no.
Just in the reader's minds. When you were starting off creating the character, obviously it's the Irish culture behind it. Was there any sort of pushback on that, or was that something that you desperately wanted? And why did you choose to place this character in 2000 AD, which isn't known for fantasy, isn't necessarily known for the mythological characters at that time? It's changed a little bit since then, but it's a very unique character to introduce in 2000 AD in the early 80s.
Yeah. Well, let's pick up on that last one first of all. It was certainly the attitude, I think, of Forbidden Planet, I think, for a while. That, why is there a sword and sorcery character in 2000 AD? But I think that was really a little bit of from that era where the Forbidden Planet tail was wagging the dog. Let me come back to the original concept of 2000 AD, which was science fiction, fantasy, and horror. And it gradually kind of shrunk down as time went on. So to give you two examples, the original Judge Dredd was very much a horror story. When I was discussing it with John, he felt that the science fiction elements in the comic were stronger than the horror elements, and so I ditched that story. And the thing was, there was an awful lot of stories, so I could afford to do that. So if you like, horror was originally in the 2000 AD mix. And also another one, there was a disaster story. In fact, there were two disaster stories, because it's not something we really think about today, because I don't think that genre is recognized as a separate thing in a way that it was in the 70s, you know, Poseidon Adventure and all that kind of thing. But disaster movies were big box office. And so I had two disaster stories. One of which I think became, what was it? Planet of the Damned, which I think ran briefly in, ran in Star-Lord. So there were lots of different styles. And in Planet of the Damned, for example, the protagonist is a barbarian. So, you know, this refining it down to science fiction is very much a matter of perception, really. There had always been that opportunity for other possibilities. I mean, even I think Nemesis came before Slain, and so I don't know what you would describe it as, but I don't know, a science fiction fantasy, perhaps. You know, the guy's going around waving a sword, he's up against knights, all that kind of stuff. So it's not, it never seemed that unusual to me, but there was a further reason for it at the time. I'd have to sort of actually check back what movies were around, but I seem to remember, and it was quite unusual at that time, that sword and sorcery films were really starting to take off. I think it was pre-Conan. I couldn't tell you.
I think the first Conan film might have been 81, maybe 82.
Yeah,
82.
yeah, it could have been, could well have been. And there was a couple of others as well. There were two or three others. I can only remember offhand a rather weak one. Sinbad with Patrick Wayne, who I think was John Wayne's son. And obviously it didn't really leave that much of a dent in the you know, in the popularity, but so they were there in the you know, in movies and so on. And I think there was a feeling at the time, which actually probably didn't work out, that heroic fantasy was going to be the next big thing. Now you could say, well, Star Wars, you know, but that's science fiction, even though it does have elements like knights and so on and so forth. So there were several movies around, and there was a sense that it was going to be big, and I think that probably didn't work out. I don't recall any kind of Game of Thrones at the time, and I'm not sure the Conan. I know people were quite fanatical about Conan, but I'm not so sure the general public was. I don't know. So there you go. You know, it's the market forces that would come into it as well. Now, you also said, was there any pushback in terms of the Irish connection? No, I've never come across it, which is a little strange, because you know, it might have been a factor, perhaps. You know, in the 70s and 80s. I remember
that's kind of what I was thinking of with the Troubles.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. And there was maybe, I think it was pre the internet, pre-Twitter, so they couldn't get at you, you know? No. But yeah, there were, from memory, there was a couple of letters. So it's real, you know, snail mail, old school, you know, somebody saying, do you think it's, I mean, this would have been maybe 2 or 3 years after, maybe even longer, after Slain had come out, saying, well, you know, you've got the Red Branch, which is associated with Ulster and that kind of thing. So that was really the limit of any kind of pushback that I recall. Yeah. So, you know, it was, I never really thought about it, to be honest. I think being of Irish extraction, but being in in England and not being in London, you don't really become aware of that that side of things. I think some of my Irish relatives might well have said something different. And then, of course, there's the whole reason for doing it in the first place, which was to connect with my Irish roots, Celtic roots, see what it all meant, because I think my relatives were regarded, well, I don't think they had any particular opinion on it, but I suppose if I pressed them, they might just about acknowledge Cuchulainn, because there's a statue of him outside the post office in Dublin, I think. And but for the most part, they were all regarded as pagans, and so Irish mythology and magic and so on really probably started with St. Patrick, I guess.
Yeah. The few other sort of unique things about Slane, and I want to talk about Angela Kincaid, then Angela Mills. Yeah. Slane has a family. He's this handsome, smiling hero. Talk about Angela and her influence on the strip. Was she Irish or was she English?
No, not at all. No. English, very English. Yeah. I mean, it's always. I did sort of go into it in my book, Kiss My Axe, to sort of try and really bring that across. The thing is, when you've got this, when the saga's been going for so long and there's so many books, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that the first 6 pages are absolutely crucial. You know what I mean? Because they're 6 blank pages, and whatever you put on those 6 blank pages are going to set the style for forever. And so, I often think, God, if only she had done, let's say, well, if she'd done a few more episodes at least, we could have developed some of the things that she was particularly keen on. And one of them, of course, was the smiling hero. Now, today, it's like, well, so what? I'm sure there's plenty of 2000 AD heroes who smile, but it wasn't at the time. I know that sounds really bizarre. There were certain rules that were we were all locked into. Now, it's not because we're trying to be dogmatic or anything. It's just we know what the readers like, and so we want to give them what they want. So one of them was all the heroes. You think about them at that time; they all scowled. I mean, and it wasn't necessarily that they were copying Judge Dredd, because I think heroes had been scowling before that on action, and probably on battle as well. Smiling was disapproved of. So when Angela had a couple of, one particular scene where he's leaning back in the bar and having a drink and flirting with the barmaid and smiling, I remember saying, "Oh, I don't know if that's a good thing." You know what I mean? Because I've been so programmed by what the readers were after. And she rightly made the point. Yeah, he smiles. Why shouldn't he smile? Because he's had a good day and so on. Yeah. And so I think it seems quite small, but it was actually really important, that element. And then, of course, there was the other thing, which was really down to me, which I've talked about quite a lot, which was, at first I assumed he had to have a helmet. I thought, no, every 2000 AD character, again, you think about the heroes contemporary with him, they all had helmets as far as I can recall. There might have been the odd exception, but arguably they may not have been so successful. So we had this idea that heroes had to wear helmets, and they had to scowl, and that was pretty much set in stone. And even today, I think you've got to be careful if you make a character a little too easygoing or having too much of a range. it may work for some artists and some stories, but it doesn't always work. And also bear in mind, at the time, I mean, there are some notable exceptions, but there weren't that many artists who were actually doing facial expressions. So if you've got guys wearing helmets, it can be a bit of a cop-out, or it can be you just don't get around to showing those expressions. And of course, writers must take some responsibility here as well, because I mean, if your characters are just basically saying blast us to stun or something like that, it's not really giving the artist much of an opportunity for facial characterization. And bear in mind, I come from a girls' comic background where facial expression is everything. And there's some absolute artistic geniuses from there who, their stories completely sold on their facial expressions. John Armstrong, the artist on Bella,
Yes.
being a case in point.
You talked about if Angela had gone on to do more episodes, and in your book you mention that one of your small regrets is the death of Slane's father on the Bride of Crom storyline. In fact, it was over so quickly and he didn't really react. I do wonder if Angela had have drawn that story, she would have pressed you to kind of expand on that. That seemed like something
absolutely
might have done.
Oh yeah, because we, all of us, I think, when we're dealing with major events in heroes' lives, like the death of a father. Now, not just the writer's going to have a point of view on that, the artist is too. So it would be very, very normal. And she would challenge me on a lot of things and say, well, she was very much the co-creator on it. Sometimes I think with perhaps with foreign artists where they don't get a chance to discuss the story with the writer, they are the co-creator, but they don't interact. But Angela and I are in the same living space, so we're interacting all the time. And yeah, you're absolutely right. She would have picked up on that, and who knows? I might even have said, "Yeah, why have I done it that way?" You know what I mean? Because this is the thing. The nature of comics, particularly at that time, is you write them at speed. And I had gone way over on my time budget on it. I spent so long developing the story that, you've got a mortgage, you've got kids, they're going to school and university and all that kind of stuff. So you've got to think, right, I've got to speed up now. So if you've gone through maybe too long a development period, and I had on Slane, God, I dread to think how long I spent on it. You think, oh, okay, right. So there's a scene here, maybe his dad dies, and you're not really thinking enough about it. What should happen is, especially with a major event like that, is that you maybe go through 2 or 3 drafts, or you do what Mick McMahon famously described as staring out the window time. So, when you come to it, think, oh yeah, well, his dad's in the Wicker Man, his dad's a bit of a shit. Well, let's just kill him off. I think that's roughly how the process went. And also thinking, how do I feel about him? And not much, very shut down. Yeah. And of course, I explore that in the book. And, it kind of opened up an interesting can of worms, which I'm quite happy to share with the readers, because but it looked really weird. When I was coming to write about it, thinking, to write about all these stories, thinking, what was wrong with me? My God, there's such an obvious emotional opportunity there. So to come back to what you're saying, yeah, there's no way Angela would have missed it. And it might have reflected her own feelings about her own father, for example. So you would have had that. It always comes into it. It's not just the province of the writer. The artist is very much part of the equation. Yeah.
Just sort of jumping ahead a little bit, but I will come back to the intervening artists. Did you know at that point you were going to introduce Slane's own son in The King? So he himself had been an absent father to Kai's younger years, or was that something that came later?
I think that was pretty much on the cards from the beginning, because it was drawing on the legend of Deirdre, who's locked away, so that the king's got her all to himself until she's of a legal age for them to consummate their relationship. And I think I must have thought to myself, well, if Slane's broken that rule and has been involved in a relationship with her, it's very likely that she would be pregnant, and therefore there would be a son. And so it was a little hazy in my mind, but it was always there, that possibility. Yeah.
Because it's another aspect that sets the character apart from other 2000 AD characters. He is someone who's had relationships. He's had a sex life. That's not something that really goes into 2000 AD very often. But it's
that's true. I also did it in Charlie's War, where he got married. I think some members of his family died in the influenza pandemic in 1918, 1919, and of course he had has a son called Charlie again. And I think when I was writing that, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, if I can get enough material to make World War II work, then I'll carry it on, Charlie's War, into World War II. But I mean, it's going off on a tangent here, but just briefly, I just couldn't find the material I wanted cheaply enough and effectively enough to carry it on. Coming back to Slane, I mean, I think that applies to some extent to many of my characters, because of course, Nemesis got married, and she has a rival, and they have a son, Thoth. So it generally doesn't happen in British comics, and maybe one of the reasons is because if the stories are weekly, you've got to get through material really quickly to make the story satisfying. So you don't always necessarily make long-term plans. I do, but I think it's quite understandable that not every creator would do that.
Yeah, without going into your private life too much, were you a father at that point, or were you?
Oh yeah,
later?
Yeah. No, I don't mind talking about it at all. I think, but the chances are the majority of writers and artists, were probably, parents at probably a relatively early point in their career, let's say 70s or 80s or whatever. And I remember Glenn Fabry saying to me, when I had a Slane at the Colchester story, where Boudica massacres men, women, and children, which she did, that he is part of that, and he took exception to that at the time, and I actually think he was right. But that's in retrospect. Whereas in retrospect, he thinks, oh, maybe it didn't matter. He felt differently about it. We all look back on these things from different vantage points. And he was saying that at that time, he was a new father. So it resonated with him. And he was thinking, oh, I'm not very comfortable with this, which is totally understandable. And again, I said in my book that if I thought about it more, and again, it comes down to staring out the window, I'd have thought, is there a way whereby Slane can be still at this awful massacre of civilians and not take part in it? And and I actually worked out a way. But it took me about an hour. You know what I mean? I was just, because the last thing you want to do is have a cop out here. I mean, the readers would kill me if I did, because they'd say, well, he's a mad spiky haired Celt, and the Romans have really pissed them off, and you know they have different moral standards to today. But I at the time, again, it's speed writing. I would have said, okay, well, I can't see what he can do here, so he's just going to have to do it. Whereas in retrospect, I would say, you think about this a bit more. And, you know, there's that kind of golden rule in writing, isn't there? Every problem is an opportunity. So rather than ducking it, like with the other example, you know, you really think about it, and suddenly the story is actually richer, because it's answering those doubts in the reader's minds where they're thinking, well, I'm not that comfortable about it, but it's just a story and he's a mad Celt anyway, you know? So these days I'm much more attentive to those kind of warning bells that you hear. I think when you're writing at speed, you don't hear the warning bells. You just got to ignore them, because you've got to think, I've got to get this story out, you know?
Yeah. Talk about Glenn, going back to Angela, there's a line going from Angela to Glenn for sure, and passing through Bellardinelli. The odd one out there is Mick McMahon, who stylistically stands out. How do you square that circle in terms of you in previous like Judge Dredd epics, you would have Brian Bolland and you would have Mick McMahon, and they would work together. Yeah. And I think the first sort of year of Slain, it is one long story of the end of the first episode, end of Angela's episode. He gets the news that he's got to go back to his tribe. He feels the need to take over, to grow up, to take control and be responsible. And the first storyline is him traveling back. And so it is, essentially one long epic road journey back to the tribe before you get to Slaying the King with Glenn Fabry. Do you feel like the Mick McMahon episodes are fantastically well drawn, but they don't quite fit with what the style of the series is? I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, it's a complex. I hadn't realized how complicated that period was. So when I came to write about it in my book originally, I had a kind of what you might call condensed version of events, because I just vaguely remembered it from I sat down to write it, and then I realized actually that's not quite true. So then I wrote a second draft, and with other aspects, because it's quite complex what was going down. And eventually I wrote about 3 drafts of that whole era to make sense of, to understand, because memory you can just say, oh well, that didn't work out and we tried that, and it's all summarized and memory is condensed. But finally I realized I was actually not angry with Mick, but angry with other people involved with that era, because I felt that Angela had been really badly let down. And I suppose played a role in that, because I should have seen it more clearly and perhaps been more protective. But in any event, what I found was I was so emotional about it. I said, you know what, I'm going to put this book to one side. So I actually put the book, I think, maybe a year or so. And when I came back to it, I felt a bit calmer, and I could look at it. In effect, there was an attempt to steer Slain in a different direction editorially. I think editorially, they thought that Mick McMahon would be the more successful version of Slain, rather than the Angela and Bellardinelli version, which is more, more legendary. And Mick had a completely different viewpoint on it, and we had, very friendly discussions about it. But he really wanted to show the Celts as he felt they were. In other words, mud huts and all. And I felt differently about this for 2 reasons. One, I felt that I wanted them to feature the way they imagine themselves in their legends, where they're riding around in fantastic chariots. And I mean, they're more, they're more grandiose than any Vikings. But secondly, I was also aware then, and I am even more aware today, that the chances are they weren't just a kind of this sort of what you might call mud hut culture, that there was a lot more to them. I mean, their chariots, for example, they're two-wheeled. They had to have had roads on which they were running, whereas the assumption we have with is that the Romans brought us roads and all the rest of it, which is a classic excuse of imperialism. And they probably had, they seem to have had wooden roads. So there was that difference of opinion, which I didn't really mind to that degree. In other words, if an artist feels a little bit differently to me, that's okay. And actually, Angela was really the deciding factor in that, because I showed her mixed pages, and you probably know the story that I think don't ask me to explain this. I think they were on tracing paper or something.
I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah, they were very strange. I think if anyone who has one today, they are real collector's items, I'd imagine, because they are not drawn in the way that we know it. And I remember her looking through them, and I was saying, "What do you think?" Because after all, she'd bowed out of the story, but it's still her co-creation. And I remember she took a long time looking at it, and she said, "This is fucking brilliant. This is great." She was really enthusiastic for exactly the same reason that editorial thought to themselves, actually, Mick is really the way we want Slane to go. Never mind the ethics of that. They just thought, right, this is the way, this will make the story successful, blah, blah, blah. And of course, it was the opposite, that although fandom always embraced Mick, you've got to bear in mind at this point in time, the majority of the readers were, what should we call them for want of another definition, mainstream readers. They might be younger, or they're newsstand. They're not buying their comics from comic shops, and they have a different perspective. But anyway, I was so encouraged by, it was Sky Chariots, and I thought, well, I like it. I'm a bit worried about the change of style, but Angela's given it the thumbs up. Why don't we major on this further? And that was a big mistake. So I had these, as you said, it's like a road movie. I had these lead up stories, which I know there'll be fans today who'll say that they were great. That wasn't how readers saw it at the time. Mike did some lead up stories, and they were now that much more stylized. Now, of course, I couldn't have anticipated that, but my cunning plan to make Sky Chariots even more of an epic actually backfired. And it just goes to show you can get caught out anytime. You think you've got it figured with the audience, and who could have predicted that? So the net result was that because those early episodes, which were much more stylized, they didn't go down well with the readers, and therefore it worked against Sky Chariots, even though now it's rightly recognized as a classic. So, and what was even more bizarre was that you had this, of course it was new. I mean, bear in mind, on the Cursed Earth, everyone liked Bolland, everyone liked McMahon. And so this was, I think, the first time where I'd encountered this very sharp division of opinion between between readers, what you might call mainstream readers and fans. Often the fans might be older, but not necessarily. And so I was, it was quite disturbing because they really both sides got very passionate about it. In other words, some people would be saying, this is the most brilliant Slane I've ever seen. Mick's work is wonderful. And then you get these other letters, which were saying exactly the opposite. And I was thinking, oh, Jesus, what do I do with this? You know, how do I, where do we go from here on this? So it was traumatic for all of us. And as I say, that you can imagine analyzing the reasons for that and so on. I really needed to make sense of it. Why did this happen the way it did? And of course, Angela's episode was the first. I mean, bear in mind, this is a time when the popularity polls were really important to 2000 AD. I mean, and all comics. You know, we all had graph charts and things. And if you, I mean, just to give you an example, we had Kevin and I did a Nemesis story, and we had Great Uncle Baal, who instead of Nemesis battling with Torquemada, he's hanging around, as some of the readers saw it, chatting to his great uncle. And the voting, they penalized us. No, they didn't like that. And we, you know, they rang us up, both of us, and said, no, that one didn't go down well. So you were, you know, vote charts were really important. And you know, I think rightly so. I think you can get a little too, I mean, obviously the days of the, you know, what's your favorite story, vote for it, they've gone. But it was a very accurate way of knowing how things worked. Not to my surprise, but I think to others' surprise, Angela's story beat Judge Dredd. And I was thrilled, but I wasn't surprised because I just felt that what she was doing was going to resonate with what I would call mainstream readers. It might not resonate with, what should we say, more purist fans, but they, at that point in time, were the minority of readers, a very vocal minority, but they weren't the majority.
Yeah, it's the shift, it does split people, but I think you sort of I think you used the term reboot in your book when you talk about taking a short break between Dragon Heist and Time Killer, where you sort of get two artists, David Pugh and Glenn Fabry, onto the Time Killer epic and into Tomb of Terror. That both those seem to follow in the Angela Kincaid mold, rather than and I don't think the Mick McMahon era hasn't been reproduced because no one dares try it, and I think it's an element of fear that you can't possibly.
Well, there was one exception, and you'll probably be able to check this, but I did steer him away from it, and that was Simon Davis. I think if you look at, he did an early pin-up of Slane before he actually really embarked on the saga, and I think it was published in 2000 AD, and it showed a very strong McMahon influence. And I remember saying to him, no, please, for God's sake, don't do that. You know, thinking, because if you think about it, this all took place a long, long time ago. But for a lot of readers, it still presses emotional buttons. So just thinking, no, I don't want a rerun of all the problems of the past.
I think I remember Simon Davis's warp spasm being very spiky, which wasn't something that had really happened much before. And
that has a slight, because it's in color. It not distort. It kind of hides the fact that actually, in retrospect, it probably has a McMahon influence. Although Mick's warp spasm was very I can only remember seeing it, seeing one example of it when he's a knight of the Red Branch and he's like 16 and he has the, one eyeball comes out, and that was definitely different to everybody else's. But yeah, maybe there's a certain influence there. I mean, I thought Simon's warp spasms were really going to places no one else had gone before. And I don't know how, it's almost like you've got to look at them after maybe another 5 years to say, how does that all sit in the whole, canon of Slane's warp spasms? They certainly took me by surprise at the time. And, full marks to Simon for originality. And also it's pretty hard to criticize. I mean, what do you say? Do you think you could tone that bit down, Simon, or whatever? I mean, I went by my first reaction, which was, oh my God, what is that? And I saw that as a positive thing. It's all murky territory because supposing this is a new story appealing, let's say, to kids, let's say 12-year-old, 13-year-olds, the original 2000 AD audience, it's possible that they may have reacted to that like perhaps the way they saw The Incredible Hulk for the first time. But if your audience, as we know, is more likely to be in their 40s or older, and they've got fond memories of Bellardinelli's warp spasm, which was also pretty bloody weird, but kind of cozy and familiar because it's Massimo and we know he does stuff like that. Or say Simon Bisley's Conan-esque warp spasm. I don't know how far Simon Davis's warp spasm resonated with them. As I say, it might be something that you almost have to look back maybe another few years from now or something. It's not something that's ever come up in amongst, they've never talked about it, which I suppose maybe wrongly I see as a bad sign. In other words, well, why aren't you raving about it? Well, at least you're not slagging it off, so that's good. But
artists often draw Slane with their own face in some ways. So I wonder if the warp spasm is another sort of interior thing that they're just expressing onto the page and its own unique thing for each individual artist.
Yeah, I think Slane is attractive to artists because I don't know. I think it gives artists an opportunity for self-expression, which I imagine they don't feel is necessarily as easily available elsewhere. Obviously, it's not available on Dread, which is very visually specific, but there must be other stories. But they do seem attracted to Slane for the opportunity to perhaps draw themselves or a fantasy version of themselves, and to try out different things, which is quite daring of them on the one hand, because I'm also incredibly hands-on, as everyone knows, as a writer. Not because I choose to be autocratic on stories, but simply because I've got this image in my mind of what the readers like. And as long as it stays within those limits, I'm fine with whatever the artist draws. But if they go off those limits, invariably I'm likely to say to them, look, this isn't going to work. I mean, I've learned some things the hard way, just by what people like or dislike, of which the most obvious one would be storytelling. And I know that there will be exceptions, but for the most part, I think if a regular 2000 AD reader has to choose between good storytelling and rather so-so horror, they will choose that rather than, say, John Hicklinton's wild horror, which I adore, but his storytelling, as we all know, leaves something to be desired. And so I've, with some reluctance, come around to the idea, right, storytelling comes first, and if the horror or the impact is a little wishy-washy, I just got to live with it, you know.
Yeah.
But I still carry a torch for Johnny, and I still miss that opportunity to see really wild stuff. But you've got to go where the audience dictates you go. The box office decides us all.
With Time Killer, and then leading up into Slaying the King, and then the Horned God, that's the end of that storyline. But and after that, you go into the time travel thing. But just before Time Killer, you did a short with Bellardinelli called The Battle of Clontarf, which was then kind of repeated in Time Killer. So clearly, time travel was on your mind in terms of how to push the character forward beyond your Horned God storyline, if you were going to get to that point. How did you come to that opinion of wanting to shift Slain from this coming of age story, becoming to the Slaying the Horned God storyline, into something else, and push him away from that into this time traveling thing?
Well, I think I might be wrong, but I think on episode 1, I think they refer to the T-Rex.
Yeah, the time monster.
The time monster. And that was because I thought to myself, well, where has this creature come from? And I obviously there was no room to explore it in that story, but in the back of my mind, it was like it had come through a time gate, one of these dolmens. So in fact, there is a dolmen, I think, featured in episode 1. So there was a sense that there was time travel there. But from very early on, I was reading all these historical accounts of the Celts and thinking, how can I get that in the story? And thinking, well, I can't. Boudica, for example, or King Arthur. I'm thinking, these are fantastic stories. And I cannot see how to feature them in Slain. And I came across these references to Dinas Emrys, the eternal fortress in Snowdonia. So this struck me as, it's a bit like something out of the Time Lords in Doctor Who. And so I was always aware of that. But the real clincher was the Battle of Clontarf, because I'd gotten hold of this. I mean, it seems so strange in the internet era where, you want to look at any historical documents, you just click a couple of buttons, you can watch, you can read them for free. Not in that era. I can't tell you how expensive that book was on the Battle of Clontarf. It was, I think, called, I can't even pronounce it, the War of the Gaels versus a similar word for the Vikings. And it was a 19th century book, authentic text. And I think it was probably about 50 quid at the time. So that means in today's money, it's a lot more. Yeah. And so you've really got to make it, pay. So that I thought, this is great stuff. I've got to use it. So I'm going to use it with Bellardinelli, with that color story, and I'm going to use it again. Because, reading the original text, which is now available online for free, which is kind of galling, you can see how it fits. There's even a character called something like Efric, which I think I adapted to Elric, or a very similar name, a character with a very similar name to Murdak. Which again is a great name for a hero in comics. And so it really lent itself. And I thought, well, I have to use this. So I worked out this rather convoluted plot, which I think, it sort of stands up alongside the kind of stories that you might see in Doctor Who or Mission Impossible. You don't spend too much time agonizing over the plot. You just say, is it exciting?
It's a proper serial. Yeah, it's sort of moving on to the next adventure.
Yeah, and I think actually at the time, I think I was writing what was ultimately an abortive Doctor Who. So that was very much on my mind, time travel. That probably helped, shall we say? Because if you recall, this was the era where Doctor Who was in serious trouble. You know what I mean? I think the series finally collapsed in the late 80s. But in the early
was it the Colin Baker era when you were?
Yeah, and slightly before, or maybe primarily Colin Baker, because I ended up adapting it, made it into an audio play, which he starred in, which he was fantastic guy, really, really nice guy. He said, "Why have you got that line there?" And I went, and he said, "Well, wouldn't it be better if you did it that way?" I said, "Yeah, you're right, Colin. Thank you." You know, he's a really smashing chap. So I was going through the tortures of the damned on this Doctor Who screenplay because there were so many changes of direction, because they knew that the writing was on the wall for them. So I think some of that seeps into the story, and not necessarily in a good way. Some of it is good because I think it has some of the high tension and excitement of that is obviously a principal element in Doctor Who, or at least the good ones. But scene changes and scene cuts, it's different. It's different on telly. You can have 2 minutes and then you cut to something else. But if you try cutting backwards and forwards in comics a bit too much, that's probably a mistake, which I haven't been picked up on.
If you've only got 5 pages per week as well, you need
yeah, it's messing around, cutting backwards and forwards. It's so much easier on a screenplay than it is in a comic book. The general rule of thumb, which isn't set in stone but is a good one, is change the page, change the scene. Don't change within the page. There are honorable exceptions, but I think that's the safest way to do things. Yeah.
I'm conscious that we're clocking over an hour now, so I'll just try and wrap up with a few very quick questions. Are there any artists that you've wanted to work with that you weren't able to on Slane for one reason or another, or was everyone that you wanted approved, or was there any?
I can't think of anywhere I've said, "Hey, I've got this great artist," and I've been turned down. No, I can't think of one. So, no, I think no, there actually isn't one, which is surprising, isn't it? Because getting through so many artists and also going through some difficult periods. I mean, there were several great artists who, for one reason or another, very early on, I turned down because I didn't think they were right for Slane, and I'd still hold to that. But no, there were none who I was after who didn't work out. Yeah.
And you had Slane traveling through time on lots of different eras. Did that get cut short, or was there an era that you wanted to write a story about that you weren't able to, or do you feel like you fully went through all that and then you pushed that behind?
I think I actually went through all the major historical periods that I wanted to. There were one or two others that fans suggested to me. For example, there's an Irish pirate queen from Elizabethan times, and I remember thinking about her. But I think for the most part, I'd written what I call the classic historical stories. We had to do William Wallace, King Arthur, Boudica, and there's probably a couple of others that don't come to mind right now. So actually, when Dave Bishop said, let's, in effect, he wasn't that keen on the historical stuff, and he said, let's get him back to his tribe. And then, of course, when he does come back to his tribe, it hits an entirely new problem, because he's not like Judge Dredd. He's not part of the system, so he's not comfortable as a High King, not for any length of time. He's a rebel, so he can be a war leader. And so that's really why progressively he moves on from that into the Clint Langley era, where he's more a warrior again, and freed of the responsibilities of kingship, which didn't really seem to suit him. I mean, there are one or two exceptions, but I think for the most part, it would make sense in a way. And I could see Dave's logic that, Dredd is, if Dredd was spending far too much time on the Judge Child quest, or, in outer space or whatever, I think editorial would have probably said, look, let's get him back to Earth. Let's get him back to Megacity. And that works. That's absolutely valid for Dredd. But for Slane, it wasn't so. And so there was a little period where I think he was a little bit lost there. Wasn't as comfortable. And of course, it coincided with a whole variety of artists who all had their own different vision for Slane. So it actually highlighted these disparate elements. And I mean, the readers, to be fair, were generally pretty supportive. And, I think they haven't given me as hard a time as, say, you sometimes, read criticisms of Doctor Who, and the fans there really come down on, they don't like a particular story, my God. But yeah. I think, I'm touching wood here, I think generally speaking, they've been fairly kind, which is nice.
I think so too. It's been a great run of stories, and certainly the in the 90s when I was reading it, and Traces of Britain was my favorite one, but when I was reading it, it seemed like it was an event when there was a Slane story running for 10 weeks or so. So just wrapping up then, one of the things you've just mentioned now is, I think, the oddity, the last oddity of the series is Slane becoming High King, but as you say, not feeling very comfortable about the whole thing. Like that is not a traditional hero's endpoint. Traditionally, but like, yeah, I'm the king now. I can do whatever I want. But you wrote him as like, this isn't what I want.
This isn't for me. Yeah. It's oppressive. And I think again it comes back to the whole Celtic character, which is so oddball. It's so anarchic, and it's a tough one to capture. He could never be like, as I say, like Judge Dredd. There must be other characters who are, they're settled in their world, and there must be there's something very reassuring about that in a way. It's like Sherlock Holmes. He's in Baker Street, and along comes a problem, and his landlady, lets someone in, and I kind of like all those kind of stories because they are safe and reassuring. But Slane has always had that maverick quality, which is me trying to understand the anarchic nature of Celts, of the original Celts. And of course, I think it's arguably still there in their descendants today in Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. They're definitely different to the English.
Yes, yeah, which I think what makes Slane a very interesting addition to 2008 and a very unique character. And thank you very much for talking with me. Thank you very much for creating Slane and having a wonderful journey over 40 years now.
40 years,
40,
Christ.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Okay, cheers. Bye-bye.
Well, fantastic to hear from Pat Mills there. We're going to be talking in a moment to another of the giants from the history of 2000 AD. In the meantime, do go along to our website where you can find lots of information about not just new titles that are coming out in the next few months celebrating 45 years of 2000 AD, but also pick up some cool merchandise like this retro celebration t-shirt. If you go along to 2000ad.com/45 years, then not only will you be watching the feed of this convention, but also be able to check out the latest merch like mugs. So we're coming on now to our final panel of the day. Now this is an audio only panel as he's not one for cameras, but I had the privilege to sit down once again with John Wagner, who
Hail the creator!
Yeah, who is responsible for creating Walter the Wobot. So, you know, thanks for that, John. But I had the chance to sit down with John and talk a little bit about his career. I've previously done a great big interview with him back in 2016 on the 2000 AD podcast, which is available on your favourite podcast app. Just search for 2000 AD Thrillcast and you'll be able to check out that interview, which went into extraordinary detail about his life and work. This was an opportunity to just sit down and check in with him. He's got a story running at the moment in 2000 AD, which is The Citadel, which harks back to the seminal story, The Apocalypse War, and is a fantastic harking back, but also finding a new direction for Dredd as he continues into, his 46th year. In the Judge Dredd magazine, which is the 2000 AD sister comic, he's also working on Surfer, which... for those who remember Chopper, who was the sky surfing champion from the 80s, this revisits the legacy of Chopper, but also, again, moves on. So it was a real treat to be able to talk to John. As I said, it's the last panel of the day, so thank you so much indeed for joining us on the Galaxy's Greatest and for tolerating Walter. We are going to be back at noon tomorrow. Don't forget that the clocks in the UK go forward for British summertime, so make sure you set your alarm properly and join us from noon tomorrow for more from 2000 AD, more from the Galaxy's Greatest. Say good night, Walter.
Good night, Walter.
Of course. Splundig Verthfrig, Earthlets. 6 years since we last sat down and chatted. A lot of stuff has happened since. I guess the most obvious question is, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm sort of... I tried to retire and I got bored. I don't work nearly as hard as I used to. But I do still work, just to keep interested. I think I'd go crazy if I didn't work.
Right.
I've got enough to do here. There's quite a lot of outside work on the small holding, but I'm too lazy to do too much of that.
So I must admit, when it's been a while since we talked, and you said, if you'd like to come back up again for a chat, then let me know. And there was a little voice in the back of my mind that was going, is he planning on actually retiring?
I had. Well, I'm not sure I actually planned it. Sort of drifted into it a
bit.
Okay. And then thought, oh no, this won't do. I do enjoy writing. When I get into a story, it's very pleasurable. It's getting there is a bit of a pain.
Yeah.
Torment at times.
I guess it's a hard habit to kick. I mean, you've been doing it for most of your life, really, haven't you?
Yeah, about 46, 47 years.
Yeah.
No, actually 50 years.
Right.
52 years.
Keeps going
Pretty
up.
much, yeah. I'm just working out. I probably started back in 71.
Right.
So 51 years with breaks. So,
yeah.
On editorial. Editorial was by far a harder job. thing about editorial is you could work 24 hours a day and you'd never be satisfied.
Yeah.
And you can always be better, whereas in your own little niche,
yeah,
that's fine, you know. Writing stories, you can be satisfied with the story you've written, but never with a whole comic.
Because I mean, we talked about this last time. How you had an editorial spell on Valiant, on Sally as well. I think
Sandy,
and
Princess Tina.
and I mean,
the Undertaker, they called me.
I was about to say, one by one, you killed them off.
Yeah. I thought I better get out, but there's still some comics left to write.
I was going to ask, was it that kind of not necessarily a touch of death, but what did you learn from that process other than you didn't want to be involved in editorial?
Pretty much that. Oh, you learn a lot when you learn a lot about writing when you spend a lot of time rewriting other people's material. And like in Valiant, I devised a lot of stories for it, so it was that was quite educational. But mainly, I learned I didn't want ever to do editorial again. Although I did do a bit on rock, I was sort of editing rock.
I mean, for those who perhaps listening for the first time, Rock of the Reds, which was your self-published...
That's right, yeah.
Sci-fi football comic?
That's right, sci-fi football. It's the world's first alien footballer. I'm not going to go on about buying it. I don't care anymore.
Well, funny enough, I was going to... When we did chat last, it was just about to come out.
Yeah,
and I think you got about half a dozen shots in all the way through, but asking people to buy it. I mean, what was your experience of self-publishing?
It was very satisfying, but bank account draining.
Right.
Because I was paying all the talent myself, and as I didn't really have any mainstream distribution, I never got that money back.
Right.
Okay. So I'm probably, just to pull a figure out of the air for the two books, about 20 grand in the whole.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It was my pension. I just got my pitiful little pension and out the window.
I mean, that's quite sobering. That you have the huge reputation within the industry. You have your audience, and yet you can't do your own comics. That's quite
no, not a big enough reputation, I'm afraid.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I mean it's sold well. People liked it, and it was very satisfying doing it.
Yeah,
and satisfying a lot of the reaction we got to it. But it just, I hope eventually I'll sell them all. If I live to about 90 and keep doing conventions. Hello, son. Will you buy my book?
Do you like football? What's football?
Yeah. So I hope eventually I'll break even.
Right.
But, that'll be enough. But I mean, Dan would love to do another one, and I would too. But I'm just, unless I could be assured of at least breaking even, I would never touch it again.
Right.
I mean, part of the indebtedness is I never paid myself for a script. All the scripts were free.
Right. Okay.
So
in
the year I did the Kickstarter, it was so involved that I hardly wrote a thing. So
I mean, that's one of the great ironies of it, isn't it? The raising of the money for something like a Kickstarter is such an involved process that it's effectively a free full-time job.
Yeah, it takes up all your time, and I had to do things like pay for the video and all sorts of things associated with it. So I'm not sure I would do another Kickstarter, although I'm thinking of doing a Bogeyman compendium, which I may put on Kickstarter.
Okay.
Yeah, just the first two books, possibly the third one that was it 2000 AD or the magazine published? I think it was 2000 actually
I honestly
published.
can't remember.
Yeah. It wasn't as good as the first two, I don't think. I have to read it over and see if it's worth reprinting.
Yeah.
But I'm possibly going to do a Kickstarter for that, but I'm not going to put so much effort into it. If people want to contribute, if they want to get the book and the T-shirt and the poster, by all means. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to spend that much time on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question that I didn't really ask last time, which is what you actually think of the medium of comics. Because, you know, all my questions last time were very much involved with the industry of comics, you know, the nitty-gritty of writing them, of you know, the questions over ownership and all this and the other. But what do you actually think about comics as an art form?
As an art form, I think they're great. I think they're so diverse. They allow you to do just about anything in comic form, from serious, emotional, to ridiculous, to just art books, if you like. The comics I still like best are the ones I read when I was a youth, on my paper run, and early days at DC Thompson's, all the DC Thompson titles, the short 3 and 4 page stories. I like anthology comics especially because they give you such a wide range of material, a wide range of heroes, heroines. They work very well. I don't read many comics these days. I'm just, after a day writing them or not writing them, as it were, I don't really want to look at any more comic material. But I understand why people love them.
Because what is it about those 1, 2, 3 page strips? Because you when we spoke last, and you look, when we look back at the stuff that's in the archive, when our graphic novel editors are going through looking for things, a lot of it is formulaic. A lot of it is essentially the same story just told over and over again.
Well, especially the IPC ones. I think there was a lot more imagination went into the DC Thompson ones.
Right.
Partly because a lot of their writers were really rough, and so the editorial, and they'd have 5 or 6 on editorial in every comic office.
Good God.
That's a lot, and they would spend a lot of time working these stories up, pushing ideas out to writers. So that's why their comics were so good, and they weren't so formulaic and much more imaginative. And I liked them because, partly because they left a lot to your imagination. The stories were so condensed that you had to put a lot of yourself into reading them, to understanding them, and also because they managed to tell a long story in 3 pages. You know, sometimes there were 15, 16 pictures on a page. And it wasn't so much about the art then, it was about the story, mainly the story. And of course, the artist had to be good to bring that over. I think that's one of the things that Pat and I really objected to about IPC comics when we were given Battle to do, was they were formulaic. The stories, they were very stale, and little imagination went into them, and that's what we tried to correct with Battle, and what, of course, Purdy's department had been doing with the girls' comics for several years before that.
It is that feeling of a, you know, you look back at some of the girls' comics, Battle, Action, 2000 AD, and there is that real feeling of it being a revolution, or at the very least, just a sea change in things. Did you feel that at the time?
Oh well, yeah, we did. Yeah, we were in there to change them, and they didn't like it a lot. they saw us as the enemy, and I suppose we were, because we were from the girls' department and we were encroaching on the boys, and we were putting everyone's noses out of joint. And they also didn't like some of the excessive violence that we went in for, and sometimes it went a wee bit over the top. Yeah. I'll admit that. But their violence had always been cartoony and ridiculous, like Captain Hurricane tying tank barrels in knots and things like that. Whereas we wanted more realism.
Yeah.
And we wanted them to, like in war, we wanted them to feel the nastiness of war and to see people dying and getting shot and what it was like.
I mean, that's an interesting point. That cartoonish violence, as safe as it is, there's no consequences to it.
No.
So
it's like Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, exactly. And,
which is fun,
It's great,
fun,
and it's slapstick, and it's very serious. And I love the Warner Brothers stuff, but I was having a conversation with someone the other day about how important comics were, and to a degree still are, in formulating kids' view of the world. Things have changed over the last 40 years, but they're still viewed as a juvenile art form by many people.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they have such a remarkable power.
Yeah.
Because you're warping on Battle Action 2000 AD, you're warping young minds.
Yeah.
Did you have did that play in? Did that play on your minds while you were doing these things? You're thinking, well, actually, no, we're gonna not necessarily tell kids the truth, but just
well, up to a point, we did want to portray the world more as we saw it, and sometimes I probably went into this in the last interview. In the case of Dread, where we realised that a lot of the readers were of the opinion that Dredd was the way to go.
Yeah.
He was the good guy. We started putting in writing stories that they couldn't possibly see him as the good guy, making him even nastier. I mean, I always saw him as quite a nasty guy anyway, but that wasn't coming over. Not well enough, and that worried me, that the readers would think, oh, he was the ultimate hero, because he's far from that.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that makes him so good. He's hero and villain wrapped into one.
Because reading a lot about the 1970s, there's the running theme of violence all the way through the decade. So you had the year of revolutions in 1968, where all the progressive forces that had built up in the kind of post-war period and burst into being, and then you get this succession of moral panics against muggers, about football hooligans, and one by one they all focus on this notion of anarchy, of violence, of chaos, and then you and Pat and Jerry come along and are serving this up to to children. Yeah. Were you tapping into that, for want of a better phrase, zeitgeist, or was it just because you were looking at the kind of cultural products that come out, the movies, the TV, and going, well, actually, we want more of this?
I don't know about tapping into zeitgeist. I think we were just expressing ourselves up to a point.
Yeah.
We're pretty violent guys. We didn't want to sugarcoat things for kids. We thought that was part of the problem with some comics, that they'd been too mealy-mouthed about life and reality, and we didn't want to do that. And we knew that, I mean, look at Grimm's fairy tales, the terrible stuff that happens in them. I mean, kids don't need to be protected from that.
Yeah.
And look at 2000 AD readers. There aren't many violent people amongst them, although we did our best to Oh, you're thinking of one?
One or two just spring to mind, but you know.
Yeah, but most of them are pretty peace-loving people and reasonable, intelligent people. You know, I don't think we did them that much harm. We tried. We definitely tried. But they came out of it all right.
Yeah, yeah. One thing, again, we talked about this last time, but the whole thing about the anti-authoritarianism of 2000 AD in particular. I mean, it had been a lot stronger on something like Action,
yeah,
which was, you know, you look at kids rule, okay, and that's pure anarchy. But even though it was to a degree toned down, it's still there. And I always come back to John Sanders's line about it, which is, you know, with a character like Dredd, it hadn't been the violence that had actually been the problem. It had been the anti-authority that had been the problem. Because, you know, you look at Martin Barker's history of Action, and editorials say, you know, when the pages came back censored, it wasn't actually the violence that was getting whited out. It was the rebellion.
Right.
So Dredd is that wonderful conception, which is, you know, the violence of the state is good, but the violence of the individual is bad.
Yeah, sorry,
and I kind of wanted to dig down into the anti-authoritarianism within you, and then kind of looking at your stories, not just on Dredd, but across the board. There seems to be this rejection of authority, of being told what to do.
Yeah.
And didn't necessarily do this last time we talked, but this time certainly I'd like to drill down into that and try and find the root of that. Because it seems to be always there. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're writing Dredd or Button Man or Al's Baby or, you know, Rock of the Reds. There's always that anti-authority element there. Where do you think that comes from?
Being a bad boy.
Tell us about being a bad boy.
I was by the time I left America, I was starting to get in trouble with the police and things, and I was only 11, 12. Just did a lot of bad things, like I set an apartment block on fire. I mean, it wasn't deliberate.
Okay.
I mean, a friend of mine and I, we saw this huge bug and it crawled down into the side of an apartment block, and I just happened to have a book of matches on me, and I lit them and said, let's smoke it out. So I stuck these down there, and we got bored and went away. An hour or so later, one of the neighbours came along, said he'd had to rip off the side paneling to put this fire out. But I think it was probably bad parenting.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. I mean, my mum, she worked all the time, and my dad was pretty useless.
Right.
More than useless, or worse than useless. And I was just a wild kid, and I didn't like being told what to do. I didn't like being bossed around by the cops. So coming over to Scotland was quite a good thing, because it sort of reined me in a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, but I've never really respected authority that much.
Because I think one of the things that...
Except the Queen, the dear Queen. I'm applying to become a British citizen.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's interesting, because last time we talked, you mentioned how you still have an American passport, and you said that's your escape route. And that was 2016. Now, 2016 took quite a turn.
Yeah, it sure did, yeah. Well, that kind of did it for me. And also the fact that I discovered they wanted to tax me as well.
Right.
Although it turns out, I'm not going to say too much about this, it turns out they haven't actually asked for any money yet, but the fact that I have to file tax return in America as well as Britain,
right.
And I don't feel I should have to, because anything I have, any good thing about my life, came from this country.
Right.
So I don't think I owe them anything.
Yeah.
So far it's been okay, but my intention is, if they allow me to become a British citizen, and my wife says that if they read my social media posts, they may not. Well, I didn't mean any of that, really. Then I would probably repudiate my American citizenship.
Right.
And Trump plays a large, I mean, the Republican Party has gone incredibly right-wing, and I worry about what's happening in that country.
Mm.
And we're pretty right-wing too, but we're not that bad yet. Yeah.
I think you described your dad as I might be paraphrasing here, as a bit of a kind of petty tyrant.
No, not really. No, just useless.
Just useless.
Yeah. I had to call the police 2 or 3 times. Fights between him and my mother, not bullying.
Yeah.
But apart from that, he was just a useless dad.
Right. So, moving to America with your mum, you moved to Greenock, is that right?
Greenock, that's right, yeah.
Okay. A culture shock, I'm sure.
Yeah,
not so
to
much.
a point, but I mean, just sailing up the Clyde and seeing the beauty of that, it sort of turned me.
Oh,
you know,
right, okay.
I thought, what a wonderful place, I thought. Yeah.
Important point there, you sailed from...
That's right.
Didn't fly.
No.
Oh my, right. I mean,
we were probably on one of the last Cunard liners to dock at Greenock.
Incredible.
My uncle was a customs officer as well.
Right.
And had we known, we could have brought in maybe 100 weight of cocaine, because he just found our trunk and put the mark on them.
Could you set yourselves up for life?
Yeah, we could have been there. Mind, I don't approve of that anyway. Honest.
Governor. So in terms of your that kind of the turning around of your teenager, because you talked in the previous one about living with your aunt.
Yeah, aunt and uncle, and
was that a stabilizing effect in your life?
Yeah, I guess it was. Yeah, it was a sort of normal sort of family setup, which back in America it hadn't been. So yeah, and school as well, with a uniform and everything, all that. And no uniforms in America.
Yeah.
Well, not in the one schools I went to.
Because it's that relationship with authority that I think is so fascinating about your work. Because your heroes are, well, your characters. Let's not necessarily call them all heroes, but your characters are individuals first and foremost. You know, whether they're with the system or against the system, they have their own sense of personal morality, of their own sense of right and wrong, their own sense of how they want their lives to be.
Even Judge Death. I mean,
exactly.
He's got a code.
Well, I mean, Judge Death is a perfect case in point. That you've taken a character like Judge Dredd and just followed the logical conclusion of that petty tyranny of the judges. You know, that if you can be shot for dropping a candy wrapper on the floor,
right?
Why not just cut to the chase and just kill them?
Well, yeah, I did like the logic of his creed, that all life is a crime.
Do you? I guess this is going to be a wider conversation. That looking at the situation in America now, where whether people accept it or not, the cops just shoot first, ask questions later, and then, by and large, with only a few notable exceptions, are back in the job.
They get away with it.
They get away with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that must be quite horrifying, considering the kind of stories you were writing.
We're only seeing a small part of that. I mean, it goes on all over the States in such a terrible way, especially to minority groups mainly. You know, if you're a privileged white, you're a lot safer.
Yeah.
And that's just so wrong. And you just wonder how can they continue to get away with these things, and they do. Like Breonna Taylor, was that that case? There's nobody been prosecuted for that. Nobody's even been disciplined, as far as I can see. And then just an innocent woman lying in her bed, and they run in and shoot her.
Yeah. Is there a sense of exasperation in the kind of, we warned you about this 4 decades ago, and it's gotten worse?
Yeah, well, it makes me want in a way, I have cocooned myself in Shropshire, and I sort of push the world away, and you know, I object to a lot of things that go on, but I try not to let it get to me or affect me, because it doesn't seem like anything one individual can do about it.
Yeah.
It has to be a societal thing.
I mean, this is, for me, this is really interesting because 1977, 1978, there was a sociologist called Stuart Hall, British sociologist, who wrote a book called Policing the Crisis, which was all about the moral panic around mugging and how it kind of manufactured this law and order society. It felt very much that, particularly with a character like Dredd, that you were kind of almost, I don't know, plucking at the same sinews, that you saw the same trend in society.
Well, Thatcher and the miners' strike, that was a big influence on me. The way the cops became the enforcers of a right-wing government.
Yeah.
I didn't agree with the way Scargill handled the miners' strike, but I had a lot of sympathy with the miners. And to see the police charging them with horses and cracking their skulls, it was all wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I objected a lot to Thatcher.
It doesn't show at all.
No. Yeah.
Because I find it notable that the miners' strike was 84, 85.
Yeah.
And then 86, 87 is when you and Alan start the democracy.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
You get a letter from a Democrat, and then you get Revolution, and that then leads into to Necropolis. Was there a sense at the time of, well, we need to be quite explicit about this? Not just in terms of the readers who were apparently seeing Dredd as the good guy, but actually we need to say something at this moment.
Well, I think it snowballed from that first story. Was it The Letter from a Democrat?
Yes,
it was called. Yeah. We wrote that story, and then we just kept going. It expressed a lot of what we felt about things and about society, not necessarily so much ours, but American and all over the world. The way people are treated once they get in government, they seem to think they're your masters, and they can do anything they like. Look at Assad in Syria, that sick individual, and the Russians that went in and supported him with brutality. Look at Saudi Arabia and the murder of Khashoggi and the way they behave. It's all over the world. The right-wing governments in South America, it's just, there don't seem to be that many nice governments. Once people get power, they just want to stay in power, and they will do anything, warp any law, murder anyone they like to stay in power.
I mean, that's been a running theme all the way through Dredd.
Yeah.
That's
what the judges will do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's fairly early on in this conversation for us to refer to this, but I mean, there's that moment at the end of Origins where Fargo says to Dredd, it wasn't meant to be forever.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of talk about the war on crime as a crisis that just perpetuates itself, because you'll never quote unquote win against crime. There will always be disorder. There will,
But of course, Dredd then says, "Well, he didn't say anything much to me."
Yeah.
And I doubt Fargo would have said that if he wasn't on his way out. If he's still in power, he would have wanted to have perpetuated that.
That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That for
It's
you,
death.
that moment was
Yeah.
the kind of as he faced his own mortality, he was like, actually, we were wrong.
Yeah.
Is that? I mean, oh, wonderful. So, kind of thematically, is death the only thing that you think can actually?
Well, I mean,
change
that's an interpretation you could put on it.
Okay.
But maybe he'd been thinking that for a while, but he hadn't done anything.
Yeah.
But that's an interpretation you can put on it.
I mean, what should we as a society do you think, to remedy the fact that the whole concept of law and order, if you follow the logic of Origins, this whole concept of law and order, that there's more police, more discipline, is based on this.
Well, I think that the British system could be one of the best. I mean, the police are only there with our cooperation, as unlike America, where they're there with their guns. The police couldn't do their jobs if we didn't cooperate with them. I think one thing that would help is PR, so that we don't get one right-wing party in charge all the time.
Okay.
I think we need a more moderate kind of government and a more cooperative kind of government. I think I quite like what's happening in Scotland.
Okay.
I think, although people object to the SNP having such a big majority, I don't know if they have an actual majority, but with the Greens they do.
Yeah.
They object to them having so much control. But as they're social democrats, that I'm quite happy. If they were Tories, I wouldn't like that. I do not like the Tories.
Again, it doesn't come through in your work at all. Well, I mean, that's interesting, because the last time we talked,
we used to have us what you might call a nice kind of Tory, but these days they're all so right wing and retributive and just nasty, like Theresa May with her nasty party, and she was one of the nastiest of them with her. What did she call it?
Hostile environment.
Hostile environment.
Yeah.
I mean, sending vans round with "Get Out" written on them. It's just terrible.
I mean, as bad as she was, I mean, Priti Patel's.
She's out doing it. Yeah. She was. She's the MP for Whittam, where my wife used to live.
Oh, right.
So she would be her MP if she still lived there. Yeah. And I won't go into that.
Well, I want to go back to talking about policing. You look at what's happening in America, and as you say, it's awful. But then you look at things like what happened with the Sarah Everard murder, and then the vigil and the reaction of the state to that, which is always to back the police.
Of course, yeah.
And it very much feels, and you see this with the Democrats in America, when Joe Biden stands up and says more money for police, we back the police.
Yeah.
Do you think that kind of the very thing that you were warning about, that kind of reliance, where Dredd's always right, it's always the righteous violence. Do you think that has just kind of embedded itself in our consciousness?
Oh,
now?
Yeah, well, it happens here, obviously. It's a shame, because I think there are a lot of really good, decent policemen and policewomen. But, like you say, the knee-jerk reaction of the government is always to just back the police. They never do wrong. It surprised me when Cressida Dick was appointed in charge of the Met, because she was the one in charge of the was it John Charles Menezes?
Yeah.
And really responsible for that guy's murder. And yet she ends up as the head of the Met. That's crazy. I mean, it's good that a woman was appointed, but I don't think she was the right woman. There is a lot of corruption in the Met and a lot of corruption in the police force. And it's wrong that the government should so automatically support them, but there are an awful lot of good police officers that get their names blackened by that attitude. And I think as police forces go, ours isn't that bad. But yeah.
On a sliding scale.
Yeah, on a sliding scale. I mean, I don't have that much experience of them in Holland or Sweden. I imagine they're fairly decent over there too. But yeah, basically not anti-police. I think we need them. It's like Dredd. It's like I always say about Dredd. Well, he's a bastard, but if you're being held up by someone with a gun, there's nobody you'd like to see coming along more than Dredd. And I mean, he might arrest you for incitement after he shot down the guys with the guns, but you want him coming along.
I mean, that's an interesting point. It's like, with the kind of law and order society, is it worth having that kind of tyranny so that you do have somebody like that coming along? That for me is always the tension.
I don't think the tyranny is right. I mean, if we could excise it, that would be great. But human nature being what it is, we're never going to entirely get rid of it. But like I say, there are a lot of really good police officers. I think of the one who picked me up doing 90 on the A12 and said, "Well, off you go then." And otherwise you were driving quite well, he said. And I thought that was quite. He could have booked me there. Yeah. Maybe if I was black, he would have. Who knows? But he was pretty decent about that, and it taught me not to get caught again.
I want to talk about humour.
Right.
She's a bit of a 180 from what we were talking about, but because we had a chat with Alan last January. I don't know if you remember, where we got him on Zoom.
Yeah, I hate Zoom.
I didn't put that episode out in the end.
I didn't like it. It was
I would love to get you both in a room together, because then I think there will be that back and forth. But because of the slight delay, and he really wasn't getting the fact that there was a slight delay. But I loved one of the things I loved out of that conversation was that I asked Alan what you were like when you were living together, and without even missing a beat, he went, "Bastard."
He's just having a laugh.
Well,
you couldn't be sweeter than I am.
Well, okay, because there was a story about tins of chickpeas. Was it constantly sending people out to get you something from the corner shop that you didn't necessarily want?
Oh, no, I don't think so. When we were bored when we lived together in Dundee for a short while. Yeah. And I can't. No, it was just, we had all these. Alan had this big bearskin coat, and I had a hat collection, and we lived in a rough part of Dundee, and we played cards, and whoever lost certain games had to walk along the street dressed like a ninny in a bearskin coat and a funny hat, and see if they got beaten up.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
But I mean, he was part of all this. I might have instigated it.
So there was blame on both sides.
And cheated a bit at the cards. Yeah, we had no money. I mean, you worked for DC Thompson's, you had no money, so
Yeah.
you had to make your own entertainment, and getting beaten up was part of that.
Well, this is what I want to talk about, because the humour in your work is
cruel.
You said that, I didn't.
People have said to me I'm very cruel.
And it just seems to, again, there's one of those running themes, like not just people getting their comeuppance, not just, you know, silly things, but, you know, it expresses it in the pathos in Judge Dredd. And I'm wondering how much of that this is your personality.
I suppose it is a bit. People seldom come out well from my humorous stories, like the guy with the fingers, which is in there.
Yeah.
It doesn't work well for him, and I tried to get them to put Slow Crime Day in there.
Oh yeah.
And that doesn't work too well for him. I suppose I my humour is quite cruel, but it's not me. I'm a really nice guy, so I'm not told.
Hey, I'm sat here with a nice beer. There's a roaring fire.
Yeah. You wait to see what surprise you're going to get.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, it's not going to end well for you, Mulcher.
Great.
No, there is but a lot of humour is cruel.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah. I was trying to think of a humorous story that has a happy ending that I've written. I can't think of one.
Well, I mean, even just even just look at your Dredd work. You know, I mean, you mentioned Finger of Suspicion, where the guy's got his fingers taped. Is he given the bird, or
he starts with the middle finger and ends up with a V.
But you get things like Caught Short, where the guy is desperate for a wee. PF, the another toilet story. Then Farts, of course.
Oh, did I do Farts?
Yeah.
Was that me?
That was you, wasn't it? Or was that Alan?
I don't think. I can't remember. Check it. Farts. I can't remember doing a fart story, but was it on the bus? Oh, maybe. on a Zoom. I don't think it was.
Well, the one with the release of like the alien life form, which is all farts. That's you, isn't it?
No, I can't think. Well, it may be. I don't remember every story.
Let's talk about Citadel.
Okay.
Because it's another story that's harking back to the Apocalypse War. Because you had Warbuds
that's right,
a little while ago. And I basically wanted to get your view, particularly something like Chaos Day also harked back to that moment. Whether for you, the Apocalypse War, Dredd's pressing of the button, wiping out East Meg 1, has always been like that seminal moment for you, or whether this is just something that you've come back to at a later time. You know, that you've seen the significance of it and the potential of it later.
I think probably it's something that has become more important to me as time has passed.
Right.
It's I know we thought it was a big moment in Dredd's life when we did it, just with the passing of time, I've come back to re-examine it and think about it a bit more.
Can you remember what your process and your thought process discussions with Alan were around the ending of the Apocalypse War? Because I mean it is the blackest, most, you know, I mean it's genocide.
It was a sort of maximum dread.
Yeah.
That's his city is so important to him. It doesn't matter to him that he wipes out. Was it 500 million people?
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't really matter to him at all. Or it just seemed that way at the time.
Was it something that, I mean, again, this is asking you about something that happened years ago, but was it something that just organically came together and you were like, actually, yes, this is the way to end this story? Or was there, do you recall there being any kind of argument about it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think, was that you?
That was me, yeah, sorry.
I don't think we argued about it at all,
Right.
no. It just seemed a natural way to close it down.
Right.
An easy way, if you like.
Well, I mean, that's really interesting because Garth Ennis in particular, you know, for him, that kind of crystallises Dredd as a character. I always come back to the, because I'm obsessed with 17th century, the Earl of Clarendon's description of Cromwell as being a brave, bad man.
Right.
And Garth has always spoken about, you know, that moment just kind of being the synthesis of Dredd. And that, you know, he will press that button.
Yeah, he will. Well, you could say the same thing about Putin. Putin would do that without a second thought if he thought he could get away with it.
That's an interesting comparison.
Yeah. But I don't think Putin lives by that kind of code. I mean, he's basically a crook.
I mean, ultimately, Putin's a demagogue. He's a dictator. He's a strong man.
He has no moral code.
Yeah. Whereas Dredd moral code, I mean, is this the moral of morals? That even, you know, a strong moral code can lead you to doing really
terrible
awful things.
Yeah, I think so. It's happened all through the past. Look at the murder of the witches, that sort of thing that went on. That was done through a strong moral code.
Yeah.
All through our history, that's happened. Like you say, Cromwell.
Could kind of
religion is you mean there's so much evil been done in the name of religion.
Can one see Dredd as a warning about that, against ideology?
I think so. Yeah. I think Dredd is a warning about authoritarianism. He's also a hero. You know, it's great to be able to do him as a hero as well, and just forget about how evil he is.
Well, that complicates things, doesn't it? That makes it a massive grey area. You know, he can wipe out 500 million people and go, well, but he saved that baby.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, he saved his city. It's a bit more than that. I don't think he'd wipe out 500 million for a baby. He doesn't care for babies.
But thinking about something like this, revisiting this seminal moment, not just once, but looking at the ramifications of it further down the line, is there a reason for that? Is it just that it called to you? Is it the issue of long-term consequences, of legacy, were dwelling on your mind at all?
A little bit, a little bit. But I mean, when we did it, we thought that was just what Dredd would do.
Yeah.
We thought that was right for Dredd. And I think it probably was. They brought it on themselves. They got what was coming to them.
Well, now. There's a lot to unpack in that. Because it's... The Apocalypse War is interesting in the context of the Cold War, a kind of notion of mutually assured destruction. But with Dredd, you remove that from the equation, because mutually assured destruction is as we are seeing.
There's an element of fantasy.
Because you
couldn't do that and have the world survive.
Exactly.
Human race survive.
So in that kind of case, is it? How to describe this? Is it more that you just wanted to put people under the hammer, and Dredd and because that's a war? It seems a silly thing to say. That's a war story. That's not Dredd as a lawman. That's Dredd as a proper kind of World War II.
That's right. Yeah, Dredd as Putin.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. But Putin with a moral code.
Right. So with something like the Citadel, this may well be spoilers for people who haven't read it, but one of the key things that has stood out to me from the story is that the view of the past that we are seeing in the story is from the point of view of a probably unreliable narrator.
Possibly.
I think that's interesting because in comics, and particularly in Dread, we are so used to thinking that we're seeing the truth,
right?
Because we see it, and that's the formula of Dread. We see the crime happening, we see the response, the punishment, we see the comeuppance. There's a very clear kind of moral.
Yeah, well, there's an ambiguity to this.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that ambiguity is purposeful on your part, that you are messing around with the grey area, the around the edges of that kind of very clear moral decision to go, well, actually there's more to this than just straightforwardly pressing a button.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this story really reaches into those parts.
Okay.
It's just an isolated tale within the Apocalypse War. Okay. But it is ambiguous. And, there is a truth in the end. So if you believe it. Make up your own mind.
I mean, do you enjoy toying with expectations with stories?
Yeah. And leaving things on an ambiguous note, and make up your own minds what's right and what's wrong, and what's really happened, who's telling the truth and who's not.
Because people often can take Dread on face value, not just in terms of going, oh, he's a hero or anything like that, but just that the way he frames the world, the way the judges view the world, the big lie.
Yeah.
People go, well, it's straightforward. The judges are necessary. Look at the world. You go, yes, but you're seeing the world through the judges' eyes. That's the excuse they use.
Right. Yeah.
So it's really interesting that this far removed from that great moral decision, and in the let's face it, the very febrile atmosphere that we have now.
Yeah.
You are introducing more ambiguity.
All those same things are happening right now.
Yeah.
I mean, all the lies are being told. Shocking, really, that certain people think they can get away with them, and obviously can.
Yeah.
Apparently 71% of the Russian population are on Putin's side. That's shocking.
Before we started recording, you talked about the great difficulties getting started on the story now. It's not necessarily the writing of it; it's just the actual sitting down, getting going. So where did a story like this come from? Was it inspired by something? Was it just an idea that popped into your head and you were able to get going on it?
Buggered if I know. I never know. Generally, stories start. I never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I don't like to know what's going to happen when I start a story. I like to have a few of the elements there in my mind that I can use. Because that's the way life is. You never know how life is going to turn out.
Yeah.
And there's not many stories that I write where I actually know what's going to happen. And likewise, in this one, I had no idea. I hadn't the foggiest. When I started, I just thought it was an interesting opening. And I wanted to see Dread in charge of this squad of greenies, really. And Dread being real Dread, a real nasty piece of work. And just wanted to see how it turned out.
Well, I mean, that's the question I think I meant to ask last time, was with like the big mega epics, particularly when you and Alan were working together. Something like City of the Damned,
right?
the way that's structured, I'm fairly sure you've said in interviews before that you got to a certain point and you both kind of went.
Yeah, we thought it wasn't working as
Yeah.
well, and yet when I read back on it, some of the writing on it and the art was really good. So I wish we had more faith in it.
Yeah.
A bit like HMS Nightshade. I wish I'd had a bit more faith in that.
Okay. That was the series from Battle.
From Battle,
Yeah.
the Corvette story.
Yeah.
The convoys.
Oh, that's interesting. Because I mean, you've mentioned that before, and it's not one of the ones that immediately, when people talk about Battle, it's not necessarily one of the ones that immediately jump out.
Well, that's probably one of the reasons I didn't have that much faith in it. You want your stories to be really popular, and if you're going along and you think, well, it's kind of mediocre, or the reaction to it is that it's kind of mediocre, then you think, well, why continue it? But it was a pretty good story, and Mike Western's art was really beautiful on it. And had I to do it again, I would have kept it running for much longer, because there was a lot more to tell.
Because that's one thing that's always struck me about weekly anthology comics in the British context, and that American comics work months in advance, quite often not far enough in advance, but they work months in advance, and you have the whole diamond ordering process where people have to have faith in something before they've even seen sight of it.
Yeah.
But with British anthologies, you would know pretty quickly if something wasn't working from an editorial point of view.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think it was working. It just wasn't. I like my stories to be tops or very near the top, and it wasn't.
Right.
And put some of that down to being a naval story, but it was never bottom of the polls or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just like you feel you're not doing right by the readers if your story's not that popular.
How much does confidence play in your, having confidence in the story, having confidence in yourself?
A lot,
yeah.
A lot, yeah. I like to think that what I'm doing is going to be well received, and generally I have a good idea whether it will be or not. I was never sure of Nightshade. I do wish I'd continued it a bit longer, because it's great to look back on it and look back on that art, and it's an area of the Second World War that really fascinated me.
Thinking about the context of, for example, Garth's career, where he's been able to be in a position where now he can effectively write all the World War II stories that he wants to, and he's doing the Battle Action special for us later this year. Would you have liked to have done more war comics?
Not really, but Garth asked me if you run to a second book of that, a second series.
Oh yeah.
If I would do a convoy story or continue Nightshade, and I said yes.
Oh wow! Okay.
So
fingers crossed.
We'll see. We'll see. But I've also been thinking about doing, if I can find an outlet for it, of doing a new convoy story, doing a new story about either corvettes or destroyers or the whole North Atlantic campaign.
Right. With the reprints that we're doing, is there anything that you've either re-encountered or stuff that you think, oh, I'd like to see that again? Obviously, a Nightshade, but
well, generally, I don't think that until I actually see them, and I think, oh, that was pretty good. So no, I can't offhand think of anything. No,
because I guess the landscape of comics has changed so much that if you look at your work in the 1970s through to the 1980s, there's just so much of it. We did three volumes of the 13th Floor alone. And that survived the comic it started in.
Yeah.
And is it odd to revisit this stuff, and especially when you have no memory of having done
yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes I look at a story that I've written and I can't remember anything about it. Not very often. Somebody was talking about doing a reprint of was it Rebellion? I don't know, of the Battle for the Falklands. I was not proud of my work on that. I was a bit jingoistic, but I mean, 13th Floor was a great story. We always know if we're having a laugh when we do it. It's good fun.
Yeah,
it's a good story, and that was one that really worked. And Doomlord, of course.
Yeah. Well, this is one thing I wanted to ask about, because one of our junior editors the other day said, "Oh, you know what was the story around the breakup of the Wagner Grant partnership?" And I said to her, you know, well, it wasn't like an explosion. I think you just realised
we were getting a bit stale, I think, and it was working all right, but there were two stories. There was the Chopper one we were working on, Oz, and there was The Last American, and Alan thinks it was largely Oz, and I think it was largely The Last American, because we just kept going over the same ground day after day after day, and we didn't seem to be getting anywhere. And I suppose it was me. I made up my mind that the best thing we could do would be just to split up and divide us. I mean, it was a good move, although I think it was quite scary for Alan at the time. It was a good move because he took Batman.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something I find fascinating. That I mean, we talked about this last time, but Alan had it's still an incredibly well-respected run. With
great run.
Norm Brayfogle. Whereas you mostly continued
just doing the stuff I'd always been doing.
Just doing the stuff that you'd always been doing. But I guess you had the challenge of the magazine.
Yeah.
To keep.
Was it roundabout then?
Yeah. Because I mean, it was. The Last American was what, 88, 89, somewhere around there.
Something like that.
And Necropolis was 89, 90. So you'd been well split up before then. So yeah, it's kind of, you know, break up Necropolis, the magazine, and Toxic.
Yeah. I think Alan was a better choice for detective comics than I would have been anyway.
Now this is something I want to ask about, because one of the great things about for me, the great thing about Alan's run is that he was one of the writers who did return Batman to being a bit of a detective story again, you know. And then I look at the work, what you did with the Cal Files, and then the Pit, and that's the great shift for me in Dread in the 1990s, where you go, actually, Dread can be a police procedure, it can be a detective story. And I just wondered whether, in your own ways, you had independently kind of settled on the crime story as what you wanted to do.
Kind of, yeah. It was actually Steve McManus's idea, The Pit.
Right.
He said he wanted a bit more soap opera.
Okay.
And I said, no way. And then I thought about it, as I often do. And said, okay, that sounds quite good. And so The Pit came. And Cal Files, I think it all stemmed mainly from Jura Edgar, the female character, the Thatcher clone. Yeah, I just saw a new avenue for Dread, a different way of dealing. Maybe, as you say, we were both heading that way. But I remember reading Alan's first one that he did on his own. I thought it was really good.
Yeah.
You know, I thought, you're going to make this all right. So I only did about 5 with him. Can't remember. I enjoyed it, and still get nice royalties from Scarface.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's a character that's in the Batman canon now.
Right.
And They use it in a lot of computer games and everything.
Because this is a question from Tharg himself.
Yeah.
Bear in mind. Did the ventriloquist commentator in the first series of Mean Team inspire the ventriloquist villain in Batman?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the Bogeyman was a character we first used in Eagle photo strip. He was it never got used, thankfully, but we wrote him in a story called Joe Soap.
Right.
We had this bogey character, and he never got used, and we always kept him aside. We knew we were going to use him someplace, and the ventriloquist, we knew we were going to use him again. Yeah. So I think we just did 2 or 3 frames of him in that story, and we thought, enough. Put him in the.
This is too good for this. Yeah.
Put him in the file, and we'll use him. Yeah.
Now we're going to come back to this point, but I want to talk about those photo stories.
Oh yeah.
Because that is just such this wonderful moment in comics. It's so unbelievably odd.
Yeah.
That anybody would think. I mean, particularly strips like Doomlord. I mean, there was a Nemesis photo strip as well.
Oh yeah, so there was.
Yeah, was writing those a different process to the comics?
Yeah.
How so?
You had to think of possibilities, what they could actually do, and you had it was us that suggested they use a colander with a light bulb under it for a spaceship and stuff like that. Now these days you can do anything with Photoshop, so it would be much easier. But we had to think of just the possible, and write it around that. Well, I thought it worked quite well.
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing, particularly the Doomlord ones.
Yeah,
it's just, I mean, that was a cost-saving.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
No, it didn't in the end save. They had the photographs and then mucking about with the photographs. And in the end, it didn't really save them any money at all. I remember going with Alan and Dave Hunt to costumers in London to pick out the Doomlord mask. Dave will probably say, "Oh no, that never happened," as he does. But I remember going there and, "Oh, that'll do."
Oh, just I mean, like I said, it's such an incredible moment in comics because it's the tail end of the industry as it had been. You know, the Eagle had been revived. You've got various things, and it almost feels like something where someone was waiting for the technology to be invented so they could actually do the idea properly. But in the process, coming up with just these wonderful moments.
It's a bit like CGI in film now, which when it first came out it looked a bit ropey, but now they do things like Shrek and everything, really good films with CGI, and Toy Story, and it works well in film.
I've wandered off the point. Come back to the Citadel, because alongside that, you've got this new series, Surfer.
Yeah.
Now, everybody got very excited when we teased this series because they thought it was a chopper story.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about the genesis.
I was thinking about surfing, and I just wanted to feel the air around me again, and you feel the city below me. I just wanted to do a story about surfing because something nice about clean lines.
Yeah.
And that's all. That was the genesis of it. And I thought, well, Chopper, and I thought, nah, not again. You know, people have seen enough of Chopper. Let's do a new character. And Zane Perks was a butcher in closed down now, just as you went into Shrewsbury. It was so I got that name from there, and quite a likeable character. And I thought a useless dad. And, So I just wanted to do surfing again. And I like, so it's like a naval story. I like the sea. I just wanted to feel the wind in my hair again.
Because, of course, when Chopper first appeared, he was a wall scroller. You know,
that's right. Yeah.
It was all to do with being leaving one's mark on that urban environment of teenage rebellion. But then when he came back, he was a surfer, which is also a kind of rebellion. But it is, by making him a surfer, you gave him an escape. He was able to fly above.
Yeah, that's one of the stories I would have put in that book.
Right.
But I asked them, and they said, well, 6 episodes, it's a bit too much. That's when he really came alive for me. The first story was okay. I know a lot of people like it a lot, but it was when he became the Midnight Surfer that Chopper really came alive. Chopper was... we got a letter from a kid in Glasgow, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he just signed it Chopper. I imagine Chopper was his bike. But somehow that inspired us to do that character.
Because particularly the Midnight Surfer stuff, that feels much more... There's a yearning there. You know, in an American Graffiti, he's a spotty oik, you know, trying to become an individual within the face of the city.
And he was also one of the few characters to get the better of Dredd. We liked that too.
Were those stories, particularly the surfing stories, were those very personal stories for you? Because it sounds like that sense of escape, of having the wind in your hair, of just being, you know, out there and free.
Yeah.
You know, just the way you were talking about it now, that makes...
Yeah.
Gives it a very personal identification.
Yeah, I just love that story. And Cam Kennedy's art, of course. Great artist.
Yeah.
Sad loss to the business.
Yeah. At what point did Dredd stop being another job? When did you realise that, you know, this was a big thing?
That's a hard one. I don't really know. It's just one of these things that creeps up on you. And it's sort of a osmotic. Maybe the Apocalypse War.
Okay.
But I've always entertained the prospect of stopping writing it. I've certainly been doing it a long time now. It's the same with comic writing. I mean, that crept up on me. I didn't intend ever to be a comic writer.
Yeah.
I tried to give up. Well, when I went up to Scotland
to
Caretaker Mansion.
Yeah.
It's just that everything else I tried was a lot harder. More arduous, like working for George Wimpy. I think I lasted 2 days. And the pipe coating factory in Invergordon, I lasted 4 days. The dredging barge, that was 12 weeks. That was okay, I enjoyed that, but they got rid of me.
But you were out on the water.
Yeah, that was great, yeah. That was lovely, actually. I do have an affinity for the water. You know, like, if I was going to be in the services, I would be in the Navy.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't take orders. Fuck them. What did you say, Captain? I've never liked calling people sir. I remember in school, I was sitting in a library, you know, some wasted period, and the headmaster came along, his new hard-line headmaster, and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm reading French." And he's reading French what? Grammar. Sir! He whipped me. He was going to give me the strap for not saying sir, and then he found out I was American. He said, "Oh, well, I understand."
I mean, coming back to what we were talking about, it's not difficult to see your dislike of authority.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I've never sort of acknowledged that anyone was better than me or had the right to push me around.
One of the questions that I did want, and this relates back to Chopper, was as far as you're concerned, did Chopper die at the end of Song of the Surfer? Because it was left ambiguous. I mean, beautifully ambiguous.
Yes.
But from your point of view,
he died.
He died. Right.
But then I needed Garth and John McRae to do something for me, and it was convenient that he didn't die. But yeah, that was a beautiful ending sequence that Colin drew.
Yeah.
It was just perfect, and that's where perhaps it should have been left.
How much of that was him, and how much of that was you?
I think it was described, but he did it very well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's when a writer and artist work together in such synchronicity. That's great comics, and I always enjoyed working with Colin because, well, he just did things so well.
I mean, you look at the kind of trifecta, really, of Song of the Surfer, America, and Mechanismo.
Right.
You know, those three kind of key stories from that period, and all beautifully painted by Colin.
Yeah.
It seems as if, you know, to a degree, did you rise to the challenge of his art? You know, where this guy knows what he's doing.
No, I never think of it like that.
Okay.
I'm glad to have him, to know that he's just like I've been really lucky to work with a lot of great artists, and it's just nice to know that they're on the job, and sometimes you mold your stories to what they do. But because I worked with such great artists, I just mainly did my own thing, and just relied on them to do a great job on it. And Colin's a bastard for not doing what I tell him. I have to go over his story and just, what am I going to do about this? What's he drawn here? But, you know, it all works out in the end. I just think, did he read this fucking script? Whereas Cam would follow a script, but he just put his own personality into it. I love the humour in Cam's script, the imagination in Carlos's, and I've just worked with such great artists. It's been a real privilege.
I wanted to ask, obviously, since we talked in 2016, we lost Carlos, and I realised this is, you know, a very personal question, a very leading question. I wanted to this very blunt question: how much you have felt his absence over the last few years?
Oh, a lot, yeah. Well, I was glad sometimes not to have him at conventions, because when he was there, nobody came to my table, and his queue used to stretch sort of right in front of my table, and I have to say, look, can you give some space? Somebody might want to come and see me. But yeah, I felt his absence a lot. We would have been still working together, and we were actually, I must finish it off, doing Spectre.
Well, I want to ask about that, because it's something that Matt Smith has mentioned, that, you know, what your plans are, because you'd for those who don't know, you'd started this new series, kind of a how to describe it, kind of sci-fi gumshoe kind of.
Sort of, yeah. It's just a slightly different take on a robot. You know, it's sort of more personality, and I was enjoying it. It was hard to write, but I do intend to finish it. Maybe that's the next thing I'll go on to. I was thinking maybe Dan could.
Oh, Dan Cornwall.
Possibly, yeah. I think he's just every story he does, like The Citadel, he just comes on. He gets better and better, and some of his art that hasn't been in the comic yet, like the Undercity stuff, it's just lovely. He's really good on big set piece buildings. It's great. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Dan. I like Simon Colby for it too, but he's maybe just a bit too slick.
Okay.
But I was thinking of him. He's I really like his art. But I was thinking Dan might be. Yeah. Anyway.
Because I'm intrigued by the nature of writer-artist friendship, particularly over a long period of like decades.
Yeah.
That the two of you are effectively communicating through pages of script.
Yeah.
But there's a distance there.
Sort of. Carlos used to phone me. If you're Carlos, he used to phone me all the time.
Right.
And I ask him not to. I hate using the phone.
Yeah.
I cannot stand it. Unless it's like, can I have a taxi to? Or I'd like onion bhaji. I don't like, because it forces you to make instant decisions, and whereas I'd rather have an email where I can leave it there and come back to it and think about it. And email's been great for me because it stopped me having to speak to people. Carlos used to phone me, John? Oh God. But I loved the guy. Yes, he was a great friend, and he's a great loss to comics. But we did speak a lot. I spoke to him more than any other artist that I worked with. I couldn't avoid it. I tried to. I changed my number. And Cam, I'd have nice long conversations with Cam and Pete Doherty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Pete likes to talk.
He does.
Yeah, he's quite a fun guy. I like him.
Very dour.
Yeah. He's drawn some of my favourite Dreads. I really like it. He's a different kind of artist on Dread. He's like quieter with soul. I like that. It's a pity he's not drawn anymore.
Yeah. You walked away from the weekly Dread with Necropolis. So you did Necropolis, and then you stopped doing.
Did I?
Yeah. I mean, there's one or two. There's like Bill Bailey. When You Come Home, Bill Bailey. Return of the King's Garth. The Apartment, I think, was yours. But by and large, with the magazine, you concentrated on that.
Yeah, that was pretty consuming.
Yeah. And then 94, you came back to doing the weekly as well. Can you remember why you decided to...
Big mortgage.
Well, if you've got to have a reason, you've got to have a reason.
Well, the magazine, I think I was doing less for the magazine by then, wasn't I?
Yeah.
So I felt when I was doing the magazine, as an editor, I began to impose myself too much on writers, especially, and I didn't think that was. I think I wanted a greater variety of ideas and stories in the magazine, and I thought if I continued in that role, that I would not get that. So I wanted to take a back seat and just write for the magazine mainly. I think David Bishop was editing it then, wasn't he? Pretty much, but I felt my presence was inhibiting to other.
Right.
I was being too subjective on stories.
I mean, when we spoke last, you'd mentioned how towards the end of Toxic's life, when Pat took over, you felt that it did create a conflict of interest. That if you've got one of the writers who's also the editor.
I don't think that was a good thing. I think we needed a good, strong editor that could control all these different personalities, strong personalities. And to be honest, I wasn't really doing right by Toxic. I mean, I should have contributed more to it. I also think we made a big mistake. We could have made it work if we'd made it a monthly.
Right.
We were too damned ambitious. And it broke Jeff Fry, and it broke up a lot of, well, I don't know if we call them friendships, but it wasn't, I think, I also wanted to call it the Monthly Dog. And nobody went along with that.
Well, I think sometimes it's easy to forget. Comics are voracious.
Yeah.
Consumers of
aren't they just
money and content? And
yeah.
Just,
Well, we made a big mistake making it weekly.
Right.
It was. I think that the contributors involved would have ensured decent sales on a monthly. And we just made a rod for our own backs, and that was a big mistake. We got the wrong editor in Margaret Clark, and I didn't think they treated her properly. It really pissed me off the way they treated Margaret Clark. But she was the wrong editor. She wasn't really capable of controlling us Mustangs. Wild horses. But she's a decent woman. I didn't like the way she was treated, and that sort of pissed me off. And I pissed them off because I wasn't producing enough, and I didn't. And the one really decent story that I did produce got rejected.
Was that
Button
Man?
Yeah. So that was.
Has there been any news on the film, TV show?
What news? The latest move is Paramount.
Okay.
But I believe they're going to have 7 years to produce it. Which is, as I said to my lawyer, I may not be alive. I gave him the name of my heirs. And Arthur said the same. It was a funny thing, a history of violence. One decent payment on that, and that was it.
Right.
Button Man, I probably sold the option on that 6 or 7 times, and that's paid me a lot more than History of Violence not to be made.
Yeah.
I would love to see it made, but I've yet to see a script that I thought worked. So I'm hoping that if I'm still alive, which I may well not be, that I get to see the film. I'm hopeful, but then I've been hopeful many times.
One of the things I did want to ask about was with the reason I asked it about sort of 1994 and coming back to Dread is that because you've had such a hand on the tiller, for so long. There's come to be, I feel this. People use the phrase showrunner, borrowing from TV. Like, Dread needs a showrunner. If John's not around being the showrunner, who's the showrunner? And I've got my own opinions on this, but I want to get yours on it about how much you feel a sense of ownership over the strip. Whether you do feel that actually, because you can decide what continuity you pay attention to, both your continuity and other people's continuity.
I think a lot of people object to that attitude from me, that I just ignore what I don't like. But if I had been the showrunner, there would have been a lot of things I would not have allowed that have happened. Some scripts I've read them and I thought, oh Christ, no, that would never have, and Dread would never, just wrong. But I'm not the showrunner, and I'm not really sure that there is one. Matt, I suppose, but Matt's got an awful lot to do apart from that. But I think for quite a long while I was, I guided the story, but as I began to take a back seat, there's nothing I could really do about it. Again, this is a leading question, but is that not one of the best things about Dread? Is that you can tell so many different stories? You can, but it's just that I like Dread's character to be constant, and when he does things that he would never do, it's not Dread. It's like the first movie, and there's things that happened there that just weren't Dread. And well, it gets my back up when it's not been too bad. There not that many instances, and there are some good writers working on it. It's just that sometimes things happen that I think Had I been editor, I would have said, look, you're going to have to rethink this because that would never happen. You know, just not too difficult to tweak that.
Talking about the future, you know, when we started this conversation, you mentioned that you'd thought about retiring, but got bored.
Yeah.
Is it one of those cases that, and please understand, I absolutely hope that you are around for a lot longer, but is it one of those cases that you just want to keep going until?
Yeah, I think as long as my mind doesn't go, I'll do it until I die. Yeah, I'll die at my desk. Yeah, because, I mean, I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's harder and harder to drag myself to that desk. But once I get into a story, I enjoy doing it. Mainly I enjoy a story when I've finished it. Up until then, it's hell, you know. But when I get to it, you understand that. Yeah?
Yes, yeah. Well, it's a very old thing about artists like making art, writers like having written.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you understand that, especially as you're backing up against deadlines now on your own book.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's the way I work, partly because I'm never sure I'm going to be able to. It's like running before the wind. You're never really sure I'm going to not founder. And so when I finally, I mean, once or twice I kind of have, but not often. But it's when I see that finishing line in sight and actually, yeah, okay, we're just about there. That's when I start feeling good about it. And when I put the last period on the script, that's great. I think, oh yeah, that wasn't too bad. That worked out. Never thought it would.
Is it ultimately because you're an intuitive writer that it's about how you feel about something rather than necessarily analysing the forms of it? And,
so yeah, I don't think too much about the writing process. I couldn't. I would be terrible sort of doing a how-to book. I'd say, well, start with an idea. And where do you get that? I don't know.
Well, I wanted to add, you know, a fair few members of that kind of, let's use this phrase advisedly, the golden generation of the late 70s of comics have done their memoirs. Is there a John Wagner memoir in the works?
I couldn't. There's things I would never tell people, and I couldn't do an honest memoir without telling them I've been bad. No, I have considered it and ruled it out.
Right.
So there will never be one.
Well then, let these interviews stand as the closest we'll get then.
Yeah, it will be.
You'll have to tell me the stuff once the.
I couldn't. I wouldn't tell it to anybody.
Ah, damn it!
Too many things.
The obvious question now is looking back on 52 years of a career. What is it to have done these things? What is it to have had this impact?
It is a source of satisfaction to me.
Yeah.
I think I can die and think that, oh well, I left some minor mark. You know, my life wasn't wasted.
Yeah.
I gave enjoyment to a lot of people. I created things that I've been proud of. I never, you know, when I started out, I never imagined doing that sort of thing. I never imagined creating characters and stories. And back at DC Thompson's, I was just a hack sub-editor. Yeah, it's a career that's given me quite a lot of satisfaction and pleasure. I've been able to work with a lot of really good people.
I'm always struck by the when I talk to Carlos I asked him pretty much the same question, and he described himself as Unurika, which is a rich one. Do you get that sense of richness of having, worked with good people and
yeah,
and good
it's
things?
been a really good life.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else I could have done because I'm not one, as you know, to take orders or to have a boss, and the freelance life was perfect for me. I don't even have to speak to people anymore. Although I do enjoy going to conventions and meeting fans. That's quite nice. I didn't really enjoy that until I discovered retail. Retail sort of makes it worthwhile. You can talk to fans, sell a few things, make it worth your while.
I remember exactly the convention where that light went on in your eyes.
Oh, yeah.
It was London Super Comic Con.
Yes.
And you were bored, and you came to our booth, and you said, I'll give you some of these case files. I'll have them on my desk.
Yeah.
And about 2 hours later, you came back and handed over about 400 quid.
Yeah.
And you went, have you got any more of these?
That was exactly the con where it occurred to me that, well, I used to turn up at cons and wonder why the hell I was there, because I wasn't given a table or anything. I wasn't actually meeting fans. All it was a sort of evening in the pub with other creators, whereas that's not really what cons are for. And that the retail element satisfied my greed, and it gave me a chance to meet a lot of fans and have chats with them and find out what they liked, what motivated them, and just 2000 AD fans generally are such a good bunch of people. I know there's one or two that aren't, but mainly I really like them.